Hello, everybody, and welcome to the OHL draft. We're going to recap what we saw last night from the first three rounds, and then we'll get right into the live draft, and we'll be here to cover this all day. Um, let's kick it off first. I'll introduce everybody. We got Ryan Wagner, Tyler Rolliter. How do I pronounce your last name, Tyler? And then Paul Hagan, our Ontario Director of Scouting. Uh, let's just jump right in. First pick, McGregor. Paul, kick him to you.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to say, Brendan, with this draft, top six, top eight, if I had to ask all of our regional scouts for a list, I would have got 8 different lists, 10 different lists. Um, Everybody we had was rated 4.45 for us, and we debated McGregor, we debated Warren, Delisle, a whole bunch of these guys. It was quite an interesting group this year. But McGregor, I would say, hard nosed, 200-foot center who can play with a little bit of skill as well. Sees the ice, very well. Good passer. He lit up that HEO league this year in Ottawa. Um, Beat the next guy by 20 or 30 points this season, and he was strong at the OHL Cup as well, head to head against some of the best centers in the province. So good on him for going first. But we at Neutral Zone, we felt like there was a bunch of players here that could have been a candidate for number one. It's great year, good depth.
Yeah, it's one of those years, Paul. I think to piggyback off that there wasn't necessarily a true number one, and that's not a knock on anyone. That's just if you look at our rankings, 5 stars the highest. That's a rare. That's a generational talent type. Jack Hughes, for example, was a 5 star. Um, but then you have 4.75s. There's usually on any given year 1 to 3 4.75s. Those are kids that project as a top 10 NHL draft pick in 2 years. Um, and we didn't see a 4.75 this year, but we did see a handful of 4.5s. And to Paul's point, that's McGregor, Weiss, Chidarroni, and Warren, Louse. Like there was a quite a bit of those guys. So yeah, I think at the top you're picking a style of play, you're picking a type of player because they're all different. Warren is a very different style player than McGregor. Wysick is a different style player than Lammons, um, but they're all in the same tier. Uh, so yeah, so next up, Guelph is it Jaco Wysick?
Yeah, I
Who
can
wants to
take
take him
Wysick
on?
because he was actually my personal favorite. I know Ryan, you and I had some debates, and Crawford as well. But he's good length. He's over 6 feet, for a 16-year-old. Um, he doesn't play the game with the pace of some of the other players, but he slows the game down so well and sees the ice so well. Very creative. His line mates had tap in goals all year long, and a lot to do with Jacko's ability to distribute pucks and create offense. He can take people on one and beat them with his creativity. And in my personal view, because I see him a lot, I'm out in that side of the province. I just felt like he was the best player available. So this is a good pick for Guelph.
Yeah, I think Wysick is a kid with a very high ceiling, a little bit of a delay on your, but I think Wysick's got a very high ceiling. He's a player that's got good first touch, soft hands. He's a smart player. He reads the ice well. He can slow the game down, which not many 6 feet forwards can do that at this age. So I think he's got a finesse component. He's got an IQ component. And in terms of NHL upside, you could make an argument he's the best prospect in the draft. But he did have some inconsistencies and throughout the season, so he'll be an interesting one to watch. Um, Next up, Ottawa at number 3 takes Brock Chidarroni.
Ryan, he was out in your area. You got some comments on Brock?
Yeah. So Brock, um, I think he's a fast playmaking forward who can facilitate the play. Um, his skating, just he has quick feet, good puck skills, and his shots like are OHL ready in my opinion. He has a good weight transfer and a pretty deceptive release. Yeah.
Chidarroni as well played up
Yeah,
last year, so we all got a look at him last year, and we know he can play with older players, right? He was very good last year.
yeah. I think Chidarroni's a guy with he's got the flash and the skill that's pretty high end, maybe one of the highest end in the draft. But he's also got a balance and a little bit of grit to his game. So he's not just a pure finesse forward. He's got multiple components that'll translate to the next level. Next up, Brener Lammons to Sarnia at number 4. Paul, this is a guy you really like.
I can probably take him too. I love he's
Yeah,
one of my favorites.
yeah. Go ahead, Ryan. I know you were pounding the table for Lammons.
Okay. Um, I think Brenner reminds me of Matthew Tkachuk. He is so tough to play against, competes all over the ice, makes the like he's just reminds me of physical power forward, and it's just opponents would have such a hard time playing against them, and his shot is very strong, skates, he hits everything in sight, and I think he has pro upside as well.
Lammons was dynamite. If you caught Lammons in the first round of the playoffs when the Red Wings they upset JRC, I think what JRC might have been the 3 seed, Red Wings 6, or it might have been 4 or 5. No, would have been 3-6. Lammons was the best player in that series. Lammons and the goalie Cruz Resnick, I thought, were the best players in that series, and he elevated his game. Now he tailed off a bit after that. I think he was out of gas, but yeah, very impressive. There were a few on our staff who was like, "Hey, this guy could be one," right? So, yeah, good player here.
Next up, Max Delisle for Owen Sound at number 5.
Well, Delisle's a big bully forward who, in my view, played on one of the best lines in the province this year with Jeremy Freeman and Michael Tang, who we'll probably see later in the draft. But you know, Delisle down the middle could compete head to head physically with anybody. He's got great size. He uses frame well to get to the net. Strong on the forecheck. Offensively has the chops to hang with with high skilled players. And somebody I think next year is going to have to continue to work on his pace. If he wants to do what he's doing at the next level, he's not going to be able to bully his way at the OHL level. But if he continues to grow, mature physically, he should be one that can play next year in the league at some point.
And then at number 6, Cam Warren for North Bay.
Oh, I can take Cam. Cam, in my opinion, is one of the smartest players in the draft. Has really good hockey sense. His processing speed is very good. He can see the play before it develops. Um, his skating is very good. He has strong edge work and quick feet. Um, and I think he'll be such a he has the translatable skills to translate the OHL level due to his hockey sense. He can jump in next year. Even though he's undersized, I think his hockey sense will play a huge role.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Brendan, I know you like Warren.
Of all the kids in the draft, I think this is the most dynamic playmaker, and as Ryan said, it goes to his hockey IQ. This kid makes everybody around him better. He's got elite skill, his vision, his passing ability. This is someone you want to put next to a finisher. You want to put him on the ice with someone that will drive the net, that'll create havoc. He sees the entire sheet. His processing speed is elite. This is a very dynamic playmaker. He's undersized. This is the first kid off the board who's sub 5'10", and one of the only guys in the first round who's undersized. So there was definitely a bias this year on bigger players, kids who could come into the league and play right away. But I'd piggyback what Ryan said, absolutely, in that his hockey sense will translate at this level. Yes, most all of his offense comes from either the rush from transition, or he makes most of his plays in open ice. But he's not afraid. He led his team all the way to the OHL Cup and won it. And they were a good team, but they weren't the best team. And he was a huge reason. So I think this kid is special. And I think the fact that North Bay was able to get him at 6th, I'd be surprised if North Bay entered the draft thinking he was going to be around at 6 overall. Next up, another guy that was very that neutral zone love this year, Noah Louse to the Sioux at number 7.
Louse was the big winger with Warren, who softened D up and created space for Warren. He's got a heavy shot. Loved his ability to play in all situations. Both Warren and Louse generated a lot and big goals, penalty killing this year. So a number of occasions where they were able to break games open late with goals on the penalty kill. They were first line, so they saw a lot on the power play as well. But Warren's one of those big up and down the wing, play with pace. I'm going to need to continue to work on that at the next level, but he's a tough kid.
Switch something up here. Okay. No, thanks for that, Paul. I think Louse is one of the most complete players, maybe the most complete player in the draft. In respect that he kills penalties, he blocks shots, he also creates offensively. When I first saw this kid, our scouts were higher on him than I was. I thought he might be a generalist. He's good at everything, but not great at anything. But the more I watched him and then saw him in big games, whether it's the OHL Cup down the stretch, the Toronto Marlies tournament, this kid's a gamer. He plays his best hockey in big moments. And I just think this is a type of player that it easily translates because he can play any of the 4 lines. He can play a depth role. He can play a scoring role. Like Paul said, he can be on power play 1. He can be on penalty kill 1. Just a very versatile player. I think this is another good value here for the Sioux. Next up, Flint at number 8 takes Charlie Marada, potentially, Chidarroni and Warren maybe, but he'd be in the discussion for most talented kid in the draft. So nice for them to see him slip to number 8.
Yeah, so I can take one. I really like in his the three skills that I really liked in his game was his skating, hockey sense, and puck skills. He's a smooth skating forward who doesn't take a shift off. Like I thought he could really control the pace of play. Can His decision making under pressure was so good. He can execute a lot of tape to tape passes and just set up his teammates for success um, every possession. And I could see him as like a number one winger at the OHL level. The way the, the translatable skills he has.
Very dynamic up and down the wing. He fell down our list. We had him at one or two at the midterm rankings. Needed to get a little bit more in and around the net. In the OHL Cup. But he can, like Ryan said, he's very dynamic and he plays the game with pace. Who do we got next? Ryerson Edgar? No, Kuhlman. No. Yeah, Kuhlman. Ryan, I know you're big on Kuhlman. You want to take him?
Yeah, I really liked his size and the compete level. He is like a power forward, puck moving, and he competes every shift. I really like I really liked his shot due to his release and weight transfer. I really thought whenever he would get the puck off the rush, he would enter the zone with pace and get off a strong shot and get it through traffic. And I just think he has a translatable skills to compete at the OHL level.
Yeah, Kuhlman. Ryan, you were pounding the table early in the season to get him higher on the list, and it shows that definitely a premium for size in this draft. At 6'2" already at a young age, his dad's an NHLer. The OHL teams here look for big players. Ryerson Edgar from York Simcoe, next off the list. Ryan, you want to take this one?
Yep, for sure. Ryerson's skating is probably his biggest trait. Like he has his stride and like the way he can change speed and his explosive speed makes him so hard to defend. And he can just blow by defenders and create space and create chances off the rush. His shot is also really powerful, and he is also a physical player whenever he needs to be. Like his compete level, skating, and shot is probably his three best attributes, in my opinion.
Perfect. It looks like we've got a few more popped on. Regan Stockel, scouts out of the Guelph area for us, and Derek Monroe, who's down in the Alliance and sees all the guys down there. Next off the board, Braden Bennett, big dynamic forward. Played on that Toronto Titans team. He was really the second line center on the team, but he can play a power game. And He got hurt midway through the season, so fell down our list. But somebody saw him early and was quite impressed with it, and able to take a chance on him in the first round. 5'11", 190 pounds. And again, we haven't seen him since early in January. So who picked him? Sudbury. They saw something they liked early in the season, and we're willing to step up here. Anybody else have anything on Bennett?
Paul, I think when I saw him towards the end of 24, I felt he was a player that could play any style of game that you wanted to play. If you wanted to play run and gun and offense, he was able to keep pace and push it. I think if it was a more defensive style and one where you played a bigger, stronger team, he was able to play that game as well. I love his all-rounded game when I saw him late in the year.
Good. Next up, Jake Murray. Monroe, I know you saw a bit of Murray this year.
Yeah, he big centerman that has a lot of power forward ability. Like when he goes in the corners, he has a high compete level. Usually comes out with the puck. He'll go to the net hard, and if his stick is not managed by the defender, like he'll get it on there. Like, I'm not sure if he'll have to move to the wing in the OHL, but like I said, he competes hard. Sun County defenseman stood up and made a big hit at the end of one game, and he was the first guy in there to stand up for his teammates. So that's why he was their captain, and that's a good pick at number 12.
A few of those Huron kids went early here. Who do we got next? Saginaw picked Ryan Hanrahan from the Mississauga Reps. Ryan, have you got anything on him?
If I can remember, I saw him at the Peterborough turn. Sorry, not the Peterborough. I think it was the maybe the Marlies tournament. I really liked his hockey sense, and his skating is really good. Like he's quick. His shot is OHL ready, in my opinion. Like his weight transfer and power in his shot is really good, and he's just really good in the offensive zone.
And again, another player here, Hanrahan, who big centerman, 5'11". Weight's not quite there, so they're going to need him to fill out a bit. 5'11", 134 pounds. So the Saginaw like the big guys down the middle. Do we get Brendan back there?
He's on.
Yep. Brampton picked Peter Green from the Don Mills Flyers. Stocks, Ryan, you guys got anything on Green?
Undersized defenseman with lots of skill. Now's type of game now that we're looking at. We're looking at quick, skilled, good stick defenseman that can quarterback power plays. He has a knowledge for the defensive side of the game, obviously being a defenseman. But being undersized, I thought he was smart in separating the man from the puck because he's not going to separate with body. But and he was able to transition well and put the play to the forwards and join in the rush and make offensive plays in the third and fourth wave. But also his stick skills and from the blue line were very noticeable. And I thought that when he's on the ice, all four players that he was playing with, he made better, and they were always more on the offensive side than defensive side of the puck.
Another pick from Brampton, Keaton Ardahl. I know, Ryan, you were pounding the table for Ardahl all year. What'd you like about him?
I liked his puck moving skills, his skating, and his compete level. I just thought he wins almost every puck battle he's in. He takes hits to make plays, and he's his shot is powerful and deceptive. He's really reliable, and he doesn't take a shift off. He's always giving it his all and trying his best.
Another big winger from that JRC team, the Oshawa Generals picked Sam Roberts. Stocks, I can comment on him, or if you've got you got some intel on him as well.
Yeah, big truculent forward. Everybody knows when he's on the ice. Bit of not concern, but a bit of translating to the OHL, putting pucks in the net. I know he created a lot of offense, and he was playing with very good. His line mates were very good, obviously. Able to push the play. Defensemen knew when he was coming in on them. Had a lot of turnovers. Moved the puck to his line mates a lot. Knew where to be position-wise all over the ice, but in front of the net, that's where his bread and butter is. And if he's going to have success at the next level, he's going to be in that area, and he's going to be getting those red zone goals. And with his stick skills improving continually, that could translate into more pure goals at the OHL level, but. Right now, that's not his game. It's driving net lanes and creating space for his line mates out there.
And Roberts' consistency in his offense is something that he'll need to continue to work on. But I got to say, he scored two of the best goals I've seen this year, 3-on-3, one in the Marley tournament, one in the OHL Cup, where he put his head down, drove the net, made a play, and dynamic on the finish as well. Next off the list, back out to the Alliance, Monroe. I know you saw a little bit of Henderson.
Yeah, he very smooth skating defenseman that's extremely poised with the puck. He was always on they do a 5-man swing when Sun County was in the trap in the finals, or even on the power play, and he just controls the tempo. And his first strides really create a lot of separation through the neutral zone. Just a smooth skating defenseman. And he's dangerous when he jumps in off the blue line to hit a seam or look for that extra pass. But he is a good player.
Stocks, I know you and I talked about him. Such a good player. We wanted to see him. We had him maybe a few spots lower, but we wanted to see a little bit more offense out of him. More consistency on the back end. That's something he'll need to work on.
Yeah, I'm concerned with the offense and the results of that. He can help create that, but as far as being the go-to guy back there to do that, I think that's something he can evolve to and get there. Not there yet, but I think he'll step into a lineup next year and provide that stability, but not relied on for power play units at this time.
He's definitely got the toolkit. It's all there, and it's up to him. Ryan, have you got some intel on Semenstoff? I know you saw him a few times from the Halton Hurricanes. Barry picked him 18th.
Yeah, I think his skating is really good. He's agile, can change direction quickly, and his hockey sense is very good. He makes strong decisions under pressure, evaluates all his options, and his processing speed. He can see the play before it develops. His teammates in stride with a pass, and this sets him up for success. And I think he has the translatable skills to be successful at the OHL level for sure.
And Tyler, you saw him quite a bit as well.
I saw him a couple times, and same as Ryan there. I really liked his senses, his skating, and his puck skills. I noticed were quite well. Just his hockey IQ is very high. The way he sees lanes and the way that he manipulates space creation is just very solid. Pretty good pick at this spot.
Okay. we've lost our U.S. guy Brendan, so we're gonna take a pass on Kaczynski, and we'll get Brendan to pick him up, and whenever Brendan gets his connectivity back. So we'll go to Brantford's pick at 20, David Buckman. Anybody got comments on Buckman? Or I can speak to Buckman.
I thought Buckman's a mobile defenseman who has a heavy shot. He can facilitate the play, and he's really reliable on the breakout. And I just see him as a offensive defenseman at the OHL level with the skills that he has.
Yeah, very dynamic, and another guy who probably can step in and run a power play. He's got high skills, great passer, and one of those guys that the mobility is going to allow him to do things at the next level and give him the opportunity to play. John McLaughlin to Windsor at 21. Monroe, I know you know this player.
Yeah, I talked to his coach. He played up last year, and he looked really good last year, so I expected him to be early in the draft, but this year he had knee issues. So I guess he did have surgery. There was a cartilage issue where he didn't have any cartilage left in his knee. But I did see him at Wendy Dufton. He was pretty good considering the team he played on. He was on a very weak team this year compared to last year, and I question him only being 5'9". I really thought he was taller than that, but he plays a complete game, both ends. I think that's a bit of a risky pick as far as health-wise, but as far as skill-wise, yeah, that's a good spot for him. He didn't play at the showcase, or I didn't see him at the end of the year because I think he was injured most of this year.
Yeah, he was pretty much done after the Titans tournament. So if you saw him there, he looked actually very good. That 5'9", that would have been his last weigh-in height and weights in September. He's bigger and he plays bigger. Last year we all saw that he was one of the best 09s playing up in the 08 group, and probably the best player on that Lambton team last year. Brennan, have we got you back?
Yeah, I hope so. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Sorry, I've been. This hotel has been sketchy with the internet, but anyways, happy to be back.
Brendan, we're on Johnny McLaughlin at 21 to Windsor, but we took a pass on Kaczynski because we know that you're our U.S. expert on today, so you want to take a crack at Kaczynski?
Yeah, absolutely. So Ryan is he's good size. He's a kind of a skill and power combo forward. Plays for Mid Fairfield. They were just in the Nationals. I just saw him literally last week in Wisconsin. He's definitely the catalyst for that team. He's got some toughness. He goes hard to the net. He can score. But what I think is underrated about his game is he's a pretty smart player. He's efficient. He plays between the dots, and he's someone that he pounces on loose pucks. He's got that grit to his game that he can make plays in traffic. So I actually think I didn't know Kaczynski was being courted by OHL teams. We were kind of expecting him on the USHL side. We thought he might be a tender or at least a first-round pick. So pleasant surprise to see him get taken here. But he's a gamer, and he's someone who can play as a 16-year-old.
All right, we're down. Kitchener picked another player out of the Alliance from here on Perth, Kane Barch.
Yeah.
Eric Stocks. Brendan, I know you guys have all seen him recently.
I think he brings a lot of sandpaper, a lot of grit to the table. He is smooth with the puck, but I do find him a bit peripheral. No hockey. He doesn't have the hockey IQ of Murray or Weisick by any mean, but you know what? He'll get in there. He's an irritant for sure. He's always under the skin of the other players. He works hard along the boards. So I'm sure he'll be a winger up there, but he is a bit undersized, I think, for the OHL right away in the first year. He may make third or fourth line, which kind of suits his personality a little bit.
Yeah, I'm with Derek on that. I think he's got a 200-foot game. He's an honest player. He stops on pucks. He does all the little details you want to see in a player. He can really shoot the puck, so he's a goal scorer. But he can play up and down the lineup. That kind of versatility. The interesting part on this pick is that, and I think Kitchener's done this before. A couple teams have done this where they'll use a late first-round pick like this on a kid. I mean, this kid is signed with the U.S. national team.
Oh, he made it.
So his ability to come down, what we'll see. You know, we'll see if he comes up to the OHL. But if he doesn't, they're going to get a compensatory first rounder for the next year. So I think it's kind of a smart gamble on him. He's probably a top 15 talent. So you get him here at 21. And if he doesn't show up, you're going to get a first rounder for next year. So,
okay. Is that why there's 3 extra picks in the first round, I guess?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We're trying to figure that out.
And the last pick of the first round, London took big fella out of Eastern Ontario Wild, Alex Campo. My notes on Campo: big, raw, able to get up and down the ice. A lot to work on there. He wasn't as refined on the skill set as some of the other players out there in that league, but that size, that frame, and his ability to play with pace. When he grows into that, and London are good at this. They're good at kind of tucking kids away and getting them in the program, skilling them up, working on their overall game. He could be a player. Just such a good frame there. Stocks, did you see him at all?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think this is London loves big down the middle. It's probably going to be a player that doesn't play with them next year. He'll hone his skills a little bit more. He's definitely raw. But for a big boy like that, he skates really well. He can move forwards and backwards really well. I think the stick skills need to catch up to everything else in order for him to put it all together. But it's definitely there. And, when you're dealing with Mark, he's one of the best out there for talent evaluators. And he saw something there that's going to work for them in the future, because bringing that all together and having that size down the middle is only going to complement the typical team London has, and that's perfect for them. And he doesn't have to play next year.
Yeah, and I think that's a big point there to go off Stocks, is that every team in the first round, we look at the draft as, if you take a step back in the first round, there's teams here that had to fill, especially the early picks, guys that are going to play right away. They're taking guys who fit a need, and that's why they kind of fall the way they did. Then there's teams like London who's deep, and they have a very good talent pool behind them. Not only their team, they're the best team in the OHL, but their prospect pool is very deep as well. So they can take kids with a higher ceiling here, which they did with Campo, which I really like this pick. And like Stock said, they don't need to force this kid to play next year. So I think when you're watching the draft like this, to keep that in mind, that every team's in a different spot. And in the first round this year, I think we saw teams selecting guys with maybe less ceiling, higher floor, meaning they're safer picks, but maybe not as high of upside. London goes the other way on this. London takes a guy with a very high ceiling, could be an NHLer, but might not be ready right away. So, and we'll see a little bit more of that in the second round as we start that.
Just to finish up here, to reiterate off Brennan, you're going to start seeing teams since November, when the NCAA came in, you saw an influx of players come to London and Kitchener, and quite frankly, they don't have room for them with the players that are surprise signings based on this rule change. And as we go along here in the draft, I think you're going to see more guys at high ceiling, and they're not ready yet, and they're going to be ready at probably 18 years old, and that's okay because those other guys will be graduating, moving on to NCAA, and then those guys are going to be ready to come in. So it's teams that need players right now, and it's teams that don't have room right now, and that's kind of the dynamic change I believe that's coming in this draft so far, especially late.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't mention that, but I agree with that 100%. You're seeing it in terms of teams prioritizing some of these earlier picks on guys who can play right away because they're not as confident as they were, especially the smaller market teams, on getting this kid at 19, 20. Those kids might move on to college. So, which before, once you drafted a kid and he signed, you had him until he was ready for the NHL. Now that the dynamics have changed, so that they might be a little less hesitant to take a kid who's a project and then lose him when he's in his best years. So it's yeah, that definitely you're seeing the results of that in this draft for sure, especially in the first round.
First pick of the second round, Kitchener went with Alexander Forrest from the Oakville Rangers. I know most of us have seen Forrest. Who wants to comment on him? I'll take it then. The last time I saw Forrest play, I didn't look at him at the OHL Cup. But I had a game down in Halton, watched him play, and I thought, holy smokes, this guy's kind of like a mini version of Cam Reed. Don't know if he's as good as Cam Reed, but he's offensive. He hits. He's a bit undersized, from the traditional sense, that game he actually hurt a Halton player with a good clean hit and scored a goal on a great rush. That's the kind of stuff that Cam Reed used to do. Watching him at this level. So very similar player. Not quite as good as Cam Reed was at this age, but you can see that Kitchener like what they got with Reed, and this is a comparable. Tyler, you got anything on him?
Yeah, actually, he's playing Junior B playoffs with the St. Catharines Falcons right now, and pretty much exactly what you said. His offensive game, lots of rush activations, and he's actually quarterbacking one of their power play units as well, and he looks very capable in that role with his vision, passing, and just offensive instinct in general.
Good, great. Guelph, 25th pick, took Mark Pape out of Pittsburgh. Brendan?
Yeah, this is a kid who was invited to the National Training Development Program top 50 camp, and he played well enough at that camp.
Lost him. He froze.
Twitch, high skill player, excellent pace to his game, and he's someone that makes guys miss in open ice. He's an exciting player to watch. One of the fastest players in this draft. Just got to get a little bigger and a little stronger for that to translate at the OHL level. But you can't teach speed, and this kid can fly.
Perfect. And the big D from Mission, O'Coin. Sorry, I took him next.
Yep, O'Coin had a really nice nationals out in Wisconsin. He's another kid who's physically mature. He's mentally mature. He plays the game the right way. He's got details to his game. He boxes out in front of the net. He picks up sticks. He's got a good gap. So somebody that can walk right into the OHL and contribute. I'm not saying he's going to run a power play or anything as a 16-year-old, but He's someone who can find a role at this level. There's not a ton that he needs to improve on or develop on to be able to play. And then the rest of his progression will be how much better does he get. But he's a mature player. He's got great size and strength, and he can shut down at this level. He shuts down a lot of top forwards in the States.
Peterborough, with their second round pick, 27, picked Kieran Rayner. I know, Tyler, you saw him quite a bit down the stretch.
Yeah, for sure. And they're getting a real sniper playmaker out of him. Some of his strengths are his shooting, his senses, and his skating. He really commands a game. He controls the pace of play of his team. And just little things through deception and just a really good finishing ability. One thing that he does need to work a little bit on more is his compete, and physicality was inconsistent, but he shows some promise there. I think this is a good pick for Peterborough at this spot.
Stocks, you got anything on Rayner?
It's been a while since I've seen him. Definitely stirred the drink for his team to get as far as they got. They relied on him offensively. Always put himself in good position in the offensive zone to offensively receive pucks. Real smart around the net in tight. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw him last. His ability to do that. Above average shot. Not going to beat a goalie clean, but something that as he matures physically can be something of a weapon for him at the next level. It was a good pick where he went.
Next up, Owen Sound out of Quinny, Blake Munnings. Ryan?
Blake is a physical, competitive defenseman, and who's tough to play against. I really liked his compete level. How he can, he's really physical. He closes off the defense due to his the opponent due to his gap control, and uses his active stick to get the puck off the opponent. And he's just a tough shutdown defenseman. And he does have some offensive upside due to his shot. He can get pucks through traffic, and he can shoot off a pass. And I think that's really good. Really good skill to have.
Yeah, he's a thick kid, sturdy at the back, and has some mobility in his game. Runs that Quinny power play. Keep an eye on him as he develops, because he's got the physical attributes to play early at the next level. If he can get the pace up and deal with this gap at the next level, he'll get some time on the ice next year. Brandon, you want to talk Konopowski?
Yep. In my opinion, this is the best defenseman in the OHL draft this year. He's a rare breed right now. There's not many kids that play like him anymore. He's big, he's strong, he's physical. He takes away your best player. I saw him in big games, whether it was at Whitby Silver Stick, at Toronto Marlies, again at OHL Cup. He will literally take off your best player. I saw him go toe-to-toe with Dile, went 5th overall, took him clean off his feet. He moves well for his size, particularly in transitions, which is rare for a player that size, something we pay a lot of attention to. And like I said, he's tough. He owns the net front. He can snap a pass off like a veteran junior player. There's a lot to his game. I was very surprised he slipped out of the first round. I think this is tremendous value to get a kid like this in the second. I understand offensively he's a little limited at this point. He's not going to run your power play. But if you just look at the draft, if you're looking at it from, can I get a player similar to this later in the draft, there's really not many players like him at all. Whereas I think some kids drafted above him, you can find another version of that in the third, fourth, fifth round. Maybe not as good, but you can find a similar type of player. This is a rare kid. I think he comes in and plays right away, and I think this is a kid who can play 20 minutes a night as a 16 or 17-year-old.
We'll watch how the rest of the draft goes for North Bay. But if you look at Warren in the first, he was one of our neutral zone faves, and on the front, as a forward, and Konopowski was one of our neutral zone faves on the back end. So they got a 1-2 forward and a 1-2 D on our list anyway. So, Stocks, you want to say anything on Konopowski? I know you had time for him.
Yeah, no, he's since the Silver Stick and then following up at the OHL Cup. It's been a long time since I've seen a defenseman this physical. That his timing on his checks, he's going to be a scary boy when he's 18 and 19, and that's what we're in this for, projection, right? Where's he going to be at 18 and 19? I think going back and forth between a couple of our other rated defensemen, I think it was just the creative offense. Is there going to be much offense at the next level for this kid? Following in Brendan's, he tries to play an offensive game, but eventually, I believe, as he moves on in levels, that's not going to be his top. He's going to be a penalty killing, top shutdown defenseman at the OHL level, and he can develop because he has the wherewithal and the knowledge to present some upside offensively, perhaps a second line or a second unit power play as he hones in on his skills that way. But he's going to be tough to handle when he's 18 and 19 in the league for sure.
At 30, Windsor took from the Mississauga Reps Ian Inskip. Ryan, you got. I know you and I talked about Inskip this year. What'd you think of him?
Yeah, the main things about Inskip is I like his puck moving skills, and he has a strong shot, and he's also smart with the puck. He makes strong decisions under pressure. He uses the boards to move the puck away from pressure, and he is reliable with the puck, and his shot is really deceptive and powerful, and I see him as a two-way forward at the OHL level.
Again, a player on our list a little lower, but you can see, one thing that's a premium right now is the big center, 6'2", 170. Top 30 pick in this year's draft. We had him a few rounds lower, but we're not right, they're not right. We're just here to evaluate, right? So keep an eye on this player as he gets to the next level. Peterborough at 31 took Matthew Perreault. Brendan, I know you and I talked about Perreault at the OHL Cup. I wanted you to watch him because I liked them.
Yeah, Perreault was someone that Paul put me on. I didn't notice him as much in the middle of the year. I noticed him obviously, but I didn't think he was high level. But at OHL Cup, I watched him specifically. He's somebody that the more you watch, the more you appreciate. Another kid who's detailed in his game, and he takes down other players' top lines. The coaches trust him. He's on the ice a lot, and he plays in all their key moments. He's also got some offensive upside to his game. He's not a flash guy. He's a high percentage player, puts pucks in the right areas. If he sees a lane, he moves it quickly. He's not trying to dipsy doodle through the neutral zone. I thought he was one of their best penalty power play guys. He quarterbacks on the back end, but he's also one of their best penalty killers. He's quick to sticks. He lifts sticks. He's got some physical. I think he's just a really well-rounded defenseman. And like I said, I was late to the party on Perreault, but really appreciate him at OHL Cup. I thought he was one of the best defensemen at that tournament.
And I know we all do this. He's one of the players on my list. You put a little asterisk beside him, all right, because you want to follow him, because you like watching him play. I notice him every time he's on the ice. He's got pace. He's got decent size, and if he continues to grow and fill out, I think he plays a good two-way game and can handle pucks, and that's rare for a player on the back end. He's got to clean up his puck handling under pressure a little bit, but they all need that. But I'm going to keep an eye on this player because I like them a lot all season long. Ottawa, 32, they picked from the Toronto Marlies, Jack Johnson. Johnson, we had, his potential first round pick. Brendan, I know you and Ryan were very big on Johnson this year.
Yeah, he was probably my favorite number one D, and other than Connor Posky, Jack Johnson. He's just big, physical, mobile, and he was tough to play against. He can also move the puck, and his shot is very strong. And he's so tough in the defensive zone. He wins net front battles, and he's not afraid to block shots as well. And I think he'll have the ability to translate the OHL level quite well.
Yeah, I'm a huge Johnson fan in the sense of if you're just talking about physical tools, skating, size, strength, passing, like this is one of the best defensemen in the draft. Where he gets in trouble a little bit is his decision making. He doesn't always make the high percentage play. He can get himself out of position. I just look at that from the perspective that that's something you can coach. I don't think I don't think his instincts are necessarily bad, but I think he's going to need some coaching. And again, this is a developmental league. This is what that's all about. I look at a kid like that with his size, his skating, his kind of grit factor. There's just so many things this kid can do. Highly versatile prospect that I think he's exciting. I think he's great value to get him at the second round. And the other part I would add, whenever we're watching, most of these kids are coming out of U16 hockey. What they're being asked to do at U16 is not what they're going to be asked to do in the OHL a lot of cases. I think this kid was asked to do a lot. He wasn't necessarily great at, like, offensively. I don't think he was, a difference maker. That might have slipped him in the draft a bit, but they're not going to ask him to run the power play, the first line power play in the OHL level. So I think this is a great value. I think this kid could be very, very good in the next couple of years.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I totally agree. I think if you take a couple items off of his to-do list and he can simplify other areas of his strength, I believe he's the most well-rounded defenseman in the draft. I'm actually quite surprised that he fell to where he did. We had him rated high, which I was very much in support of. And I think, all the tools that he can bring, coaching, refine those, and take a couple things off his plate early on in his OHL career to let him flourish in his most areas of strength. I think they have a really good pick in this round for sure.
33, moving out to the Alliance. Flint picked up Lucas Nutting out of Elgin Middlesex. Derek, thoughts on him?
Yeah, I seen from start of the year to the end of the year a huge improvement with him. Big, strong defenseman as far as power. Like, his stride is very powerful. I saw at the start of the year, a lot of his moves were right to left because he's a righty, and he was always getting stuck along the boards because he ran himself out of room. But at the end of the year, he would stay in the middle, big shot. I think in the Windsor series, in a 5-game series, he had 6 or 7 goals as a defenseman. So I've seen him pick off a cross-seam pass on the power play. He was shorthanded and just like he was shot out of a cannon, deked out the goalie, but hit the post. But huge improvement. Like I said, fast, strong, out there all the time.
Yeah, I saw I had a chance to see Nutting in one of his first games of the year in the London tournament, and game against the Marlies where Marlies hammered them 8-2 or something. I thought Nutting was one of the better players on the ice that game. Even in a loss, getting overwhelmed like that, I think he scored one, set up the other. Might have got a couple. I can't remember the details. Didn't see that offensive consistency the whole way through the year, but I know talking to Derek late, he was very good in that Windsor series. This player can play with pace, and he's got okay size, right? Compared to some of the other real strong skaters on the back end. He's a little bigger. Plays a little tougher as well.
He ran the power play, but I think he would have been better suited in the shooting position because he's got a heavy shot.
Mm-hmm. Next up, Erie at 34. They picked up Tyler Cooper out of Chicago Reapers. Brendan.
Yeah, this is actually a really nice pick for them. Tyler Cooper is an underrated player in the state, so it's nice to see him kind of getting his flowers, as they say, in the OHL draft. Someone's paying attention at Erie. This kid went to nationals this last week in Wisconsin, was one of the top scorers in the tournament. He's got a knack for the net. He can score in a lot of different ways. He can be a net front guy. He can bully his way there. He can score from the outside. He's got a bullet, great release. He can play up top on the power play. He can play net front. He can play the wing. He's strong on his edges. He likes traffic. This is a kid who's going to score at the next level. And I think in terms of fit for Erie, I think it makes a lot of sense too because he's got some grit to his game and some power. So he can play a third, fourth line role in the beginning. And when he gets his opportunities on the power play, he'll end up as a first line guy for that team, but it might take a year or two. So he was a snub at the NTDP camp, didn't get an invite there, and proved at nationals that he should have gotten one. And obviously Erie was paying attention, takes him here in the second.
35th, Barry, Iman Edgar. Somebody we all saw at the OHL Cup, but I know Derek, you're down there and saw a lot of.
I saw a lot of him this year, and just not only in games, but his ice time with Jaco Weiss were just incredible. How much they played. It was one would go in the door, the other one would come out. So a lot of games they played with two centers. He's a smaller kid, but he does not shy away from physical contact. Most of the times he's initiating it. Does take probably a bit too many penalties that you would like because he's in the box and you'd rather have him on the ice. But his shot, he has a heavy, quick shot. He senses pressure and knows how to spin away from it pretty quickly. I know he was in the lineup last night for the Maroons in their Game 6 in Stratford. And even Weiss was playing OJHL. That's why he's not on the picture of the OHL has posted the top picks. But these kids have played a lot of hockey. I think they were a bit tired near the end in the Huron Purse Series. I didn't see them at the OHL Cup, but these kids, like I said, they were double shifting, I would say 50% of the year. So I like him a lot. Small, like I said, he's going to have value. I think he can step in and play a third or fourth line role for sure next year in the OHL, despite his size, because he has a low center of gravity and he takes a lot of hits and he knows how to shift his weight to absorb them.
Yeah, Derek, I saw, I've seen them maybe 7 or 8 times. And again, Weiss is definitely the cream of the crop on that team. He's one of the cream of the crop in the draft. But there were a few of those games where Edgar was their best player.
Oh, yeah.
Again, he's not better than Weiss. He's not a better prospect. But
no, but he can control it.
Yeah, there were games where he was the better player. So.
Yeah. He just needs he doesn't need to be looked upon. Well, this year he didn't need to be looked upon to be that physical force that he took a lot of hits. He gave a lot of hits and not much you want for your second best forward to do in most games. It's just the way he's wired.
At 36, Guelph got an interesting pick with Carter Lewandowski from Vaughan, a player that we had as a potential first rounder. 6'2" centerman. Anybody want to talk on Lewandowski stocks?
Yeah, I got him here. Actually shocked he's not a first round pick. Followed Vaughn quite extensively there at the OHL Cup,
That makes
and
two of his stocks.
he was outstanding. He pushes the offensive pace. His skating is really good. Here's a big centerman who, once he fills out, his ability to read the ice was very noticeable, especially at the OHL Cup. And he has an above average shot that was when he has time to get it off. It's quick, it's hard, and it caught a lot of the goalies by surprise. Plays physical, gets in lanes the way he's supposed to in all three zones, but especially the offensive zone. And I think that just comes down to him reading the ice very well and his hockey IQ. But he was outstanding, and I'm actually surprised. I'll have to talk to George about this pick, because I think it's a great pick for where he got, because he is going to play in the league, and he's going to be a goal scorer in this league, and he's going to be a top six forward in this league, no question about it, especially in Guelph. Guelph has a lot of smaller centermen, and they're going to be graduating, and this guy comes in at a perfect time for them.
Yeah,
they're backing up.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
I was just going to say they're backing up the Weiss pick, who I really like, with another big centerman down the middle here. So this sets up well as a pretty decent draft for them.
I think Guelph did a great job last night, and I think this kid, to piggyback off stocks, like, he's got IQ too. I think that he gets, because he's got such physical tools, great skater, great size, great athleticism. He makes a lot of sophisticated plays, which again is a rare feat for someone that size. And then the other part, I would say, we do the height weights on these kids. And I'm not a doctor or anything, but this kid, his measurables are 6'2", 168. He's got wide base shoulders. He's got a frame that he hasn't even come close to growing into yet. His best hockey is ahead of him. If you look at some of the guys earlier picked, whether it's Dile, Brener, Konopowski, like, those guys look like men right now. This kid has got a lot of room to grow. I think this is tremendous value for Guelph here.
Where are we here? Lewandowski. 37th pick is Sudbury, and they went with Vladimir Provorov out of the 16U program in New Jersey. Brendan, you know him?
Yeah, it's an interesting pick in the sense that he's the first overager off the board. He's a 2008. He played U16 hockey this past year with the New Jersey Rockets. They made it to the final at Nationals. He's a really smart player. He's someone that the more you watch, the more you appreciate. He's got great stick skill, but he doesn't overexpose the puck. He's not trying to dipsy doodle. He just makes a lot of high percentage plays. He's someone physically, he's got to get a little bit stronger, but he's ready to play at the junior level. And he's a great complement to a goal scorer because he'll get you the puck in scoring areas. But his best attributes are definitely his puck handling ability and his hockey sense.
Sudbury, 2 picks in a row here. This is the second pick. They went with Parker Smith out of Waterloo. Stocks, Monroe. I know you guys would have seen both these guys. Or sorry, not both these guys, but you would have seen Smith.
I saw him a little bit in the playoffs. I don't know if he played in the showdown because Waterloo had 4 or 5 guys in the crowd every game. I was shocked to see his stats because he wasn't really on my radar, but the game against Sun County, he had a goal, and it seemed like he scored quite a bit near the end of the year when Matter. He knows how to get open in front of the net. He works the corners well as a winger, and like I said, he's got a quick release that translated into getting quite a few goals down the stretch.
Yeah, just to follow up with Derek, This kid I followed quite a bit through middle of January, right through the playoffs, and he was by far their best player on the team. I know he's not the biggest kid, but he can hit like a truck, and his center of gravity, he doesn't get knocked off the puck very much. Right now, he has an above average OHL shot. Like it's a pro shot right now, and you can tell when from some of his stats later on in the year. But he just turned the corner from Christmas on, and brought that right into the OHL Cup, which I believe moved him up many rounds from where he would have been slated at the Silver Stick. So by far their best player. Not a surprise. Somebody stepped up on him, and he's definitely going to play in the league. And somebody that those are the types of player that.
Oh, you hit the mute button there, Stocks, right at the end.
Sorry, there's those are the type of players the Wolves like to have in their lineup. They had the Brantford kid a couple of years, McCollum there, similar type, but this kid's got a better shot in tight, quick release, and he's maybe not next year, but certainly the year after he'll be there.
Okay. At 39, Brampton took a goaltender out of Chicago Reapers. Brendan, anything on Lucas Johnson?
Yeah. So this is an interesting story with this kid, Johnson. He had a very good season this year, playing at the 15U level in the U.S. He made it to NTDP camp as one of the top 4 goalies in the country, and then he really struggled at NTDP camp. Now, take for what it's worth, it's kind of an all-star game. It's pretty loose defensively, so you're getting hung out to dry a bit. But and being honest, he struggled quite a bit there. Now, the way they do it in the States is after NTDP camp, you have nationals 2 weeks later. There's a lot of kids that they call it the NTDP hangover, where they either kids that struggled at camp really struggle at nationals. Some kids that do well at camp, they get lazy and they already made the team. Johnson is the exact opposite. Johnson went to nationals, carried his team. He had a good team. The Chicago Reapers are a good team, but they're not a championship team. They brought the number 1 team in the country to overtime, almost won the national championship. Big part of it's because of him. This kid is a real gamer. Excellent balance, footwork. He's got body control. Technical ability is high end. He's always in position to make saves. He's square to the shooter. He's smooth in his movements. This is a very high level goalie. And I mentioned that story just to show that he responded very well from a tough performance. Didn't make the national team, didn't play well, and then shows up at nationals and proves that he's one of the top goalies in the country. So I'm excited for him to go second round. I think he really earned it and would have been our MVP for USA Hockey Nationals, which says a lot because there's probably 10 to 15 kids that made the national team at that event.
Another American. Saginaw went with Drew Roscoe. Brendan, I know I saw him at the Oakville tournament when Shattuck was up, and pinged you on him because I really liked him, and you had indicated he's one of your faves.
Yeah, we've been very high on Drew Roscoe ever since he was a Bantam. He's a 6'6", polished skating, athletic defenseman. He's raw for sure. I know teams were thinking about him in the first round. I think the question mark was, can he play at 16? And I think that's a concern because he's a little raw. But I can tell you he was at NTDP camp. He was the one that I think if you ask coaches afterwards, you say, okay, who are your surprises that didn't make the national team? There's 2 kids, Gavin Burkar and Drew Roscoe. And Roscoe is the one that, and I had OHL teams coming up to me saying, how did this kid not make the national program? I would be in that camp too. I think he should have been. And to get him here in the second round, you're getting a kid who if he develops on the trajectory he's been on the last 2 years, you're talking early NHL pick. His skating, his size, his length. He's got a good stick, very good first touch for a player that size. He can really snap a pass off. This kid oozes upside. He could be special. But again, he might take a year.
Owen Sound at 41, Landon Jackman out of Caesars. Maybe I know Ryan, you were pounding the table for Jackman earlier in the year.
Yeah, Landon was one of my favorites all year. Like, I think he has pro upside due to his size, and he's just all over the ice. His compete level is somewhat questionable at times, but whenever he's on, and his shot is powerful, and he's just physical all over the ice, and he's a smart player with the puck as well.
Brennan, any color on that? You've seen him
Yeah.
quite a bit as well.
Yeah, I think with Jackman's a player who it depends who you ask on him, and it depends when you saw him, which indicates a lack of consistency, which is why he fell here. It's why he wasn't invited to NTDP camp. But as Ryan said, when he's on, he's one of the best players in the draft. I saw it twice at Nationals where another team went down and scored, took the momentum in a game, either tied up the game or led by a goal, and he scored 30 seconds later. He did it twice in the same tournament. He's got a rocket for a shot. He's big, strong, can get to the net, can overpower defenders. But he's just very inconsistent. There's guys, when we did our USHL draft ranking for the top Americans, there's guys on our staff that wanted him in the top 10, and there's guys that didn't want him in our top 50. So there's quite a range depending on who you ask and what they think of this kid. His warts are obvious, and that's why there's some guys that want him outside the top 50, but his skill is obvious too, in his size and power game. So he's an interesting one. He's one of the most intriguing players in the draft, and he could go either way. So it'll be exciting to watch his development.
We'll stick with you, Brendan, on another player from Little Caesars. Sarnia at 42 got Jaworski.
Yeah, Jaworski's interesting. He on that team he gets sometimes overshadowed, so it's nice to see Sarnia take him here in the second. They're appreciating the details of his game. He's an honest player. He's got two-way to him. He's smart, gets himself in good spots, and he's got the offensive skill for sure. He put up pretty good numbers this year: 32 points, 21 games. But I think what he brings to the table is a more of a complementary player. He's going to go fish out pucks in the corners. He's going to win battles. He's going to take pucks to the net. He's going to open up space for his teammates. Like on a 3-on-2, he's someone that will drive the net, lure a defender to him to create a 2-on-1 for his teammates. So he's a selfless player. He might not have the high end of the skill, but he's got pretty good size and just plays the game the right way.
London at 43 went with Cooper McCaslin out of Ajax Pickering. Ryan, I know McCaslin's out in your area.
Yeah, I saw him a lot. I just think he's a really strong, powerful, mobile defenseman who is reliable with the puck. He has a really good shot due to his deception and his weight transfer. And I just think his physicality, he's so tough to play against. And I think he could, if he translates, he's a top 4 defenseman at the OHL level.
I know, Brendan, you and I were talking last night over text when this pick came up. I actually love this pick. He's a prototypical London defenseman that they're going to sit on. He reminds me a bit of Logan Mailloux. Got some traits like that, a little bit of Dickinson in him. If they do what they do with defensemen there in London, and they do it, they just turn him out, right? Bonk as well. He's not as physical or as strong defensively as Bonk, but they'll teach him. They'll teach him how to play. Keep an eye on this player. He's got great size, handles pucks for a big guy. maybe needs to clean up his puck movement under pressure, but that's all stuff that I think that London team know how to clean up and know how to develop in those defensemen. And this could be a really nice pick if they ease him into that lineup and work with him. First pick of the third round, Kitchener went with Tommy Kutt out of the Don Mills Flyers. Anybody want to take a crack at Kutt? I've got some comments on Kutt.
I'd just say he's big, physical, tough to play against, very good net front defenseman. Brought a little bit of a different. That was a very skilled team, and he brought a little bit of a different dynamic. He made that team tougher to play against.
I thought in the OHL Cup, like he was their top used defenseman in Don Mills. Sometimes I thought he got out of his element of his strengths and tried to do too much. It just wasn't his game. But you know what Brendan says, he brings all different elements, and he definitely wanted to push the offensive pace. And I'm not sure that's going to translate at the OHL level. But I think with coaching and the right team, I think, you know, you put him in a certain role early on and let him develop into things that he tried to accomplish and did accomplish in Don Mills.
Yeah, and a player who, you know, as you said there, Stocks, probably didn't need to be run and gun. When he finds his role at the next level, he's got the size. He's sturdy on the back end, plays physical, but he was. I like those players. I like those big D who are willing to get forward, willing to take some chances at this age group, because at the end of the day, if you're a 5'6" D at the next level, you still need to handle pucks, right? Ty Bergeron, 45th to Windsor, out of Detroit, Honey Baked. Brendan, I know you've seen him quite a bit. I saw him down in London, another one of those ones where I texted you and said, "Who is this kid?" Big power forward who plays a cycle game, who competes all over the ice. Probably needs to get a little bit of pace in his game, and that'll come as he strengthens up down low. But man, he can roll on that cycle game.
Yeah, he's a favorite of our U.S. director of scouting, Brian Murphy, because the kid plays a really hard-nosed game. He's direct. He can really score. Uh, he's a hard worker. Like, he's got all the attributes you'd want in a captain, and he's got deceptive skill. He's got really deceptive IQ. Because he plays a power game, people don't always give him credit for the way he thinks himself around the ice. But he does have the knock on him, and it was exposed at NTDP camp, was his pace of play and really the stride mechanics have some issues. But, you know, he was tendered in the USHL with Muskegon for the guy he plays for. The coach of his team at Honeybaked is the GM for Muskegon, McGroarty. So obviously he knows him really well. He trusts him and tendered him. If he comes to Windsor, I think that's a steal at third round. But they'll have a battle there, obviously, to get his services.
Next up at 46, Oshawa went with Tyler Hind out of the Toronto Red Wings. Ryan, you got some intel on Hind?
Yeah, I think he's a typical power forward who's tough to knock off the puck. He is a strong skater due to the depth of his stride, and he can create separation. And I just think he could also be a top 6 forward at the OHL level once he translates all his skills.
Yeah, I liked Hind a lot. We had him a little lower on the list. It's one of those kids I couldn't convince enough on our staff to get up the list. But he's 6'2", 150 pounds. Gets to pace quickly, through neutral zone, and where I'd like to see him improve his game is finishing. I saw this player miss about a dozen breakaways this year, right? You know, A, he's getting the chances. B, he needs to figure that out, how to finish more consistently. Guelph at 47. They went with another big D out of Don Mills. Charlie Sullivan.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite D all year. Like he's so tough to play against. He finishes his checks. His ability to facilitate the play and create plays under pressure. Um, I just think his hockey sense, his compete level, and puck skills are just very good, and he's so he's so tough to play against.
Yeah, Paul, you're going to see this player be a top unit power penalty killing defenseman out there. He'll be matched up against other teams' top sixes sooner than later. Like Ryan says, he's smart out there, knows his position, and not all defensemen know how to play defense. And he gets the position. He knows what needs to be done, and I think he transitions well from his D zone and getting pucks up to his forward and moving up the ice to keep tight gaps. It was. He's just an all-around solid, quiet defenseman that you don't notice all the time because he's doing his job and doing it correctly.
And looking at Guelph's picks now, you got Wisik, Lewandowski, who we liked a lot, Sullivan, who we liked a lot, and Brendan's comments on Pape out of Pittsburgh. This is pretty good first four picks. Next on the list, Ottawa went with Cade Campbell out of the Toronto Red Wings. A player who we debated as a group. Two or three of us absolutely love him. I'm in that camp. Others had a few questions on him, but Stocks, do you got any commentary on him?
Yeah, the thing that stood out with this player is his fast twitch fibers. The ability to quickly move around the ice was outstanding and probably the best in the draft, and that's I think why we had these discussions about how high he was going to go, and he ended up being in our top half, our top six defensemen for the draft, and to get him at this number is really good. He's an athlete, comes with the fast twitch fibers that he possesses, and pushing the pace constantly, offering his services in the offensive zone with or without the puck. And I think somebody that's going to develop nicely at the next level with the proper development and to hone in and develop those fast twitch areas that he can get himself into because he reads the ice really, really well.
Yeah, I would. Cade Campbell, I think, is the best skater, maybe overall in the draft. Definitely the best skating defenseman in the draft. And I think it's interesting to see him fall to Ottawa because the same type, not the same type of player as Johnson, who they took in the second round, but the same concerns. They're guys that were being asked to do things that they won't necessarily be asked at the junior level. And as Stock said, maybe too many things on their to-do list. They obviously trust their coach in Ottawa because physically, these are two excellent defensemen. You could say, from a physical perspective, they're the two best defensemen, skating, size, the whole gamut. But they both make questionable decisions, and they try to do things outside of their wheelhouse. So I actually love this pick. And I think it tells you that Ottawa is willing to take players that need some coaching because they value the physical attributes that they can bring.
Yeah, and I think these picks is James Boyd through and through. I mean, you add the Ball kid and the Middleton kid in years previous, and they were raw and had upside. But when they developed 18 and 19 is when you want them, they were beasts in the league, and they provided that. And I think these players, as they grow physically and get to those ages, it's the Ottawa way and exactly what James Boyd has always done.
Moving down the list, we got Niagara went with Caden Bell, a right shot defenseman, and I think he is this the fourth off that Don Mills back end, fourth in the top 50 picks. It shows how good that back end was. Ryan, you got some commentary on Bell. I know you
Yeah,
saw him quite a bit and liked him.
yeah, he's a mobile, fast, puck-moving D who consistently can jump up on the rush. His decision making with the puck under pressure is strong, and he consistently hits his teammates in stride with strong passes and allows them to progress play up the ice. I see this player as a offensive defenseman and a top 4D at the OHL level.
Yeah, and Bell got playing with that great lineup in Don Mills. I think Bell got more and more confident with the puck as the year went on. The fact that Peter Green, who went 14th, was out quite a bit. Peter was their offensive guy. Bell got into a role there where he had to do a little more, and he handled the challenge well. Moving down the list, we got Barry at 50 went with Joseph Salandra out of Brunswick School Bruins from Pleasantville, New York. You know anything about him, Brendan?
Yeah, this was a kid who was in the debate for Prep School Player of the Year in New England Prep School. He's a 2008, so another overager. We're seeing a few of them come off the board in the first night of the draft. He's smart. He's really skilled, and he can score. He's got a quick first step. He's an imaginative player in that he doesn't have predetermined moves. He reads the play and reacts to it. He's somebody that could come in and help Barry right away. So if they can get him, this is not someone they're gonna have to wait a year or two on. He's a kid who can come right in and make a difference.
Moving down the list, the Sioux at 51 went with a player out of Fort Myers, Florida, Trevor Daly Jr. Brendan?
Yeah, son of an NHLer. He's probably the most dynamic, or one of three guys to be the most dynamic forwards in the U.S. Exceptional puck skill, really poised, smart. A little bit inconsistent in terms of his compete meter at times, but in terms of raw skill, he's a game breaker. He's going to play for the national development team next year, so Sioux taking a little bit of a risk, but they've been able to pull Americans before, and they've pulled guys who were tendered in the USHL, so they know how to do it, and if they can get him from the U.S. program, that's a steal at third round. He'd be a top 10 talent in this draft for sure.
That's where his dad played too, was the Sioux.
There you go.
An American player out of Shattuck, out of the 16U team. Saginaw went with Levi Harper.
Yeah, Levi's another kid who he's an 08, so this is I think this is the third or the fourth U.S. players and overager in the first night. Smooth skater, really athletic. He can run a power play. He had almost a point a game this season at the 16 level. He's also a late birth date, which would be attractive to Saginaw. But yeah, he's a puck mover. He's smart, excellent footwork. He's got some Cade Campbell to his game, especially with his feet. So yeah, and again, he's a little bit more mature. He's a year older, so he's another guy I think could come into the OHL and make a team next year.
Ottawa at 53 out of the Windsor Spitfire program, Reed Hayes. Derek, I know you would have seen a fair bit on Hayes.
Yeah, he's very offensive, but he does play a 200-foot game. He was a bit individual, but he did improve his overall team play later in the year. I know they had a few injuries. The defenseman on the back end, O'Mather was hurting another guy. And then there was a third guy, so they had 3 defense, and he was the guy that dropped back. But they said he's opportunistic up front. The series really turned with them in Elgin. He took a 5-minute major and he missed the last 2 games, so that blew Windsor's chance of making the OHL Cup. But he does know how to put the puck in the net. He is offensively gifted. He has a great toolbox. He just needs to, like I said, play a team game even probably a little bit more. But he is quick. He is a bit on the small side, but he's shifty and he knows how to avoid being hit.
Hayes is a player. We talk about these guys all the time, right? And what's he going to do at the next level when he surrounds himself with better players, right? The Windsor team wasn't real deep there, and I'm interested to see how he does playing with more complete players.
I don't know if he'll play next year at his size, but like you said, if he plays at a junior level, I think he'll improve with better players. Yeah, the Windsor forwards weren't necessarily the best group, but they had a decent year.
All right, Sarnia, next 54, Chase Sewell. And this is, I'll let, I know we've got Ontario scouts, but Brendan, you came up and you were all over Sewell.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he stands out at almost 6'6", but I mean, again, we're in the business of trying to project where guys are going to be next year. We're not trying to go 3-4 years out, but like NHL teams are, but we're trying to project where they're going to be in a year, maybe 2 years. And this is a kid who I saw early in the season, looked very raw, all over the place. Positionally, his footwork he pivot the wrong way. There's some obvious holes in his game. Then at OHL Cup, I saw a different kid. I saw a kid who'd really improved his feet. He was playing positional hockey. His stick was in the right lanes. He was starting to trust his feet and play the body and gap up. When you see that kind of a range in one season, that's someone that you circle, you highlight, you say, "Whoa, there's something here." Because if he makes the same jump next year, he's not ready to play in the OHL yet. But if he has that jump, whether it's junior B or U18 or wherever he's going to play, then this kid's going to be really good and could put himself in the NHL talk. He's got a long way to go. He's really raw. But in terms of what I saw from his improvement over the course of a few months, I'd be really excited about where this kid could potentially be.
Yeah, his footwork really improved, like you said, and like below the goal line and the face-off dots in one-on-one battles, he doesn't lose many because of his long reach. He knows how to use his stick and knock pucks away. I don't think he'll ever be an offensive talent, but I think he's a guy that can chip in here and there, and that's probably what he's been looking for. Like, he'll be more of a defensive style, but he'll have some offensive upside. But yeah, it was night and day before the start of the year.
Yeah, one of the most improved players, and I think as the season went on, he kind of figured out too. I say it, he understood that he could use his size for a little bit of evil, right? Use it as a weapon or as an asset. And once he figured that out, he was tough to play against. Moving down the list here, 55, Flint picked up a player out of Wilkes-Barre Scranton, Mason Corville. Outstanding at the OHL Cup is all I know. I didn't really see him too much earlier in the year. Brendan, you got any intel on him?
Yeah, I mean, he was another kid. He didn't make the NTDP camp. I think there was a few people that thought he should have. It's really hard to project goalies at that age, so we didn't really have a comment on our end. He played well in the games we'd seen, but he really turned some heads at OHL Cup. He was one of the best goalies at OHL Cup, and what I think is a pretty talented goalie draft. And he went ahead of Resnick. He went ahead of some pretty established goalies in Ontario. He's composed. He's a guy who's got great body control. He makes good reads, pretty quick reflexes. He's got good size, and he's just a really smart goalie. He's always in position.
Sorry, scrolling ahead here. Another goalie off the board to Guelph. But this guy was Cruz Resnick out of the Toronto Red Wings. We had him in the top 2 goalies on our Ontario-based list. Ryan, I know you saw him. Stocks, you got any comments on him?
Yeah, he was. I watched him in his last round robin game of the OHL Cup. Noticed him in Silver Stick as well, and I think Toronto ended up where they ended up all years because of him. Very athletic goalie, very quick lower half, is able to cover post to post with the splits. I saw him make a backdoor save that he had no business, secondary saves constantly throughout the OHL Cup. And, he's a goalie that's definitely going to play in the league, and I think he's one of the top-rated ones, and I think it was for a goalie going off the board this early, I think it was it's going to solidify them from the back end for sure.
Ryan?
Yeah, what I was going to say is that he competes for pucks in his crease, and he challenges shooters. Like, he's always up in his crease, square to the shot, and he's up and down. Like, he's up and down quickly. He's rarely out of position. Like, I think he'll translate to the OHL level quite well.
If anybody caught him against JRC in the first round of the playoffs, I talked about this earlier with Lammons, who really physically took over that series. Resnick was the stabilization at the back there for the Red Wings. He actually stole a couple games in there, and you always like that out of young goalies. Obviously, technique and size is important. Resnick's 6'2 plus, but you always like those ones that can come out and steal games for you. Next on the list, Owen Sound went with a player out of the USHL, and I think he's an 07, Brendan. Nicholas Sikora, which is pretty rare for this point in the draft.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting pick. I mean, this is a kid. He played at Hlinka for the U.S. He's played a full season, 2 seasons in the USHL. When he first got to the USHL, he's a skill speed forward. Translation took a little bit. He was playing on a weaker team in Omaha. When he got traded to Sioux City, the offense came with him. And so this is a kid who's played high-level junior. He's played at Hlinka. He's got experience. He's skilled. He's smart. He's got a good motor. He's developed some areas of his game that in terms of his compete and forecheck and taking the right angles. This is a guy who, I don't know what his plan is, but if he goes to Owen Sound, he's going to be competing for top 6 minutes right away.
NHL dad, that one too?
I don't know on that one. That one I don't know.
Brantford had the next couple picks here. The first they took was Gavin Christie out of Niagara North Stars. Tyler, you had eyes on him.
Absolutely. Christie's kind of just your stereotypical, very strong, offensively gifted, transitional defender. He serves as your power play facilitator there and does a very capable job. I really like his offensive senses, his puck skills, and he's a big shooting threat. He tends to shoot a lot, and he can identify those lanes quite well. This is definitely like a high ceiling pick, probably top 4 guy at the OHL level, and I like the pick by Brantford there.
Okay. Next pick, they got Jeremy Freeman out of the Toronto Titans. We talked about him earlier with when we went through with Dile. This was the best line, one of the best lines in U16 hockey this year with Dile. Michael Tang, who was a USHL tender, and Freeman. We actually had we were sitting waiting for him last night, Brendan. We had him as a top 10 pick, maybe. Little undersized, but man, can he compete? Hard to knock off pucks, has a nose for the net, loves to shoot, does a lot of things well in his game. Does it translate yet at that 5'9" frame? Let's see if he fills out. He's definitely got the jam in his game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that from a value perspective, so far this has been the value pick. I mean, this kid had 30 goals in 32 games in the GTHL. Yeah, he was playing with some talented kids, but I would argue that he was the driver on that line and not the passenger. And he went way below some of the other guys on his team. So I think this is a tremendous pick. Yeah, he's a little undersized, but you know what? In the OHL, that sometimes can help you because that means you're not going to leave at 18, 19 for an NHL contract. This guy could play a long time in the league. He's got a real motor. I think he's someone who could play next year, despite his size, because he's got a competitiveness and a toughness. He'd be a pain in the ass to forecheck on the forecheck to on the penalty kill. He's got that element to his game. And then you give him a puck around the net, he's going to finish it. So he doesn't need 2 or 3 chances to score. I think this is a really nice value here.
Ryan, you came off mute there. You got
Yeah, no,
I know
I
you
was.
like Freeman as well.
Brendan kind of said what I was going to say. Like I thought like he was probably the steal of day one of the draft. His goal scoring ability is probably one of the best in the draft, and he competes hard, and he's also a really smart player and deceiving with the puck.
Perfect. London. Actually, London's picked a couple of my favorites here. Underrated favorites. They went with McCaslin, who I liked all year, and then this kid out of Elgin Middlesex. I was trying to push him up the list. Couldn't convince everybody here, but Owen Miniotis from Elgin Middlesex, wiry right shot center who plays a 200-foot game, plays with energy. He's got some skill. To me, there wasn't a lot to play with up front there in Elgin, and he was one of the top offensive guys on that team. So it'd be nice to see him play, with better players, in upcoming seasons. I don't know. Anybody else got any thoughts on him, Derek or Stocks or the guys who saw him in the OHL Cup?
Yeah, he definitely the first line center, but like you said, between him and 16, I can't remember 16's name right now, there wasn't much up there. I think most of their offense was Nutting and him and who was 16 again? I can't remember his name. Done. Yeah, those 3 guys. So he does play hard at both ends. He distributes the puck at the right time. Whether he plays next year or not, London won't rush him into the lineup, but I can see him being an important piece of the puzzle down the line.
Yeah, he plays, the defensive side very well. I just don't know how much finish there's going to be at the next level. But he puts himself in the right areas in order for that to happen. But who knows, in another year or so or more, that could develop at the next level, whether it's junior B or U18. But in the playoffs, I just didn't see the finish compared to the other guys that have drafted ahead of him.
Yep. Peterborough at 61 went with another one of this the Shattuck team, Jerry D. Pinzolo. Brendan?
Yeah, this is a really smart, dynamic player who can score. He led his team in scoring by 16 goals in 54 games. That's pretty impressive. He led the team at 140 points. This is a game breaker type. He's really smart. He knows how to find soft areas. He's small, but it doesn't really impact him, at least at this level, because of how smart he is and his play away from the puck. And then once he gets the puck, I mean, he's very poised. He's skilled. The puck sticks to the blade. He's got a quick release. He's got deception. Can break down defenders one-on-one off the rush. He's a really talented player. He did not make the NTDP camp. I think there were some people that were expecting him to be there. I get it in the sense that you don't take him to be a fourth line guy, and they had they were crowded in the top 6. But this is a guy, if he goes to Peterborough, he'll eventually be a top 6 guy in this league. He's that talented. So a really nice value pick there to get him at 61 overall. From a talent perspective, he'd be a top 25 player.
Uh, back to we're in London again, I think. Yeah, back to London with another pick, a player who I didn't notice early, but I know Brendan, you liked him quite a bit and got me onto him. Creative left winger, center, Elone Legalic. Ryan, I know you had some time for him as well. Any comments?
Yeah, he's a guy that I noticed him at Toronto Marlies tournament. And one of the things when I'm scouting a player is I watch kids that do things that are really hard to do. And he does things with the puck that are very hard to do. He can receive a very hard pass on his backhand cleanly in stride, never has to look down at the puck. He can bat pucks clean out of the air. He can settle wobbly passes. He and one touch a wobbly pass flat, which is really hard to do. He picks pucks clean off the wall. So when I watch a kid like him do things like that, now he wasn't their best player, and there was games where he was quiet. But when you see attributes like that, you say, okay, that once he develops, once he learns a role, gets in a system, this could be a very effective kid. I think he's got some of the best hands in the draft. And at 6 feet 150, he's got a lot of room to grow in his frame.
Yeah, I thought his compete level was one of his best traits. Like on the forecheck, he wouldn't give up on plays. He'd pin the opponent against the boards and use his stick to get the puck loose and gain puck possession all the time. He took hits to make plays all many times, and his teammates would come in and gain puck possessions. His compete level was just next level for me.
Last pick of the third round. So this will be the end of last night, and we'll roll right into the fourth round after this. Today's draft. Flint went with Braden Lapalainen out of Sun County. Monroe.
This guy is a gem. I know he's probably 63rd because they probably think that he gets a lot of points because of he picks up the garbage that Weiss leaves. But he's willing to go to the net. I've seen him on the outside beat defensemen with his speed and cut to the net and beat the goalie out. Like he has hockey sense to let a puck that's passed behind him hit the boards and pick it up on the other side and not break stride. But he does it all. He blocks shots. I think, like I said, he's in the shadow a bit playing with Weiss, thinking that he gets his points because of that. But that's a good pick at 63rd to me.
Stocks, did you see him at all down the stretch?
Yeah, I did. I thought he fit in well with his line mates, with the Wizard kid. I mean, it is a good value pick for sure where he went. He always put himself in good areas of the ice, especially in the offensive zone, and he complemented those line mates really well. Was there to receive offensive passes in the offensive zone. Didn't see it towards the end a whole lot of goals, but puts himself in good areas and it doesn't have a problem in front of the net to get those in as well. So, as Derek said, definitely a good pick where they got him there.
Perfect. On to the fourth round. Ottawa started off with a player out of Chicago Mission, Trevor Shorter, 6'6", 175. Brennan, what do you got on Shorter?
This is one of my favorite players in the U.S. And it was funny. I was standing with Boyd watching Chicago Mission at the USA Hockey Nationals in Wisconsin last week. This kid could be a pro. He can skate. He's physical. He's got a lot of tools. He's got a twin brother on the team that's also good. He'll take a little more time, but this kid it was kind of a shock to me that he didn't make the national team. Wasn't even at the tryout. And I guess I'd heard at nationals that this family is so athletic that this kid's older brother walked on the football team at Purdue, which is Big Ten football, made the team as a tight end. And he's like 6'7", 245, something like that. Trevor Shorter could be a really special player. he could be a long time NHLer. He's got the skating, the instincts, the defensive game, the athleticism, good sticks, and physicality. He's just a little raw right now, and if for a patient GM, this kid could be a player. He'll need a year to develop, work on his puck play, but he delivers a crisp, firm first pass. He makes high percentage plays. I think if they get him in the OHL, he's going to be the steal of the draft.
Next on to Guelph at 65 out of Bear Junior Colts, Hayden Martin, a lefty. Somebody on our staff that we debated this year. Some loved him, some didn't, but I know I was in the camp of loved him. Ryan, I know you were as well. What do you got on Martin?
Yeah, like I think his skating is like next level. Like he can change direction. He covers his gaps. He can create plays off the rush. Like he can be up on the player. He can play effective in the defensive zone. He's very smart. Makes effective decisions with the puck under pressure, and he competes as well.
Anybody else got comments on Martin? Again, I thought he was quite dynamic for Barry. Didn't really notice him early in the season. I think he was hurt, and then all of a sudden the London tournament, he engaged offensively every chance he got, and we had him on the radar pretty much from Canadian Thanksgiving there in October after that London tournament. Moving down the list, we got Sudbury took at 66 Owen Leonard from the Toronto Titans. Leonard was outstanding in the playoffs this year. Mike Crawford, our GTHL scout, called me 3 or 4 times on the way home from games where this kid had stolen games and said, "Hey man, we got to get this guy elevated up the list." They had Don Mills on the ropes in the G finals, and a lot of it was the stability at the back that they were getting out of Leonard. So we had him fairly highly rated, and good on Crawford to be able to highlight this guy. Stocks, you came off mute there.
Yeah, the OHL Cup, I thought he was one of the best goalies. He could have also slid up this list. And put himself in the categories of the Resnick kid as well because of what his play was. He tracks the puck extremely well. He challenges very well and puts himself in a good position, especially through traffic. I thought he read the traffic really well from shots from the blue line. And, he was able to have that timing down when he needed to go down and across and move from post to post. So, that's his biggest strength was his ability to track the puck really well in traffic.
Moving down the list now, we got North Bay picks up Jax Pereira, a player who we actually had maybe a round or 2 higher in our projections. Real sandpaper with skill type centerman. He's the only guy I saw all year who was able to get a piece of Lammons. You hit him in the Red Wings series in the playoffs. Caught him with his head down and hurt him a bit. Hard-nosed kid, ability to chip in offensively. Had the chops to play with skilled players, but could also get out there and kill penalties. I don't know if anyone else has got thoughts on Pereira.
I really like this kid. I think he's versatile. I think, like you said, Paul, he can kill penalties. He can play an energy game, but he's also got skill. He's smart enough. He's fast enough to play with higher end guys. And I thought there was a lot of times he was the straw that stirred the drink on some of those teams. He's not as skilled as some of the kids on that Canadians team, but he was the one winning pucks and getting them pucks in space. So I love that. I think North Bay, through the first 4 rounds, has had a tremendous draft.
Yeah, I agree with that. This is a good value pick for them. Owen Sound at 68 went with a big D off the Titans, Toronto Titans. Gavin Yin. I think Yin, 5'11 and a half, 202. He was thick, solid, sturdy on the back end. Late birthday, if I remember, as well. Anybody else got any comments on Yin?
Yeah, I thought he was one of my favorites this year as well. Like he competed, he brushed players off the puck easily, and he has an active stick, and he pivots well. And he keeps his opponents to the outside of the ice all the time. And he's just so effective whenever he defended the rush.
Engaged a little more as the season went on, and he got his confidence. He engaged a little bit more in the offense too. So keep an eye on him up in Owen Sound in that small arena. He's got the build to get in that lineup if he continues to develop physically. Sarnia at number 69, right shot defenseman. Brendan, I know you were big on this guy, Cole Willard. Another late birthday, great size, 6'2", 194 pounds, out of the Toronto Marlies.
Yeah, when I scout players, I don't bring my previous notes with me. So if I go to Marley's tournament, I don't carry with me the notes from Whitby Silverstick, and same with OHL Cup. Every evaluation I had of Cole Willard was different. Now, you could say that's an inconsistency. You could knock that for not having a true style of play yet. I think that would be fair. But I look at that as a kid who's versatile, that can do a lot of different things. Some games he was breaking pucks out. Some games he was tough, physical, mean in front of the net. Some games they used him on the penalty kill, the power play. To me, he's a versatile player. He's almost 6'3". He's physically mature. I think you could plug him in almost anywhere on this on a team at the next level. So I like the kid a lot. He's got to develop in several areas. So I can understand why he fell. He doesn't play to a true identity, but I think there's a lot there to work on. I think he's got real versatility.
Sioux with their next pick went with big center out of Ottawa Myers, Karsten Barbeau. Derek, I know you saw him at the beginning of the year in the London tournament, and I think you liked that Myers team. There were a few big forwards, so we're going to start to see a few of these guys come off the list. Any thoughts on Barbeau?
Yeah, he was pretty slippery on the side coming in on the wings, but he definitely had a rocket of a shot. That's what I really reminded me of him. But I did like him. He was lanky. He beat a lot of guys with his reach and just being able to protect the puck. Very slippery coming in from the peripheral.
Yeah, and a player, I think you describe him well there. If he figures out how to get inside and get to that net more often, he'll be a threat at 6'2", 180 pounds. He's got pace to his game, but needs to get a little bit more into the interior. Moving along, we've got a number 71. Kingston picked up a lefty out of the Huron Perth Lakers. That's the second. I think Derek, you said they got them back together.
So he paired up with Henderson, and it kind of was like he was always in Henderson's shadow. But he's got a lot of tools. He's a good skater. Seemed a bit indecisive at time because usually Henderson was the one supposed to come out of the end with the puck. So, like I said, but all the tools are there. A good skater, pass first mentality. He'll take open ice when it's there. It's very interesting. Kingston took them both together. So maybe that's down the road. They're going to play them together. They saw some value there.
Yeah, this player can shoot the puck too. Saw him earlier in the year, late in games, rip a few on the power play. Again, let's see. I agree with you, Derek. He skates well. He's going to have to mature physically and fill out a bit to be able to handle the play defensively at the next level. But he's got the mobility. Next pick, Ottawa, 72. Get a defenseman out of Des Moines Buccaneers, Blake Zielinski.
Uh,
Brendan.
yeah, he's actually a winger, but he's Zelensky was the first overall pick last year in the USHL draft. He's a 2008. He started the year in North Jersey and then made his way to the USHL. The USHL is it's not as good as the OHL, but it's harder to score, if that makes sense. It's a little heavier, a little older. Um, and he went in there. He had 30 points in 40 games. He's direct. He protects pucks. He can score. He's an honest player. 200 foot. There's a lot there. I mean, it'll be tough probably to get him maybe, um, but I think that's a really nice pick on a player who could come in and play right away, and he'll challenge on that Ottawa team for top 6 minutes if he played next year.
Okay. Another American, Chicago Missions. Next, Saginaw picked this Alexander Milojevic.
Yep. There's an argument Milojevic is the best player in the U.S. this year. Certainly the most dynamic forward. He's got exceptional puck skill. He can score. He's got a great release. Thinks the game at a pretty high level. Super skilled. He can make defenders miss. He was at NTDP camp. Kind of had a slow start, and then again, he's another guy. He doesn't need a second chance to score. If he's got a lane, puts it in the back of the net. I didn't think he was as strong at nationals. Chicago is a little disappointing there. He does try to do too much at times, but in terms of puck skill, he's on an elite level. He'd be from a pure talent perspective, he's a top 10 player in the draft. But he signed with NTDP. He's going to be a first line guy for that team. So I think Saginaw will have their hands full trying to get him. But it's a great pick here because if you get him, you're getting a top 10 player in the 4th round.
Perfect. Brendan, do me a favor. Matt Sheridan's going to pop on as well. He's backstage. Can you get him on the group?
Yep.
All right. Welcome, Matt. Matt's one of our regional scouts out of the Whitby area. He's going to hop on here. It's going to be one of those days where we've got guys popping in and out all day long. So, welcome, Matt. We're down at where did we were just at
Erie 74.
74. AJ Gladman out of Vaughan. Ryan, you I know you saw a bit of him.
Yeah, like he's another a mobile two-way defenseman who can move pucks. He's very smart. For one thing, his positional awareness was probably his main thing. He was consistently in passing lanes, wasn't afraid to block shots. And his stick was always in the lane as well, breaking up cross ice passes. And yeah,
I'm a
great
big
size as well.
Yeah, I really like Gladman. I thought he was excellent at OHL Cup because he's gained confidence in his feet and he's gapping up more. He's playing a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more physical. He's always in the way. I think he makes a clean, flat first pass. He's raw. He's going to need some time. But again, he's a player that's got a high ceiling. So nice pick here. Someone that'll take a year, but could be really good down the road.
At 75, out of Vaughan, again, Genson Gildart, player we might have had around higher. Anybody got notes on him? Ryan Stocks, I know you saw them.
Yeah, I thought
in the OHL Cup.
I'm sorry. I thought he would go last night, to be honest. His skating and compete level, I thought was very high. Like, he can access both sides of his edges. He has explosive speed, and he can facilitate the puck, and he has a really good shot. and I think that those skills will help him translate to the OHL level pretty well.
Okay. Jesse DeBruin, Windsor picks him up out of the Huron Perth Lakers. I like this DeBruin. He's a steady, mobile defender who's got defends, moves pucks well. And then this year I saw a few moments where he was able to chip in on offense. I scored a couple big goals in the Silver Stick for Huron in their championship game. The team out of Huron isn't expected to win the Silver Stick tournament, but these guys had a nice team this year. And De Bruin, his defensive game is his strength, but he does have the ability to get forward and maybe watch that develop over the next few years. Stocks, do you see him at all down the stretch? They didn't come into Waterloo, I don't think.
Yeah, just a little bit. He possessed some offensive upside for his game. He moved the puck well. He played a quiet game. He wasn't flashy. He moved the puck well, transitioned well, played his position well, but he's going to be a little bit of a project down the road. But because they, aside from Huron's big guns, he just played a quiet, simple game.
Yeah. Brendan, you're going to have to maybe roll through this. I got to go mobile for about 45 minutes here. I got to vacate the house. So if you can keep it going, I'll jump on mobile. Next pick is Oshawa, Anthony Timmerman out of the Detroit Little Caesars.
Yeah, Timmerman's one of the best puck-moving defensemen in the U.S. Everyone always says that he's undersized, but his measurables are 5'10" and a quarter, 175. That's big enough for the kind of game he plays. He's very smart. He makes quick reads. He doesn't need a lot of time to process and find the lane. He can pick it off the wall, move it right away. He can run a power play. Big fan of Timmerman's game. He went to NTDP camp and was very good there. He's one of the better performers there. And then he just saw him at Nationals, and he was excellent there as well. He was their best defenseman on a pretty talented team with a lot of good D. Timmerman's going to go high in the USHL draft. I would assume he may have fell a little bit in this draft because they're worried that he's going to go the USHL or college route. But one of the best puck-moving defenders in the draft. All right, we'll move on to 78 overall. Niagara takes Michael Tang out of Toronto Titans. He's another kid. He signed a tender in the USHL with Madison the morning of the OHL draft. So my guess is teams got a little spooked that he's going to go that route. But Ryan, why don't you tell me your thoughts on Tang?
Yeah, I thought his skating was like next level. His ability to change direction. He has explosive speed. He can create plays off the rush, and his shot is very powerful. He's also a very smart player. I thought his processing speed was quite good. His ability to see the play before it develops and hit his teammates in stride with a pass was strong. He could really control the pace of play.
Yep, I think those are all. He's actually American born, so he was at NTDP camp. Didn't make it. I thought he had an argument to make it. He's a smart player, and I agree with everything that Ryan said about him. So he's interesting. I was kind of surprised he would tender in the USHL with Madison, but that'll be interesting. If Niagara can get him, that's a great, an excellent value. 79, Flint takes Ethan Wittenbach. This is a player who's another, we're seeing some overage kids come off the board. He's an 07. Um, he's a strong skater, balanced on his edges, plays a hard game, hard to play against. It's going to be a little tricky to get him because some of the teams that they've drafted out of the USHL are some of the smaller market teams. Sioux Falls is one of the best places to play, so that might be a little difficult. But he'd bring experience to the lineup. He'd be able to play right away. He's balanced, sturdy on his edges. He can make plays in traffic. So that'll be an interesting one to track. 80th overall, Brampton takes Lachlan Larmon, right winger out of Barrie Junior Colts.
Yeah, Brendan, I thought some of his games in the OHL Cup, I thought he was one of their best forwards, to be quite frankly. He was pushing the offensive play. He was making plays with his line mates, putting pucks to the net, a little bit of unlucky puck luck, so to speak. But, I think for where he's going in the draft, he can play in the league, and I think he can certainly be top 9. And depending on team, he could push into the top 6 as he gets to 18, 19 years old.
Yep, for sure. I really liked him at OHL Cup. Erie Otters at 81 takes Lyndon Cabral, right winger at Don Mills.
Yeah, I thought his hockey sense and compete level were his top 2 attributes, as he could make decisions under pressure with the puck effectively. His passes were crisp ahead of the play. He consistently created odd man rushes. His speed was really good due to his quick feet, and he could also create odd man rushes that way. And his shot was also very good. He has a deceptive release.
Yeah, I think he's a great shooter. I mean, he's somebody that I think every game I watch that kid, he scored. I mean, he can really shoot the puck. He gets down. He really gets good stick flex on it, leans on the stick, and just it flies off the blade. He was one of the leading scorers, if not the leading scorer on that team, and that was a very talented team. So that says a lot.
Yeah, I think, Brendan,
Yeah.
just to add to that, I think he's just scratching the surface. I think the longer, he's from Hanover, which is a very small town north of Guelph. And I think that, once he starts playing in better competition and in tougher spots, I think he's going to understand that a lot better. And once he hones in on those skills that we've just discussed, I think he's going to be a player that can play in the league and that can be a top 6 forward for sure because of that release that he does have. If he can translate that into goal production at the next level, I think it's a great pick for where he went.
Yeah, for sure. He's one of those kids that, 4th rounder, 5th rounder, you don't necessarily think they'll sign as a 16-year-old. But if he signed, I don't think anyone would be surprised by it. Number 82, Barrie gets Hagen Bach. It's a tall, athletic goalie out of Shattuck St. Mary's 15s. I don't know if this kid lost a game all year. He was outstanding. 29 games, 932 save percentage. He is like I said, very athletic. He controls his body movements well. Just saw him at Nationals. And he's got a really good head on his shoulders. He's somebody that if he lets a puck in, he doesn't harp on it, doesn't worry about it. He's ready for the next play. I think he's a mature kid and technically sound. He's in position to make saves. He's economical. He's not flopping all over the place. He absorbs the puck. He doesn't just block it. I think that's a really nice value there. In the 4th, 83rd overall, Kitchener takes Evan Nicholson back to Don Mills here.
Yeah, I thought Evan was a typical power forward who can also facilitate play and shoot the puck. Like I thought he was reliable with the puck off the rush, can facilitate through traffic and maintain puck possession. And he also has a heavy shot, and I think his shot is OHL ready already. So, yeah.
Yeah, Nicholson he was underrated offensively. I think on that Don Mills team, he was more of a depth player for them. But he scored a few goals there down the stretch that really helped them in tight games. Brings sandpaper to the game and a layer of physicality.
Yep, for sure. At 84, Barry goes. We're back with Barry. They go with Aiden Mowry, 6'3", right shot D out of the Pittsburgh Penguins elite. Seen a lot of this kid in the last 6 months. Mowry is for a patient GM. Mowry is a huge pick. He's very athletic. He's big. He can play physical. He can move pucks. It's a lot to like about his game. He was invited to the NTDP camp, seen as one of the top 50 players in the country. We agreed with that. He didn't play particularly well at the camp, but another kid who rebounded well 2 weeks later was at Nationals, was shutting down players, was breaking up passes. He's got a very good stick defensively and offensively. And I think he's, as Stock said about a kid earlier, just scratching the surface. I think Mowry's just scratching the surface. He could be very good down the road, and if Barry can get him up there. I don't think he's going to be ready next year, although, again, he's got the size and athleticism, so he could. But I think as a 17, 18-year-old, this kid's going to be on the NHL trajectory, and really nice value here. 85 overall, Guelph selects left winger Ilya Shabinski out of the Toronto Junior Canadiens. He's an 07, so coming out of the OJ, 55 games, 46 points. I don't know if anyone's seen him recently.
That's an interesting pick.
Yes. I like him this year. Quick, skilled, facilitates the puck really well. Just sees the ice. I think he had a really good season in the OJ with the Junior Canadiens, and I think he's someone that could make the jump next year.
Awesome. So yeah, we've seen, through the first 5 rounds, we've seen a bunch of overagers. Typically, first 5 rounds of an OHL draft are, the birth year, and then you start maybe taking some overagers later. So interesting to see some of these older guys come off the board. All right, next up, 86, Sudbury takes Caleb Dinovich. This is a kid out of Wisconsin who played on that Chicago Reapers team that made it to the national championship game. He was another kid that was invited to NTP camp as one of the top U.S. players. He's a versatile defenseman, 5-tool player. He can skate. He's a great passer. He's got a really nice shot from the point, gets it off quick, gets it through traffic. He's got some physical to his game. He's poised with the puck. He doesn't rush decisions. Thought on the breakouts he was high percentage. Is a very good player. And again, he's a 5th-round guy, but he could make Sudbury's team this year. He's that good. I know some USHL teams were circling on him. He was in the tender discussion. So this is an excellent player, excellent to get him at 86 overall. I'd say from a talent perspective, he's probably, 10 to 15 best defenseman in this draft. So really nice slot there. Next Bay, North Bay, again, continues with an excellent draft in our view with Cole Vergenhill, 6'3" goaltender out of Halton.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite goalies in the draft class this year. He has size. He can he can track pucks well. Although he does have a hard sometimes get out of position, his size helps him maneuver in his crease and see the puck through traffic.
Yeah, I thought he had a good OHL Cup. Struggled a little bit in the playdowns in the playoffs with consistency, but again, big body. needs to work on the lower frame quickness from get to post, but I really, his angles really stood out. He was able to cut them down and be able to track his net front area in order to be in proper position as things transition from weak side to strong side.
And Brendan, going back to the kind of the front of the draft there, North Bay's got Warren, who again neutral zone. We had him as a top forward. Konoposki as one of the top D, and Bergenhill was our top rated goaltender. So good value pick here.
Yeah, North Bay's having quite a day. 88th overall, London takes Jake Ritson, lanky centerman out of Rink Hockey Academy, out in Winnipeg. This is they went out of region for this one, but I guess he is Ontario born. He's a bit lanky, but he's got a good stride. He's skilled with the puck. He can handle hard passes clean, and he's a well-rounded player. Someone that will go down and block shots. He'll compete in his own end. He's someone that when he moves the puck, he works to get open and get it back. He'll be the guy who drives the net without the puck on an odd man rush to give his teammates time and space. So I just think he's an honest player. He plays hard in his own end. He's got good length, and once he fills into his frame, Ritson could make this jump. It's going to take him a little longer, maybe another year, but the fact that he played U18 this season against CSSHL competition probably gave London the confidence that he can play against bigger, stronger, older players. 89th overall, North Bay takes Lincoln Edwards. Had a run here, Don Mills players. What do you guys think of Lincoln?
I thought his OHL Cup was very strong. He was one of their most consistent, best forwards during the playdowns. He drives the pace and understands his line mates and how to create offense, put pucks to the net on a consistent basis, and just needs in tight little finish in those areas, and definitely has a chance to play in the league.
Yeah, he was very productive for them all season long. I can't remember his stats off the top of my head, Brendan, but every time I saw him play, he scored. Not every time, but a large majority of the games that I saw him play, he put the puck in the net. So he's got a nose for the net, and it worked well with Lee and Marada, and that a lot of those high skilled forwards on that Don Mills team.
Yeah, he had 26 goals and 23 assists in just 30 games, and he was a point per game in OHL Cup. So he knows how to create offense. Flint at number 90, Carter Beauchesne, out of Upper Canada Cyclones. This kid has an excellent season. He's big. He's got some strength to him. He protects pucks well. I think he's got more skill than he gets credit for. So he can kind of flip back and forth between power and a finesse game. I think he's really smart. He puts pucks in the right areas. I really liked him in OHL Cup. I just thought he was always around the puck. Forechecks, takes the right angle, and he was making plays at the net. I've heard a lot of NCAA teams have asked me about him, which tells me he's thinking about that route. Now, obviously, now you can do both, but that would be my guess at why he slipped to 90. I think most people would have had him as maybe a top 50 kid. So I don't know what you guys think of him, if anyone's seen much of him this season, but I think a nice value here.
Yeah, he put up big numbers all year, Brendan, and I had a good look at him when he came into town and at the OHL Cup. I'm worried about his ability, his pace through the neutral zone. but his half ice game, his special teams on the power play, I think his cycle game actually surprised me. He was able to generate quite a bit off the cycle. So he's the type of player, if he can continue to work on that gear, there may be something there. Because he's got some touch around the net and an underrated heavy game down low.
Yep. Next up, Brantford at 91 takes Benjamin Carr, 6'5" centerman for Ottawa Myers. Who saw Ben?
Ryan, I know you and I talked about Carr all year, right? That size is just it's hard to ignore. But he's a player who needs to get an extra gear in his game, maybe a little bit more intensity in his game. But oh man, what a package! He's got some touch around the net. I think if he figures it out, from an intensity side and works on his pace, there's a lot of raw skills or raw athleticism to work with, or attributes to work with.
Yeah, like he has a lot of size, but I do think he could work on his skating a little bit, and that needs to develop if you want, so he could translate to the OHL level for sure.
He's somebody that does a nice job of, and again, it's easier when you're this size, of protecting the puck. But I think he does a nice job of not just holding it out and from a shielding perspective, he actually uses his body to get in front of defenders where he doesn't even need to touch the puck to protect it. That's going to help him a lot below the dots and play that kind of game. And he gets his stick on loose pucks in front. He's not the quickest to get to the puck, but he gets his stick on loose pucks and was good at the net front. He's going to be an interesting player down the road. 92, Kingston takes Royden Smith, starting goalie for the Toronto Marlies.
Yeah, I thought through the year, very athletic goalie. Again, we go back to fast twitch fibers. I think, he's an athlete, covers the net well. I think he's raw. I think he's got some upside. Needs to tidy up his skating and edge work. I think that, once that gets tidied up, he can move around the net a little bit better. But big body, reads pucks through traffic really well, kind of follows himself in the net and so forth. But just as far as back and forth, high and low in his net and stuff like that, I think it's a little bit of edge work. But, I think it's a good value pick here to play in the league. So we'll see where that comes with some of his development.
Yeah, and I want to give a plug to the Marlies this year had two goalies. Their backup was female, Sophie Jovanovic. And, that's a tough level. These are some of the best players in all of Ontario coming down on her. I've seen her play some really good games, and I've seen her get lit up a couple times. But this woman has the potential to be a Hockey Canada goalie. She's 6 feet tall. She's incredibly athletic. So I give Marlies credit for having her net, give her a lot of credit for playing this level hockey. And that's going to be a name to keep an eye on going forward, because in the women's game, she's going to be, like I said, she's one of the best 09 goalies in all of Canada.
Yeah, just to add to that, Brendan, I thought she tracked the puck really well, especially when it was below the goal line. She was in proper position on her posts and being able to come out. She had an active stick. And again, there's some good and some bad games for consistency stuff, but that option for her at the next level for females, I think, is definitely there. And she is very athletic as well. So, yeah, I can agree more.
93, Barrie takes Owen Meeum, if I pronounce that correctly, 6'3" winger out of Don Mills.
Yeah, so he's once his lower half develops, right now I think it's just commanding his edge work and balance. Once that catches up to the rest of his body and how he moves on the ice, he's a good skater, north and south. But that area there, if that gets tidied up, and it's going to tidy up with his development and his maturity, but he's a force. Nobody can control him going down the lanes and going to the net, and even in front of the net when he was out there on the power play. He didn't play much power play, but when he did get a chance to get out there, he was able to position himself in the offensive zone in order to get pucks to the net. And once he developed 18 and 19 years old, he's going to be very hard to handle. He knows he's a power forward, and that's the game he plays. He's very physical. And I think once he develops and finishes checks, he can easily separate the man from the puck and create havoc for defenders, but especially open up routes for his line mates in order to create offense.
I couldn't agree with you more, Sox. I always put PTHI on a kid like him. Plays to his identity, and that's what he is. I agree 100% with that eval. 94th overall, Erie takes Gage Hurst, a little over 6'2" goalie out of Oakland Junior Grizzlies. Our scouts are high on him all year, both in Ontario when they went up and played in Ontario and in the States. He's incredibly athletic. Played on a team that he faced a lot of shots, got hung out to dry quite a bit, and had to make a lot of sprawling kind of saves. So sometimes he was out of position. Sometimes he maybe his feet are too happy in the net. But it was interesting to see him play for TPH at OHL Cup, where he had better players around him, wasn't being hung out to dry, and you could really watch him process the game, get himself into good spots. His post to post is quick. His up and down is quick. He's got really quick reflexes. He's flexible. There's a lot to like about Gage Hurst and his upside. I would have argued for him to be at the NTDP camp. You guys saw him recently at OHL Cup. What were your thoughts there?
Outstanding. Go ahead, Ryan.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say like what Paul said. Like he was outstanding. Like I thought he could track the puck. He moves well. He challenges shooters. He competes for pucks in his crease. Like he just does all the little things well, and I think he'll do well at the next level.
And Brendan, I caught him in London back in October. I would have had him. I remember writing him up, and I thought he was Oakland's best player, by far. I would have had him if he was a Canadian or an Ontario base player. We really focus on the Ontario base players. I would have had him right at the top of the goalie list this year. This is a great pick. I think he's a late birthday too, if I remember. So they'll have a little time to sit on and wait for him to develop.
Yeah, no, he is. He's a December birthday.
Yeah.
At 95, Niagara takes Connor Hafner, 6'2" goalie out of UCC.
Another big goalie who competes for pucks, and he I thought was like what was the driving force of that Upper Canada team and how they won some games, as he made some big saves, a lot of odd man rushes, and he could move across his crease well, has a good glove, and yeah.
I saw him play at OHL Cup against, and I wish I remembered the team, but he stole the game. They won the game because of him. And I just kept, especially on the penalty kill, his composure after getting shot after shot after shot, rebounds, tips, and the kid looked like he just got on the ice. Goaltenders that make hard things look easy are kids you need to really spend time on, because that shows their technical ability. It shows their ability to read the play, and he does that in spades. So I'm excited to see his future. I like that pick for Niagara. 96 overall.
Just another comment on Hafner as well. Ryan, I remember you and I talking at the Whitby Silver Stick. He stood on his head in the game, and I didn't get a chance to see it, but they beat Don Mills. I don't know if they beat them or they tied them, but it was
No,
definitely a surprise.
yeah, I forgot. I was at that game. Yeah, they beat Don Mills because of him. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I went and watched him at the Marley tournament. Thought he struggled a little bit in the game that I saw. So some consistency he'll need to work on, but big kid who has the ability to steal games. That's the kind of goalie that you like, right?
Yeah, 100%. 96 overall, the Sioux take Evan Pahanich. Hopefully pronounce that correctly. A 6'3" right shot defenseman at York Simcoe.
Yeah, so Brendan, earlier on in the year, he played a lot more than he did down the stretch, especially in the OHL Cup. But with his size and his ability, I found his mohawks and his footwork to stand out such an early time in the year. As the year went on and you start playing elite teams and players start becoming more elite than when they started, I thought he struggled a little bit at the OHL Cup. But the foundation for his footwork is there, and he's a defensive defenseman that's going to be – he reminds me of a Middleton defenseman from the past. He's going to be a defensive defenseman, and one of his strengths is move the puck to the forwards as soon as you get the puck. When you find an open forward, he moves it. And that's going to be his strength moving forward. Puck moving defensive defenseman. And I like this pick here. He slid from where we had him ranked. And I think that possibly because of the OHL Cup. But the groundwork is there for a defenseman this big with feet like that. And that was very noticeable. And that's one of his strengths. And he's raw. His development and team that he goes to, that he got picked from, is going to be crucial in where he fits into their lineup. And I think he's definitely a penalty killing first unit when he's 18 or 19.
Yeah, and I'll just
Ryan,
yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Ryan and Sheridan, you guys saw him quite a bit this year, and I know you liked him. Any comments on top of what Stock said?
Yeah, I just thought Evan was a mobile, puck-moving defenseman who's tough to play against, and I think that'll help him at the next level.
Yeah, I think guys like this, and I just point this out because we're now getting into the middle of the draft here, the 5th round. Stocks pointed out, how he did at OHL Cup. I didn't actually watch much York Simcoe at OHL Cup, so I can't comment on him specifically, but I would just say overall, if you watch recency bias in this draft, and in really all the CHL drafts, but I would say particularly the OHL draft with this OHL Cup, there's been more mistakes made than correct. If you take a player that was okay during the year and then shined at OHL Cup, you bump them up too much, and on vice versa. And it sounds like with this kid, might have had a struggled at OHL Cup and bounced down. You really shouldn't give a year's worth of work, give it away on one weekend. So I've seen a lot of mistakes be made, good or bad, on up or down, I should say, on OHL Cup performances. It should be part of the portfolio, but not the whole shebang. 97, Owen Sound takes Eli Winters, 6'1" goalie out of Fox Motors. Really talented kid. He's smart. He's mature. He's got excellent body control. It's one of the things I really look at for a goaltender. He's composed. He went to NTDP camp. Was clearly the number 2 guy there behind Chiswick. Chiswick's one of the best goalies U.S. has had in a few years. And he's just somebody. He's got good reads. He knows where the puck is going. He can anticipate so that he's never taken off guard. I just thought he was very good down the stretch. And Fox, he faces quite a bit of shots. They're a good team, but they're not a great team. And he had to make some really tough saves throughout the season. So we're really high on Winters, and he's signed with the NTDP team. So I think that's probably why he skid down to 97. But he'd probably be a top 5 goalie talent-wise in the draft, certainly top 10. Ottawa at 98 takes Noah Lagambina, goaltender for Don Mills. Anyone got anything on him?
Yeah, we had him a little bit lower on the list, Brendan, but he kind of came through at the end of the year. And Don Mills, I think they were in the finals or near the finals in every tournament. In fact, the OHL Cup, he as the games got more competitive and it was tighter, he was strong in their net and really showed that he's competitive and a little bit, needs to be able to catch the puck a little bit better and rather than, he's a blocker, if you will. Controlling his rebounds, he's going to have to work on that, but definitely the compete level showed through for him this year.
The next kid is for Erie, number 99 overall, Broden MacArthur, right shot defenseman. He's one of the top rated defensemen in the country. He's certainly going to be top 4 on the U.S. national team next year. We didn't have him on our list because he's a Dallas Stars. He's listed as being born in San Antonio, Texas, which would be outside of the OHL territory. We had him as a Western League guy, so I didn't know he was eligible for this draft. But in terms of value, I mean, this is a two-way, highly skilled, excellent skater, balanced, can change direction. He's an outstanding player. He probably is our second or third ranked U.S. defenseman in the country. So great pick. I bet you there's a lot of teams that didn't know that he was OHL territory. London at 100 overall, they take Charlie Weiss, goaltender for Oakville Rangers. We're seeing a run on goalies now.
Yeah, Charlie's a goalie who has size, who can he can steal games as well. He competes for pucks high in his crease, and he moves from post to post quite well. And yeah, I really liked him at OMHAs this year.
I saw him steal a few games as well. A game in Halton in the playoffs, big game for them. Titans tournament earlier in the year, he was on our radar. Him and Resnick had a great goaltending duel early. I think it might have been a quarterfinal game, won in overtime, chances both ways, and it was.
Next up for Sarnia at 101, Gunnar Goldstrand, centerman, 5'11", out of Detroit Little Caesars. Seen a lot of this kid in the last month. They played, Little Caesars played at OHL Cup, and they also played at Nationals the very next week. He's a bit underrated for that team. Jackman and Marie, and they got a bunch of guys talented up front, but I really like this player. I think he's got subtle skill. He's smart. He's a late birth year as a December 11. He's got good touch on the puck. He can kind of place passes. He receives hard passes clean. He's got some 1v1 skill, but he doesn't overexpose it and risk the puck. So I think he's a smart player. Maybe needs another gear sometimes. He's not always 100%. But I just like his game. I think he's a subtle skill, smart player. 102.
I'll take a note. Take a note. I'll take a note out of Murph's book. I like this player. Right.
Yeah.
Really underrated skill. Saw him score a lot of nifty goals. Can play the game with pace. Has the ability to beat players as well. And that was a deep Caesars team, but this kid had some real bright spots in games that I was able to see them in this year.
Yeah, I think Gulfstream will definitely be an early pick in the USHL, so it's going to be a fight for who can get him. Sarnia has beaten off USHL teams before, so that wouldn't shock. And he's a kid that don't be shocked if he makes the team. As a 16-year-old, I don't think that would be the plan, but he's got that kind of ability. He'll surprise people at camp. Put it that way. Um, Next up, another U.S. overager, an '08 Caden Harvey. It goes to Windsor. This is a kid we were really high on last year in the USHL draft. Thought he might be a tender, um, and had him high on our OHL US list. But he's really matured this year. The knock on him last year would have been inconsistent, doesn't compete hard at all times, in and out. But he's rounded out his game. He's been more consistent. He's stronger on pucks. He's an effortless skater, very smooth stride, and he can score. And I saw him at Nationals, U16 Nationals, playing. He's no eight, so he's playing older players, and he just looks stronger. He looks a step quicker, and just a little more honest in his game. So I think he could be an excellent player. And for Windsor, he's another kid who could come in and play next year. He'd be a 17-year-old, and I think he's definitely got that kind of ability. 103 overall, London takes Mike Zakharov, 6'4" centerman out of King Rebellion. Anyone seen Mike this year?
Yeah, I saw him a bit. Big frame, facilitates the puck well. Showed off good hands in tight areas. I really liked his effectiveness around the net. Gets in the goalie's way, finds second-hand opportunities. This was his rookie season in the OJHL, but he was effective for King. So I like the swing. I think he could be an effective player down the line.
Yeah, 6'4". He's in 2007, so he's a little older. But London's has taken a couple overagers here, so kind of interesting. They're obviously going to have some room, some spots to fill next year, given how well they're performing this year. Some of these guys are going to graduate and move on. Some of these guys are going to sign pro contracts. So it sounds like they're looking for guys who can come in and play. 104, Peterborough takes Daniel Tout, 6-foot right shot defenseman of Huron Perth. Who wants to take
Big,
this one?
big right shot D, and he just plays a simple game. He'll need to work on his mobility and pace to play at the next level. But he played a simple puck moving game back there. Can play physical at times. Tough in the corners and in front of his net. And saw him score a couple goals this year. I was surprised at how quickly that puck comes off his stick.
Next up, we have Zach Naish for Guelph, taking 105, 6'6", right shot D. I'll throw it to Ryan, but I really liked this kid at Toronto Marlies. My report says one of the more intriguing prospects in this year's draft as a 6'6" right shot defenseman, late birth year, unicorn.
Yeah, for the size he has, he is quite mobile, and he's reliable with the puck. He can execute strong breakouts, and I was just surprised with the mobility he had due to his size, and he's so tough to get around whenever you're on the rush, and I'm excited to see how he translates for sure.
Next up, London at 106 takes Pearson Clute, left shot D for Quinty Red Devils.
He was one of the big D's off Quinty. I don't have much on him, but I liked his puck moving skills and his skating ability.
Steady birthday or steady back there. I think he's a late birthday. if I remember. I don't have my notes in front of me right now, but just
Yep,
kept it
December
simple.
23rd.
Yeah, good size for that, being born in December. I saw him in a few games. He intrigued me a bit. I think it was a game at Titans where they pitched a shutout, and he was the shutdown guy out there late. They were relying on him for penalty kill and to protect the shutout. And then as the year went on, I saw a little bit more engagement on the offensive side too. So, player who could probably grow into something if he continues to work on both sides of his game.
107, Ottawa selects Braden Blythe, 6'1" right winger out of York Simcoe.
Yeah, Braden for me, I think is a steal in the 6th round. To be honest, he scored a lot of big goals for his team, and his shot is just very powerful, and he has a quick, deceptive release that gets it off his stick quite quickly, and his stride just allows him to protect the puck well and get by opponents easily. I really like this pick here.
Next up, if we're talking value, 108 overall, Cannon Thibodeau, centerman for the Toronto Marlies. One of the more dynamic forwards in this year's draft. Kid can score, he can set up, he's got quick first step. He's signed with the national team, which is slated to be a top 6 for them. So I would assume that's why he obviously fell where he fell. But this kid has the potential to be a first-line center at the OHL level.
Yeah, he was among the top point producers all season in the G. Brendan, I know you and I sat and watched the game at the OHL Cup together, and I told you keep an eye on this Perot kid. I haven't seen Perot get beat all year, and Thibodeau got him twice in that game, right?
Yep.
He got him with pure speed and agility on the outside. So this is obviously a kid destined for the U.S. program. But keep an eye on him, whether he lands in the OHL or the program. He's got the pace. If he can grow and fill out and develop physically, he'll be a player to watch. We had him probably top 7 or 8 on our list entering the draft this year. We don't really rate them based on where we think they're going to go, whether it's the program or not. We'll rate them as we see them.
Yep. 109, North Bay takes Oscar Cannabelli, 6'3", right shot D, out of the Ottawa 67s.
So Oscar played a lot of wing this year in games that I saw. Saw him in the prospects game as well, playing wing. If this is the guy that I'm thinking about. Hard-nosed kid, good size, and versatility in his game.
Yeah. For the Sioux at 110, they take Nick Solomon, goaltender for Niagara. I was watching a game with him with Ryan at OHL Cup, and this kid stole the show. Ryan, I know you've been on him all year. What are your thoughts on Solomon?
Yeah, I think his size and his vision is like very good. Like he can see the puck through traffic. He moves well. He's big. I just think his size will help him translate to the next level quite well, and he can move from the stand up to the butterfly position quite quickly, which is quite good.
I thought he was a kid who he had very good paddles, very good glove. He likes to catch the puck. He doesn't give up a lot of rebounds. Composed. I think he was excellent at OHL Cup. Sarnia At 111 takes David Healy, another goalie, good-sized goalie out of Vaughan Kings.
Yeah, so I think he's underrated, to be honest with you. I thought he was very good at the OHL Cup on a very good team. Very quick lower half, post to post, comes out and challenges, very compact, and he has some athleticism to him, which gives him success. So I had him, up in that grouping of goalies that went, in the fourth and third round, and he kept them in a lot of the games in the OHL Cup. Some of them I felt that the team maybe didn't play as good, and he kept them within shot to either win that particular game or keeping the score tight.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Brendan, I know. Little story about Brendan. He's a huge Toronto Marlies fan. Every year, he's like, "Who's the Marlies got? Who am I going to be looking at in the Marlies?" And Healy was dynamite in their playoff round versus the Marlies. It was all the first two games were 2-1, 2-1. They beat him 4-1. He didn't give up anything that whole series, really. And if you caught him there, you looked at him and went, "This kid's a gamer."
Yep. 100%. Agree with that 100%. Next up, 112, Niagara takes Tyler Lee, small, quick twitch, dynamic forward out of Don Mills. I think we had him quite a bit higher. I get it. He's undersized, but didn't hold him back in the games I saw. Kid's got great balance, great edge control, can play at pace, thinks the game at a high level, doesn't have to slow down to make a play. Not sure what you guys think of. We're joined by our fearless leader, Michael Crawford, joins the podcast.
Hey.
Hey, Brendan, just to add to that, I thought his separation speed was outstanding. He was able to maintain speed, especially through the neutral zone with the puck. And sometimes players tend to slow down once they get the puck and they're controlling it. But he was able to accelerate and have separation speed with the puck, which is very hard to do. And yes, he's undersized, but sometimes that's going to be depending on the team and the makeup of that particular team. I think he can complement it. We have the Lamb kid in Kitchener that's complementing everybody really well over there, and they're one of the top teams.
Yep, 100%. At 113,
Lee's going to have to figure.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, Brendan. Lee, like if you compare Lee to Lamb, that's a pretty good comparable. Lamb's figured out how to get into the interior. Lee's going to need to figure that out down the road. He's real nifty, but you're going to need to see more interior play from him, and he might take a few years in the provincial league to figure that out. But definitely the skills there.
Next up at 113, Windsor takes Caden Rolling, 6 foot right shot D out of Barrie Colts. Paul, I know you really liked him. I thought he was excellent at OHL Cup. Kind of an underrated defenseman. He's mobile. He's got a good defensive stick. Does a lot of the little things well. Nice value here in the 6th.
Yeah, probably fell down our list as the year went on too. At the beginning of the year, he looked a little bit more dynamic, like he could get forward. He was overshadowed a bit by the Martin kid who went earlier. There's some tools, definitely some tools there, and he's got decent feet to work with. Again, he fell down that lineup for some reason and didn't really get the opportunity. So maybe next coach, next level, will see what we see and give him the opportunity to shine.
Next up at 114, Braden Horton, right winger out of Shattuck St. Mary's. This is a kid who signed with the national program. He's a hockey player. He's 200 foot. He's responsible. Does all the little things well. He stops on pucks. He's got a good stick. He back checks hard. And offensively, he's direct. He goes to the net. He's got a good shot, quick release. He can protect pucks. He can make subtle little plays in traffic. Horton's a ball player. Again, if Windsor can get him, that'll be a steal at the sixth round. But at least for next year, he's signed on with the national program. 115, Saginaw took Brian Rathwell, close to 6'5" goalie out of the Ottawa Valley Titans.
Rathwell, he was a goalie that came on later in the season for me. He's a big mobile goalie who can defend Ottoman Russians quite well, and he even for his size, he moves very quickly, and he's consistently square to the shot.
I thought he was excellent.
Crawford, I know you. Sorry, Brendan Crawford. I know you saw him a bit down the stretch at Ottawa Valley and liked his size. Do you agree there?
That's the guy that got everybody in the crowds to go, ooh, ah, what a save. So for me, I think he's still got some baby fat on him. He's probably 220 pounds at 6'5". And he's just got to change it around. And hopefully, these big guys that sprawl out like he does and attacks the puck because he had a good D in front of him. I think that he's the best goalie out of Ontario. And they just got him in what round are we at now?
Sixth.
Okay. So, I was saying for myself, if you need a goalie for the future, I would have taken him in the first round. Like Ivancevich for at the time it was Mississauga, now they're Brampton. But this guy's a monster. So I think time will tell with him because Saginaw definitely needs some D in front of them, and they need a goalie. So they're going to give him every opportunity to play right away.
Yeah, I agree with Crawford in that. I probably would think Saginaw didn't think he'd be around this late, and he's got starter potential in the OHL. And usually, bigger goalies don't have great technical skill. They just kind of get in front of pucks, and this kid's got technical ability. He's got good posture in the net. He comes out, he challenges the puck. He doesn't just rely on his size. This kid could be very special down the road. Next up at 116, Sudbury takes Kingston Harris, 5'11" centerman for Toronto Marlies.
This player, when we debated him in our scouting meeting, there was a lot of love and a lot of not love. And Brendan, I know that you were all year high on him, so you can start.
So Kingston, again, as I mentioned earlier, I'll say again, when I'm scouting a player and they do elite level things, I notice that a lot more than the warts. So some kids have things they do very well and some things they don't do well. He's got obvious warts, but he does things with the puck that very few players can do in this draft. I would say he's got elite stick handling ability. He can slow the game down, which not many kids can do at this level. He can find passing lanes in the second layer, which means he looks beyond the defenseman. He looks beyond the traffic, can find the guy, and has a skill to put the puck there. He can score difficult goals, which shows that he can read a goalie, see where he makes a move, and then put it to the hole. Again, another rare skill that you don't see at this level. So, yeah, he's got to be a more complete player. He's got to win more puck battles. There's things there that would worry a team, I'm sure. But raw ability, skill, the way he processes, and again, I like the fact that he's 5'11", 148 pounds. He's going to be a different player with 20 pounds on him. Some people have argued over the year that he's a little too perimeter for how skilled he is, but he's light. And I think at this stage in the draft, to me, this is the steal of the draft. I think he's a first round talent. I think he's a top half of the first round talent, if I'm being honest. And there's some concerns there. We'll see. But I think he could be a difference maker and not have to wait many years to be one either. What do you guys think?
I can talk about him. I've watched him for 3 years. Each year he keeps digressing. So he thinks he's above everybody on his team, and he doesn't play. So I'm trying to be positive about the kid. I agree all the skills and everything else, but it's attitude. And he has an attitude that will not help him when he goes to play in the pros. So he's definitely going to play some professional hockey as long as he stays injury free. And I hope you're right, Brendan. Steal of the draft, because the potential is coming out of his yin yang, if you want to say that. This guy he's got all the potential in the world. But, and I'm just going to leave the but to whoever wants to find out.
Yep. No, I think it's fair. You're not alone in that.
Like I say, sorry to interrupt you, Brendan, but like I say, we debated him long and hard. We left him up inside the first round. So, based on his talent, and if somebody can harness this and get him on the right track, this would be a steal, right? Where are we at now in the draft?
He went 116th overall.
Wow. All right.
And Sudbury's has taken on some projects like that before and done pretty well with them. So I think that's a good program to draft him. 117, London gets Chase Griffith, 5'11" center out of Elgin, Middlesex.
Those
hard-nosed kid. Hard-nosed kid who can play 200 foot. Like to see a little bit more finish in his game. But who drafted him, Brendan? I didn't hear.
Hold on. London.
Yeah, I thought you said London. I was going to comment. Not too far off the Van Gorp, the kid who actually made London after a few years, who was hard nosed and not there to be a finisher, more of a depth player in that lineup. I would say a similar hockey player, right? Somebody you can sit on, and he may fit into a good London team a few years down the road again.
118, Kingston takes Ty Robar, 5'11" centerman out of the Toronto Titans. I was a little late on him. I had notes on him, but I had kind of B- B grades on him earlier in the year. And then at OHL Cup, I thought he kind of took it to the next level. He's always around the puck. He's hard on pucks. He wins a lot of 50-50 battles. Just thought he was an honest player. He got in front of shots in his D zone. I don't know how much skill is there in terms of high end, but he's a nice piece, and he can play up and down the lineup. Uh, 119, Barry takes Christian Semetsis. Christian is the best skating defenseman in the United States. He made the U.S. national team. He's coming off winning back-to-back national championships at Mount St. Charles. He's got excellent footwork. He can push pucks up ice. He can run a power play, handles the puck well, gets shots through. Kind of an offensive defenseman, if you will. But the footwork is outstanding. He's probably the best skating defenseman in this draft. It'll be tough to pluck him off the national program because I think he's slated for a top 4 role. But if Barry can get him, that would be a great pickup here. 120, Brantford takes Miles Ginman, left winger out of Ontario, played for Bishop Kearney this year in the States. Have you guys seen much of Miles? I can talk about him if not.
He played for that TEP team, did he not,
Yes.
Brendan?
Yep.
Yeah. He's got an older brother that's been up a few times with Brampton. And he goes right back. He's a provincial player, his brother, and this guy here is a little more skilled. They have their father played in Europe mainly, and they're Swiss. They have dual citizenship. And I think in both cases, they're going to be long-term projects. But because for some reason they can't keep weight on, they're just too light, and they get knocked off the puck easily when they get up against the bigger guys. Like the Ontario Hockey League is geared mainly for great big guys, and then the excellent skating smaller player, and then the medium size all around players. So what happens is they fall into that category between small and medium size, as in weight class, because they just get knocked off the puck way too easily to play in this league. And so when they're 18 and maybe 19, then some teams will take an older team, and that's when these guys are probably going to be able to fit in, the older brother and this guy as well.
Yeah. He had a very good OHL Cup. He's really smart. He's got good puck skills. He can set up and he can finish. But to Crawford's point, he is an undersized forward.
Definitely got a lot more pace than his older brother for comparable, and a little, I think even a little bit more skill. So, like Mike said, weight on him, and if he fills out and matures physically, he's got the pace to his game.
Next up, Flint at 121 takes Hayden Stroud, 6-foot right shot defenseman at a Grey Bruce Islanders.
I liked this player at OMHA's quite a bit. He was mobile. He was probably the top D on his team. He controlled the puck. He went end to end a couple times, and he has quick hands. His shot is very good, and he has a deceptive release at times, and he can shoot off a pass, which makes him a threat all around the zone. I like this pick.
At 122. Oh, go ahead. Paul, are you going to add anything to that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, Stroud was, I think he was hurt a bit this year too, so that might have slowed down his development. But he's a big body. I'm actually interested to see where Miller on that team goes, because I didn't mind him. I know Ryan likes Stroud. Miller, for me, skated a little better, and he for today.
Next up at 122, Brantford took AJ Underhill, 6'4", right shot D for Halton.
He's just he's
size,
another
size.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Right, looking at a lot. Look, he's.
Paul, you went out there. Ryan, what were you saying on?
Yeah, I was gonna say pretty much what Paul was starting to say. Like, he has lots of size, strength, can knock players off the puck quite easily, and his skating needs a little bit of work. But once if he can develop that with Brantford, Like I think he can develop into quite a good OHL player once he's 18, 19 years old.
And then the last pick here in the 6th round, we've got Christopher Weiss goes to the Sioux. Good size, left shot D. He's athletic. He's got two-way game. He was selected for the NTDP camp. Didn't make it, but showed well at camp. He's good size, rangy. He's got some physical to his game. I think he's a player that hasn't quite figured out what his identity is yet. Some games he brings the physical. Some games he tries to make plays with the puck. But I think he's someone that once he figures that out and plays to his strengths, is going to be a very effective player at the junior level because he's got a lot of tools. He's big, he's mobile, he's got some toughness. So that's a nice pick for the Sioux. We start the 7th round here with Peterborough at 124, taking Brody Robertson out of Toronto Titans.
I can talk about him. He had a few injuries. He's a little bit injury prone because he plays a hard game. And he's a fair size. He's going to probably take a couple years to get up, but he's definitely skilled enough to play in the league. And learning how to avoid checks until he gets there would be, I think, everything else. He has top skills. Like I said, he competes. He's just got to learn to certain guys not to take on, and then his IQ is good. The kid can score. He just has to stay healthy. And once he learns how to be more durable and be in the lineup every game, then he's going to make whatever team he plays for in the O.
Yep. At 125, Guelph takes James Roy, 6-foot right winger out of that Ottawa Valley Titans team.
Yeah, Roy had strong speed. His hockey sense is quite good. He can make decisions with the puck under pressure quite well. His passes were crisp and located under sticks well, and he set up his teammates for success. Each shift, it seemed like every time I watched him, and I think this is quite a good pick for Guelph.
Yeah, I can talk about Roy because he played with the number 1 overall pick quite often on the power play, and they meshed really well. This guy kind of reminds me. He's got a funny skating style, and when I kept watching him more and more, I was lucky enough to see Joe Sakic play when he played with Colorado, and he has some characteristics that Sakic does when he comes off that corner. Like he comes out of the corner and drives the net, and he's low to the ground. He's not small by any means. He's just really hard to knock off the puck, and he can shoot when he comes off that. That's where I saw him be really, really effective. And I'm going to say he's probably, he might open some eyes and make the team.
Yep, great catch on that. 126, Oshawa takes Nathaniel Chiswick, top-rated goalie in the U.S. He's about 6'3", 200 pounds, back-to-back national champion at Mount St. Charles. Went to national camp. He was the clear number 1 for the NTDP team. So again, Oshawa taking a swing there. If they get him, they're getting exceptional high-end goalie, top 3 in this draft, might even be the best in this draft. But it's going to be hard to pry him off the program. Flint at 127 takes Landon Pickersgill, left shot defenseman out of the Cleveland Barons, U16s. So this is another one, late birth year, 2008. We're seeing a lot of overagers come off the board here, especially the American players, obviously with the rule change. Pickersgill he's a two-way defenseman. He played at Markham last year in the G. He can move pucks. He blocks shots. He's got some physicality. I'd like to see him play a little bit more. But he doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't turn pucks over. He doesn't try to do too much. Positionally, he's very sound. He knows what he is. He plays to his strengths. He's going to show up at training camp and be able to fit right in and play. Don't know if he'll make the team or not, but he'll definitely be in contention. Next pick at 128, the kid that we really like. I thought he was outstanding in OHL Cup.
Brendan, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
One comment on Pickersgill. He played on that Markham team last year as a winger, so it's interesting to hear him getting drafted as a defenseman this year. Actually, last year on that Markham team, a little bit of wing, a little bit of D, so some versatility in that player's game.
Yeah, interesting. Next up is a kid we really like, we're high on, is Alexander Lissy, right winger for Sun County. I think this kid can really skate, smooth stride, only going to get faster with more muscle. He's got that kind of build that the more he fills out, the faster he's going to get. He's honest. He killed penalties. He was maybe underappreciated because of how some of the higher end guy, Wissick and Edgar on that team. But boy, I don't know. This kid can impact the game in a lot of ways, physically, with the puck, with speed. I think this is an excellent value pick for Owen Sound.
He had some games at the OHL Cup where I thought he was outstanding, driving the pace, working the corners. This is a good pick here.
At 129, North Bay takes Benjamin Maharaj, 6'1" right winger for the Toronto Junior Canadiens.
I could talk about him.
Go for it, Mike.
Uncoordinated still, and I believe he's still growing. He's originally ancestors are from Africa, and he was adopted into a family. So, like I do these history things just to find out, where they're coming from, where they learn their skills. So he's basically a product of the junior Canadian system, and he's been playing with them for quite a while. And when he fills out and when he stops growing, I think he's going to end up being about 6'5". And he's probably going to weigh 225 pounds. And he can do a lot of things. He just has to learn how to finish. He gets lots of chances, and he drops his shoulder and drives for the net, but he just hasn't got any weight behind him. And he's got to learn that. So again, a couple of years from now, we could see a guy that's going to play in the Ontario Hockey League, and then from there, who knows?
Yeah, I liked it. I didn't see a ton of him. That's a really talented team. He's not, a top featured player for them, but he does little things in traffic areas, whether it's catching a hard pass or making a short pass in the neutral zone to spring a teammate. You can tell there's something there, whether it's a sense or just athleticism. He's intriguing to me. He's one I'd want to circle back on in a year or two and see where his game goes, because I think there's more there than meets the eye. 130 for the Sioux. Took Tyler Bruce, a kid that, Ryan, you've been really high on all year, out of Toronto Junior Canadiens. Another kid a bit underrated on that team, has a lot of productivity and impacts the game a lot of different ways.
Yeah. Other than Brener Lammons, Bruce was probably my favorite player in this draft class by far. Like, I thought I thought he could have been a first round talent. He has goal scoring ability. His skating is good. He's quick, agile. gets past opponents quite easily. His shot is powerful and accurate, and he shows glimpses of strong hockey sense. At times, he makes some questionable decisions, but I do like his hockey sense as well, and I think he can be in an OHL team's top 6 in maybe even next year.
Can I
Yeah.
add to that, Ryan? Because we sat and watched him together quite a bit, and he reminds me of a kid that played for the Kitchener Rangers. Actually, we drafted him in Belleville, and then he got traded to Kitchener, and then he just took off under Peter DeVore. And this guy has no fear, to a point where it's detrimental. He's been injured a couple times, but they're minor injuries. This guy should have gone early, and this is the steal of the draft for me. I love this guy. He is going to find a way to play, and he may find a way to make the team that he just got drafted by this year. So, in the fall.
Awesome.
A little story, Brendan. Ryan's been pounding the table all year, and we send scouts out to the tournaments. I asked them, give me your top 5 of the day, and Bruce is in Ryan's list all the time. So I go watch, and I'm not seeing it. And then finally, semifinals of the OHL Cup. Bruce got two and set up 3, had 3 or 4 big hits. I'm like, okay, I get you. Right?
Yep.
So
Yeah,
that
nice.
game in particular was dynamite. That second line, as good as the first line was, the game against Caesars, that second line just took the game over with Bruce Arda and who was the other guy, Pereira. Right, they were dynamite in that game.
Yep. No, great catches, guys. 131, Sudbury takes Patrick Ula, left winger out of the North Jersey Avalanche. This kid is really smart. He's really come on in the second half of the year. We moved him up, over 50 spots in the U.S. OHL rankings. He's a little bit undersized, probably kept him from getting attention from the program, but in terms of IQ, playmaking ability, ability to kind of read the play, know where to go with the puck. He does a lot of one-touch passing, which shows that he knows where he's going with it before he gets it. So nice pick there for Sudbury. They're getting some skill here late in the draft. Niagara at 132 takes Will Mullins, good size right winger for Ottawa Myers.
Big body, nose for the net. I think he got 20 plus goals this year in the HEO. He gets around okay for that sturdy build that he has. So, I like those players who are willing to go to the net, and Mullins was definitely one of them, and pretty productive on the score sheet this year.
Yep. 133, Sudbury takes Thaddeus McMahon, left shot defenseman on that Chicago Mission team. He was one of their top 4 defensemen. It was a loaded blue line. All 6 of them are players that could play in the OHL at some point. Probably the best blue line of any team I saw at this age group this year. He's got puck moving ability. He's got some bite to his game. He manages pucks pretty well. He's good gap because he's mobile, and he can force you to the outside. He doesn't give up the blue lines easily. And he's got a pretty good net front. He picks up sticks. Just think that this kid's got a versatile, expansive skill set. He can help you in a lot of different ways. 134, Erie takes Mitchell Mars, centerman out of that Fox Motors team. This is another kid who made a significant jump on our rankings in the second half of the year. He played on that TPH team, was one of their best forwards. He's got a real power element to his game, knows what he is. He's direct. He plays between the dots, and he can shoot the puck. So a nice get there by Erie. Not really shocking, given how well he played at OHL Cup. Saginaw 135. They stay in the U.S. side with Sawyer Schmidt. This is a kid who had a good start to the year. I know our scouts liked him at Whitby, liked him at New York State tournament. But when he went to NTDP camp, it's one of the top 50 players. He shined. He was really good there. He was kind of a fringe guy to be invited, and then shine. I thought he was one of the top half of the players there. Excellent edge control. He can score. He's smart. He makes plays at pace. A little bit undersized, but his balance and edges, it doesn't impact him. He can play a high pace game. He can get defenders on their heels. A lot to like about his game and where he's trending. And Saginaw had both their GM and assistant GM at NTDP camp, so obviously they saw it too. Seventh round, 136 overall, Brampton takes Quinn Patton, left winger out of Barrie Colts.
Yeah, I like Quinn a lot. I'm not surprised Brampton took him because his brother plays in Brampton. His older brother also plays in Brampton, but Quinn is I really liked his goal scoring ability, skating, and compete level. Those are the three traits I really liked. He went after pucks. He wasn't afraid to get into corners despite his size. He was physical, and he has a really, really powerful shot that he used quite well.
Next up, Oshawa at 137, Ethan Stewart, big frame defenseman, 6'1", 180 out of Toronto Marlies. He's a bit raw. That'd be my guess on why he fell. His footwork, especially in transition, gets exposed a little bit. But he's big, he's athletic, he's physical. I think his best hockey is ahead of him. Paul, what do you think of Stewart?
Yeah, same thing. If he can, a lot of raw talent there. If he can, as I said earlier with Sewell, if he can figure out how to use size for evil or use it as a weapon or an asset, and net front presence, make it stronger. He's got such a long other Stewart, I actually think, is a little bit more handsy and mobile than a few of the other big guys, but he's going to need to really harden up defensively and work at that, because the size is definitely there. What is he, 6'5.5"? Got him listed as?
Yep. I lost my setting. Take it from here, Paul.
Stewart, where are we here? Max Wildfong, Saginaw took him at 138 out of the Waterloo Wolves. I saw quite a bit of Wildfong this year. Up and down the wing, some pace to his game. He's the kind of kid you'd want to make sure you knew where he was on the ice, because he'd saw him lay out a handful of real quality open ice hits this year. Going to need to continue to fill out and muscle up, but he's a gamer.
Yeah, he's always around the puck. A high activity player, can contribute in a lot of ways. He's good on the forecheck. He's hard to break the puck out against. Killed penalties, played power play like he's a Swiss Army knife type. He's got good speed. Like I said, the kid is always around the puck.
Next on the list, Barrie took from the Ottawa Valley Titans, Logan Wilson. Wilson, in my view, plays with pace. He's a bit undersized, but he's not afraid, and he's got some skill in his game. Worked well with the top pick. McGregor and Roy on the power play, nifty around the net. I don't know, guys, if you got any other opinions on him, Mike?
Yeah, I watched him in the Ontario championships last year at U15. I wrote about him. Basically, he's a finisher. This year he scored 27 goals in 36 games, and he also got 31 assists. Being, that top line, the stats definitely go up because it's just nature kind of thing. Like they're always on the power play, and they get extra chances to score that way. But even 5-on-5, the kid plays pretty. I think he plays pretty hard enough to play in the Ontario Hockey League. And so I don't even think this is a gamble. This guy's going to play, and if they have a plan for this kid, he'll be there in 2 years.
Next up, we've got Sarni at 140, takes Clark DeBoer out of Huron Perth.
Probably one of the best hitters in the group. He finished the check. You had to keep your head up when you're on the ice with DeBoer. We talked about Caden Campbell earlier in the draft. I watched him. Campbell, was very athletic. I watched DeBoer sit him down twice in a game. Right. If he gets you, he plays that way. He plays with an aggressive bent to his game. Going to need to contribute a little bit more offensively and capitalize on some of the chances he has. But hard nosed, up and down the wing.
Yeah. Next up at 141, Windsor takes Andrew Enright. This is one of my favorites this year in the draft. Out of Ottawa Valley Titans.
Really came on, Brendan. Big body. The feet got better as the year went on. Saw some power play time out of him as the year went on. I know you liked him quite a bit when you saw him second half of the year.
Yeah, I think he's a guy that sometimes players like this fall because they don't know what to make of him, in the sense that he's not overly offensive. So he's not going to put up a lot of points. He's not necessarily a big physical shutdown. So, kind of where does he fit? But, again, I think with his frame, he's 6'1", 167. He hasn't even come close to filling into that frame. His athleticism, I think he's got good defensive instincts. He's got to improve his puck play, but in terms of being in the right spot, knowing how to defend power and how to defend speed, I just think there's a lot of upside with this kid, and I think he's got the versatility to play up and down the lineup at the next level. It'll take him maybe another year where he's playing in a more prominent role. He was behind some very good defenders on that team, so he didn't get as much ice as he might have on another team. But I think he's got a very high ceiling.
He has a brother that is 2 years older and plays in North Bay, and he was the same size at 2 years ago. Now he's 212 pounds and he's filled out. I went and watched them play against Brampton, and he got injured by a big hit from, I can't remember who it was, but they still have, it doesn't matter what size you are, you have to protect yourself at all times after the play, even after the whistle in the Ontario Hockey League, because there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot more. It's more like an NHL playoff game at times. So this is what his brother, the one that we're talking about in this draft, has to watch out for, because he was getting hit. They watched their passes instead of jumping into the play, and that way you're engaged. But if they just sit there and become a passenger, you're suspect to getting a hit. Anyways, that's it.
Yep. 142, Kitchener takes Joshua Taylor, goaltender for the Toronto Red Wings.
I at the beginning of the year, I thought Josh was the starting. I mistaked him for the starting goalie because I think he has the ability to play at the OHL level due to his positioning, his movement. His vision is next level. Like I honestly think he has the skills. This is a value pick here because I'm surprised he dropped this low for sure.
So these are considered the first wave of goaltenders. There's occasional guys that are taken early. Most of the time, I used to run the draft for the Bulls, and I started to understand patterns. And so I think a lot of guys are content with their goaltending rather than take gambles and always keep everybody on their toes. These goaltenders that come in and think that they've got the team made, you keep them on their toes, and you get 2 good goalies every year to keep everybody honest. And the first wave went through this year a little later than I thought, and so the second wave will start after the 10th round. And this guy is definitely as good as Cruz. And I think he has more upside because I think he's going to actually end up being taller than Cruz. And he just, he's in a learning process. He doesn't have the confidence because they didn't rely on him as a number one. So once he starts to believe in himself, he's going to be there. And I think you're absolutely right, Ryan.
Yeah, he was a bit overshadowed by Resnick, Cruz Resnick there. Early in the season, they weren't afraid. Actually, they just rotated them one game, next game, one game, next game. Red Wings went fairly deep in a few tournaments, and they weren't afraid to start Taylor at any time. Cruz Resnick ended up getting a lot of the big starts in the playoffs, and emerged, especially in that JRC series. He emerged as the starter, but Taylor it was 1A, 1B there.
To close out the 7th round, Owen Sound took Cullen McCrate, big body right shot defenseman out of the Fargo Force. He's an 07. He's got a year junior under him. Had a nice rookie season this year. Didn't put up a lot of numbers, but that's not really his game. He's just kind of a shutdown defenseman, good size, strength. He can move pucks well, but wasn't like on the power play or anything like that. But again, he's a kid that could come in and play. He's an 07. He's older. He's stronger. He's got the experience at the junior level, and he's a good guy to play. 15, 20 minutes a night. Go against some of your best players. He's hard to play against. He's pretty disciplined overall, and he's a Michigan State commit. Start the 8th round. We start with Peterborough at 144. They take Lucas Schreier, right shot defenseman, just over 6'2", off the U.S. national program. I think he's the best defenseman in the country. He's an 08. He's good in every area. He can skate. He moves pucks well. He's got an excellent gap. He takes time and space away. He's smart. He passes the puck like a pro. He can get shots through to the net. This is a 5-tool player that's going to be an early pick in the NHL draft. So you take a risk on a kid like that in the 8th round. If they can get him, he'd be outstanding. And then at 145, Kitchener takes Logan Anderson off the Florida Alliance 15s. This one I'm surprised he slipped, and I say that on 2 fronts. One, he's an exceptional player. We think he's one of the top 10 forwards in the country, in the U.S., definitely top 20. He's dynamic. He's quick. He's smart. He plays a poised puck possession game. But second of all, because I had a lot of OHL teams ask me about him in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I would say 6, 7, 8 OHL teams either called, texted, or I ran into at the rink, and they brought him up to me, not the other way around. So I thought teams were sniffing on him pretty hard, and he would go earlier than he did. That's a great value in the 8th round. Kitchener's obviously good at his history of recruiting American players. Don't be surprised if this kid makes the team as a 16-year-old because he's certainly got the talent. Sarnia at 146 takes Casey Kamzik. Big body, power forward out of that Pittsburgh Penguins elite team. He was on our OHL list last year, our OHL US list, playing for BK. He's taking his game to another level this year. He's playing a little more physical. He had almost a point a game. He can shoot. He follows pucks hard to the net. His skating has been the thing that maybe held him back a little bit, but he's made improvements there. He doesn't have a bad stride, so he can get better as he gets stronger. And another one for Sarnia. Sarnia's been going pretty heavy with American-born players. 147, Ottawa takes Caleb Gauthier, left shot defenseman out of Eastern Ontario Wild.
Yeah, I liked this player. He's just big, steady, hard around the net. A player who is going to kill penalties for you, but also can handle puck under pressure. Gauthier didn't play on the strongest team up there in Ottawa, but definitely did have an impact on that team. Killed penalties for them, played on the power play, did a lot for them, and he's got a lot of raw assets there with his size and his reach. Mike Ryan, I don't know if you guys saw Gauthier at all this year. They didn't come down.
Nope. Can't comment on somebody I didn't see in one period.
Yeah, I saw him once or twice, so I don't really have much on him.
Yeah, no, Move on, Brendan.
Yeah, next up at 148, Owen Sound takes Adam. This will be a tough name. Adam Pezensny, centerman for Sioux Greyhounds.
Big, rangy centerman. He was productive in that Northern League. I think this might be the first guy to go out of the Northern League this year. I can't remember if there's anyone. He's going to have to work on his pace of play. Doesn't really scare anybody off of the rush, but he can play a heavy cycle game at times, and if he fills out 6'1", 170 pounds, maybe there's something there.
Let me add something. There's lots of guys that are from the north. They just come down to Toronto. They get recruited in. All right. So Chidarroni, number 3 overall, he's from the north. There's a bunch of them. And I don't even want to start talking about that because it's a question of, do you really think you need to leave? Because we find you. We'll find you. We'll find you. We found a guy named Chichu. He did okay. He won the Rocket Richard, and he was playing in Moose Factory. We'll find you. Just stay where you are, as far as I'm concerned. I really don't know if you should gamble being on the power play and the penalty kill and all that other stuff. And I talk to our scouts about this all the time. And it's frustrating to see everybody wants the immediate gratification. That's what's going on in the world right now. And I'm just going to finish this. If you're my son I'm keeping you home. You don't need to leave yet. You need to leave like everybody else when they see what you've got, and then you can go. And that's the end of the story.
Love it. Next up at 149, North Bay takes Colton D'Amico, right shot defender for Halton. Paul, I think you were pretty high on D'Amico.
Yeah, D'Amico's he's a gamer. Like he plays in all situations for that Halton team. Not the biggest defender, at 5'9", but he's not afraid, and he'll stir it up. He moves pucks. He runs their power play. Probably a player who's going to see some time in the provincial league to hone his craft and thicken up. But he handled pucks well and was kind of one of the better defensemen on that Halton team who won the OHL.
150 overall, Sioux takes McLean Chisholm, centerman for Quinty Red Devils.
Yeah, I thought this player was he has an effective stride. He can get by opponents quite well. His shot is quite strong. It's powerful, gets through traffic, and I thought he competes hard in all three zones, and in forechecks, hits everything, and he's just tough to play against.
151, Niagara takes George Raymond, big body left shot defenseman out of the Toronto Junior Canadiens. What I wrote on this kid several times at OHL Cup was in the way. He just gets in the way. Not a great skater, but just big, pretty good net front, and just like I said, just gets in the way.
Yeah, Raymond's going to really need to work on those feet, but he's a gamer. They put him in front of the net on the power play, and he's not afraid. Gets a lot out of his game for the footwork that he has. Right, they used him quite a bit. They weren't afraid to use him. If he can work on those feet, he's got good size. But there's some work there.
Yeah, bit of a project type. Windsor at 152 takes Gunnar Wolf, 6'3" goalie out of North Central Predators.
I really liked this goalie a lot all year. He played on a weak team. He faced probably 30 shots a game, and he has size. And he competes for pucks in his crease. He tracks pucks well. His energy just came to mind whenever, like, how many shots he faced each night. Like, I think he could play in the OHL in a few years for sure.
Yeah, he saw a lot of pucks this year. I noticed him early in the year up in London, and he looks like a goalie in there. As Ryan said, good size. Saw a lot of pucks. Didn't give up on it. Even though he was letting a few in, and I think one of the games I saw him watching, he might have pitched a shutout early in the year. So, he's definitely seen enough pucks this year.
Next up, we got to run a couple Americans here. Sudbury at 153 takes Reese Tracy. He's 5'9". He's not very big, but the kid can really skate. He's got a great release. He was line mates with Trevor Dile. They were an excellent 1-2 punch this season. One of the better lines in 15U hockey. He's got a ridiculous stat line as a result. But I just think he's smart. He's skilled. He's got a good burst, light on his feet, agile. He's somebody that would have been, if he was an Ontario kid playing in the G, probably a second, third rounder. We have him as a top 50 American player. So it'd be interesting to see what route he chooses. After him, 154, Erie takes Solomon Wolf, a kid that they'll have seen a lot. He's out of PA, but he played for Buffalo this year. Big frame defenseman. He was at OHL Cup. Some people didn't have have him down because he wasn't rostered on the team initially. I think he wore 24 there, and they got him on the roster late. But he's good size. He moves pretty well. He's got a disruptive stick, breaks up a lot of plays. He's adding to his physicality as he's gained confidence in the second half of the year. But it was probably their best defenseman this season for that Buffalo team.
Yeah, I'm going to add on to him. I saw him the year before, playing for the Buffaloes, whatever they were. There's another team out of that area. The Regals, maybe?
Yeah, it could be the Regals. Yep.
Yeah. So he's more of a realistic project because he's long and reminds me a bit of a miniature. What's the big defenseman that plays for Vancouver, 6'7"? But anyways,
Myers, yeah.
Yeah, Myers. He plays almost the identical style as Myers, and he's more of a defensive. He's going to be a really good defensive player, and he has some upside if somebody is willing to teach him when to jump into the play. But he replaced a kid that got kicked out of the tournament, and so he was on the sidelines. And I watched him quite a bit because I saw him the year before. He's going to play. That kid's going to play somewhere in a major junior league, and then probably play pro hockey.
Yep. Excellent. 155, North Bay takes Richard Wang, 5'11", left shot D for Don Mills.
Depth player for Don Mills on that back end. So he's the fifth defender now, right? To go out of
Yep.
Don Mills.
Yep.
And scored a couple goals in the OHL Cup. Noticed the shot. He got more confident as the year went along. Don Mills had a stretch there where they were carrying a short bench. Green was out. Who else would have been out? They had Cummings playing back on D, and that's when I first noticed Wang, where he was capable with the puck, defended well, competed. He's not the biggest defender out of the bunch there, but definitely a player that's gonna maybe spend some time in provincial to hone his craft to move before he moves on.
Next up, 156, Brampton takes Jayton Singh Sandar, right shot D. I think Crawford, you really like this guy, right?
Yeah, he's a kid that reminds me of a fella that used to play in Oshawa, and I think he got traded to Guelph, or it's the other way around. I'm not sure, but they're going to be like number 4 or 5D until they learn how to. The way the game is going, it's just like they send 4 players forward, and so once he learns that, then who knows? He's a big kid. He's tough, and he's got all the skills. It's just the IQ. He has to be taught.
Yep. 157, Sarnia takes Miles Dunn, right winger out of Elgin Middlesex. I'm surprised he's still on the board, to be honest. I really like this kid at OHL Cup.
Yeah, he's hard nosed up and down the wing, plays with pace. He was pretty productive. I think Monroe mentioned him earlier in the draft when Minneotis went, and Dunn may have slipped a bit here. Sarnia picked him. He plays out in their backyard, so this is a person or a player who again might spend some time in the GoJ and work his way up into that lineup. He definitely has the competitive spirit and the compete in his game, and good luck to him in his development. But he's a player to watch. You might see him pop up in the lineup in a few years.
Yeah, I think he's probably one of those types on the fit side where like he plays an honest two-way game, and he's not necessarily a quick twitch game breaker offensively, and because he's not necessarily that big, 5'9.5", you're probably saying, well, where does he fit in our lineup? And I get that, but at how he played this year, he was a lot better than the 157th player. I can say that.
Yep.
Kingston at 158 takes Nolan Snyder. He's, I believe, the leading scorer for that Pitt Penguins elite team. He's a puck possession guy. He's got great skill with the puck. He's pretty balanced, sturdy on his edges, so he can make plays in traffic. Pretty good IQ. He can slow it down. He can sauce it on both sides of his blade with ease. And he's got a little bit of snarl to his game, which I liked. I just saw him at Nationals. He's probably going to get a B+ for his performance there. He's been consistent all year. Him and Pape have been their two best forwards. So nice value there for Kingston. And then at 159, Barry takes Matthew Leggy, 6'6" right winger out of Ottawa 67s.
So this kid is massive. It's 6'6" and 220. Saw him earlier in the year in the Waterloo tournament and thought, there's something there, but he's not getting around the ice very well. And then I watched him in the HEO Prospects game. I was kind of questioning whether he should have been there, but then I watched him and Carr and the other fella from the 67s. They were big, tough, physical line who handled the play down low. Leg showed some IQ, some ability to win pucks. Keep an eye on this player in a few years if he can continue to work on his pace. There's a bit of game there for him, and if he learns to use that size as an asset and a bit of a weapon, he has potential. Definitely needs to work on his pace.
Yep, he's intriguing. I've only seen him once. Definitely jumps out at you, obviously, because of his frame. I think he protects the puck pretty well. He's good below the dots. He'll be interesting. He's a project. It's going to take some time, but that one could pay off. 160, Niagara takes Nikita Ichenko, 6-foot left winger for Mississauga Rebels.
All right, Brendan. I don't know if Crawford or Ryan have anything on this, but we find one every year. This is the first. We're 160 in. I got nothing on this player.
I watched the Rebels, I think only 3 times, and I didn't notice this player.
Okay.
No comment.
Yeah, for Niagara, they'll late birth here. Left winger. Let's see. He 6 feet 183, so he's got good size. He played 23 games, no goals, 3 assists. But late birth here, so we'll see. See on that one. Flint at 161 takes Chase Partridge, right winger for Niagara North.
He was an offensive. He was just like an all-around offensive player, in my opinion. I saw him I remember noticing him at the OHL crossover in the first half of the year. His skating and his shot are probably his biggest attributes. He can find open areas in the offensive zone and use his vision to get pucks on net quite easily.
He had a productive season offensively, and he's got a nose for the net. I'd like to see a little bit more pace through the neutral zone with this player, but in the half court or half ice game off the cycle, he can separate. He's got a good first step, goes to the net, not afraid. those are the types of players who end up being productive. The guys who are willing to get there and get to the net and create separation down low.
Yep, absolutely. Marcus Magri goes 162 to Kitchener, 6'1" centerman for Oakville Rangers.
Smooth skating, good size. Thought it would have gone a little higher in the draft this year. Has a shot. That he was a setup guy, or not a setup guy. He was one of the guys that would be set up on that Oakville power play, and pucks come off his stick pretty quickly. So again, he's going to need to continue to work on his pace, fill out, but he's a big centerman, and let's see if he can do what it takes to thicken up and be a power forward at the next level.
Yeah, I think, and I would say this with him. We've said this on a couple of guys, but these guys are always intriguing that are tall and thin. Like he's 6'1", 163. He's a different player at 185, 190. So him and many players like this, I always get a little excited actually by kids that are tall and thin because there's a lot of work with, and some will take their game to the next level with an extra 15, 20, 25 pounds. Barry at 163, Aiden Bianchini, left shot defenseman for the Toronto Red Wings.
Bianchini was. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Bianchini was a solid. Kept the game simple. Not a lot offensively there yet, but he moved pucks and he's got good size, pretty thick. Competed in front of the net. I wouldn't say he's got a two-way threat to his game right now. Going to take a year or two to bake in the oven and see if he can really, sturdy or stiffen up in his back end. But there's something there. Be a depth player down the road if he can continue to work on his pace.
I'll add a little bit there, Paul. So the series where the junior Canadians got knocked out by the Red Wings.
Yeah.
Everybody on the Red Wings had bought in to a certain style, and they shut down the JRC team that won the OHL Cup just from the compete on every player. Every player bought in. This guy wouldn't allow one of the top guys. I think Warren went pretty early, and a couple of other guys on that, Louse and Roberts, they were not effective. This guy is a big body, and he's tough, and he's going to play, I would probably suspect, U18, and then see what happens. So I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, awesome. 164, Peterborough takes Eric Wood, right shot defender out of Sun County.
I really like this player. I know he's a little bit undersized, but if he can grow, his offense is so good. I think he can compete and control play at the OHL level. He's a good puck moving two-way defenseman, and I think if he can translate to the OHL, he'll be a great player for Peterborough.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ryan, on this one. I really like his game. He's an excellent skater, first and foremost. Great on his edges. He's quick, which allows him to gap up. He's balanced, which allows him to ride guys off pucks. I think the fear, at least some of the GMs I talked to, was how's he going to translate? Can he ride guys off pucks as a sub 5'10" defenseman at the OHL level? There'd be a question mark there. Is he overly dynamic offensively? He didn't score this year. I get it from a fit perspective, but I think this kid had an excellent season. You got to trust your eyes on what you see. The kid can really skate. He can push pucks. He can defend. I think he's a great player, and he could play for a long time in the OHL. He could be a 20-year-old captain down the road. So I like that pick a lot.
So if you want to get offense out of a defenseman that can't produce offensively, so I've watched this guy for 3 years. OHL Cup U14, one of the best players there because he's so fast and he's so much stronger than most of the kids. So then he kind of had to step back last year a little bit, and then this year even more so. So I believe it's confidence, and you can try this, and I would suggest for him, play forward for a while. He's fast enough to get around and do one-on-ones. So he's got enough speed to go one-on-ones with a D and try to beat him. What they had him doing was trying to beat 5 guys because he used to be able to do it. Everybody's kind of caught up to him. But I would try to experiment with him as a forward, and then drop him back, and then back play as a third defenseman. You know, those kind of things.
Yeah,
But
very
I think
interesting.
there's something there because of his speed. He is one of the top skating defensemen in the league in this draft.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Guelph 165 takes Andrew Baker, right winger for that Sun County team at 5'11". I liked him too. I think he was number 27.
Yep.
Kind of in the shadow a little bit. They had some pretty high end forwards, but he does a lot of the little things well.
Agree with you there, Brendan. They won the alliance because of the depth in that lineup, and really felt like Baker was one of those depth players who would kill penalties, tough along the walls. Let's see him. He's going to spend some time probably out there in the GoJ or maybe the OJ, honing his craft and seeing if he can work his way into a junior lineup down the road. But he's got some grit and sandpaper to his game as well.
Next up, the Sioux at 166 takes Vincent Arnone, right winger out of Little Caesars. I think this is one of the more underrated forwards in the country, in the United States anyways. He's led this team in scoring this year. He's over a goal per game. Jackman's already off the board. He gets more hype. He's obviously bigger, stronger, different player. Goldstrand I like a lot. He's off the board. Jaworski's off the board. So, like, a lot of their top forwards are gone. It's surprising he's still left. He's got a good motor. He can beat you with speed. He's got soft hands and creativity one-on-one, but he doesn't overexpose the puck. He's smart. He's a very talented passer, both vision and delivery. I love his game. I'm surprised he fell. My guess would be that he fell because he's indicated he wants to go in the U.S. route, but I don't know that. I got to imagine he'll be a very early pick in the USHL draft. I don't know if you guys saw much of him, but outstanding.
Yeah, I liked him a lot. He Jackman and was it Santa Maria on that line he played with? Arnone, I thought was the straw that stirred the drink on that line a lot, and underrated physically too. He saw him throw a bunch of nice open ice hits and great finisher on the net. Ryan, you were going to say something there?
Yeah, like I was going to agree with the same thing. Like, other than Jackman on that Caesars team, like, he was one of my favorite players. Like, he competes. His skating's pretty good. Like, I think if they can get him to commit, like, he'll be quite the player for them.
Flint at 167 gets Lincoln Cumming, 5'11" centerman for Don Mills.
Depth player on Don Mills. I think I mentioned earlier I saw him spend some time on the blue line this year when Don Mills had that short roster out of the Oakville tournament. He's he was a piece of the puzzle there that helped them run deep in a lot of tournaments, killed penalties for them. Would like to see a little bit more offensive output out of him and more consistency on the offense, but definitely someone you can slot into the lineup, and he plays the game the right way.
Next up, Owen Sound at 168 takes Alexei Sawaya, 6 feet, right shot D out of Oakville.
A similar player, we just talked about him a round or so ago. Similar player to Sandhar. Keeps it simple. I think Sawaya's got a little bit more offensive game. He can get forward. He tries to get forward. Probably at the next level. What was the quote that Stocks had earlier in the day? You know, they'll allow him to use less tools in his toolkit and simplify his game. You know, he may not need to force the issue and get forward, but he's got some tools there. If he can continue to fill out and handle pucks effectively and clean up his decision making, it'd be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up here, we've got Isaac Traxi for North Bay at 169, right winger out of Quinty.
I can tell you about him because I know it's his dad. That's my hometown out of Belleville, and he's really excelled in the last couple of years because he's putting in the work. So we keep talking about these big guys that need to work on their skating. Well, he's ahead of the game. He's working actually with my brother, who happens to work for the Montreal Canadiens, and specific drills that they work on with guys like Jack Eye and stuff like that to get their feet smart. So it's like dance lessons. They're learning how to dance on their skates. And this guy has straightened out his posture also. He used to be hunched over, so now he gets a full stride. And he started scoring this year. And I think he ended up like third leading scorer on his team, whereas before he was like a third line guy, basically. And this is what guys have to do. They have to get specific and work on, keep doing what they do well, keep their strengths going, but they should work one at a time on whatever the skill. And in his case, it was his footwork and his stride. So, and it's taken him 2 years, like 2 years of hard work. And every one of these guys that play in the NHL, they're doing that all the time. You don't just all of a sudden, oh, I don't have to work anymore. I'm here. I've made it. Somebody's going to take your job. Somebody's out to take your job. So be looking over your shoulders and just stay ahead. Stay ahead of the game. He's going to play. That kid's going to play. Big kid can score.
100% Crawford, I'm with you there. Sue at 170 takes Cam Anderson, big bodied, physical, power forward, 6'2", 207 pounds. He was on that Chicago Reapers team. They've had several of his teammates have gone already. Big net front guy. He's got deceptive puck skill, protects it well, plays well in the trenches, hard to knock off the puck, and scores at the net front. Nice big body guy that's tough to play against. 171, Sudbury takes Zachary White, another big frame kid, 6 feet, 194, right shot D out of Ottawa Titans.
Yeah, I really liked Zach White all year. Like, I thought he was a mobile, quick D who can facilitate the puck in the offensive zone quite well. In the defensive zone, he wins net front battles. He doesn't allow pucks to go in front. He He gets his stick in passing lanes. He competes hard. He's just a smart, competitive player who I think it could play in the OHL if he translates his skills correctly.
Next up at 172, Niagara takes Justin Flora, undersized centerman out of North York Rangers.
Yeah, real undersized, but man, he can fly. He Peterborough tournament this year. North York won it, and Flora was the top point getter that weekend. He was noticeable, generated a lot off the rush, good on the power play. Just one of those players who probably going this late because of his size at 5'5.5". But Mike, I don't know, Brian, if you've got anything else to say on him. Speed is his biggest asset.
I know a little bit about Flora because I liked his older brother who was playing junior B, I believe, in Fort Erie, and he benefited by playing with the captain. His name escapes me right now. Did he get drafted already? Like I'm not.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, so that guy this guy here is a finisher, so he finishes. The other guy does all the work and sets him up. And the other guy, I'm surprised that he drafted him because it reminds me so much of Nick Robertson. It drives me crazy. But so I guess we'll be talking about him sooner or later. And this guy here, he's a finisher. The kid knows where the net is. His brother's the same way. They must practice their shooting a lot. What worries me about Justin is that he gets hit. So that's it.
Yep. 173, Sudbury takes Tanner Ray, 5'10" left shot D out of York Simcoe.
Yeah, I added this player to the list late in the year. He's underrated on that back end. He's 5'10" and 130 pounds or something. If he fills out, he's quite mobile. Just keeps the game simple. Keeps the play in front of him. I liked his ability to skate with the puck and move on the ice. Actually, 5'10", 142. So he's got some filling out to do and some growing to do over the next year or so, next few years.
Next up for Erie, 174, Lucas Ward, 6'1" left shot D out of Halton Hurricanes.
Lanky lefty who keeps it simple. Not afraid to get in front of the net, block shots. Competes in his own zone. Again, probably needs to fill out a bit and thicken up. If he's gonna play the way he plays at the next level, but he was a serviceable defenseman for that Halton team and added to the depth in their lineup.
He's a late birthday, and I think this is when you start picking your projects. And I think it's not much of a project. I think he's got all the tools. He just needs to fill out, like Paul said, and he's positionally sound. So defensively, he's good. I mean, just again, it depends on your coaches and their style that they want to play. I think if this guy gets to learn to jump into the play, you might have yourself a really good player.
Next up, we have Hudson Loshi for Saginaw at 175. He's a tall, thin, athletic defenseman, two-way defenseman out of Nashville Predators. He's an overager, 2008. Put up 70 points this year in 58 games. He's got good mobility. He's got first touch. He can settle bad passes. He doesn't get distracted by forecheckers in his face. He keeps his eyes up ice. He can run a power play. He's got a pretty hard shot. Slated to play for Bismarck next year in the Null. and is a commitment to St. Cloud. But if they get him at camp, this is not a kid that would surprise you if you saw this kid sign this season. He's a year older, um, but don't be shocked if you see this kid at Saginaw in a year or two, because he's got the ability, he's got the size, just got to get a little stronger. Brampton at 176 takes Jack Malandra, a left winger for Ottawa Myers.
I liked Jack's skating and shot all year, and I just think he's quicker, has strong depth in his stride, and can get by opponents quite easily, and he could just facilitate the offense and create plays for his teammates almost every shift.
Yep. Next up, we have Cole Mazzoni, number 177 to Oshawa. Is a big 6'2", 192-pound winger. Played on that Victory Honda team. He also came up and played for TPH at OHL Cup. He didn't play a full season. He only played about half the games. He was over a point a game. He had 22 goals in 30 games. He's hard nosed. He goes to the net. He's more skilled than he gets credit for. He protects pucks. He's good below the dots, and I think he's direct. He takes pucks hard to the net. Very good performance at TPH. I just got done writing them up. I think he got a B+ for me there. So I think that's a nice pick and a kid who's really climbed the ladder here in the second half of the year. 178. We stay with in Michigan, Jacob Vellucci on that Oakland Junior Grizzlies team. He's their best defenseman this year. I don't believe he was at OHL Cup, but he's a strong skater. He's good size, mobile. He breaks up a lot of plays because he anticipates where the puck is going, not where it's at. He's got a disruptive stick. It's always well positioned. Intercepts a lot of passes. He doesn't have a great stat line, but I think that's deceiving because he's very good on the breakout. He manages pucks in the neutral zone. So I like that pick actually for Kingston at 178.
Brendan, what are his plans this year? Like, is he going to stay south? Is that why he's late, or am I missing something? Because he was one of the better. He was one of my. I loved watching this kid.
No, Paul, he's been underrated all year. I know USHL teams are higher on him than this. He'll go in the top half of that draft, but I haven't been hearing first, second, third round even in that draft either. So, no, I don't think you're missing it. I think he's just an underrated player.
Yeah, and I haven't seen him. It's a small piece of work or a small body of work, but I watched him against Barrie in October, and he absolutely destroyed Chidarroni on a hit, and then about 5 minutes later, Chidarroni got him, and they matched up head to head all game. Chidarroni actually, I thought, was really impressive that game, playing a good hard nosed game, and Vellucci was pound for pound was right there with him, and I thought, wow, this is quite an interesting player. I was surprised he didn't come up with TPH or anything like that because I liked his all around game.
Yeah, for sure. He's subtle, but he's very impactful. Barrie at 179 takes Nolan Pipe, 6'3" left winger out of North Central Predators.
Nolan's a big power forward that he kind of controlled the pace of play on that North Central team. His passing ability is strong. He has good edge work. He can create separation on the rush. His shot is powerful and deceptive, and I just think his compete level and skating ability, I think will help him translate to the junior levels for sure.
Big body.
Yep. Next up, Brantford at 180 takes Will Matheson, centerman for Markham Majors.
You're a Markham Major scout, Brendan. What do you got?
I didn't see Markham this year. I don't think.
Yeah.
Let me pull up his profile.
What, we missed somebody? Come on.
He's a late birth year. 31 games, 9 goals, 6 assists, 15 points.
Yeah, we don't have a lot on Matheson.
Okay. Next up for Windsor, 181, Davis Devonish, 6-foot right shot defenseman for Vaughan Kings.
I'm surprised he went this low because like I've liked him a lot this year. Like I think he's mobile, smart, and his depth in his stride and compete level just helps him be disruptive to his opponents each game. And I've really liked this player.
Was he number 24?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. He's very good. I'm actually
came on
surprised
quite
to
a
see
bit.
that he's only 158 pounds because he plays like he's 198 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Improved quite a bit as the season went on too. You know, a lot cleaner on his breakouts and ability to handle pucks. So I think he might have been a bit overshadowed there early in the year with a few of the higher end defenders on that team. But he's got good size. Again, I'm surprised that he's only 158 pounds because he, like you said, he works it in the corners.
Next up, one of my favorites in this draft class, the 9th round, 182 overall, the Kitchener, Logan Massimi, 6-foot right shot D for Toronto Titans. The kid can really skate. He's got to learn some areas of the game. Like he does get out overextended. He does get caught puck watching. Like there's some areas to improve, but man, he can really skate. He's very athletic. I think he defends speed very well. He's got a good gap. He's solid with the puck. He doesn't turn it over. I thought he was excellent at OHL Cup. Pro was their best D, but I thought he was their second best. Yeah, I would have thought he'd be maybe more 5th, 6th round than falling this low. Uh, 183 London with this will be our last pick here. Then we'll do like a short 5-10 minute break. Guys have been going here for 4.5 hours. So I want to give everyone a bathroom break. But before we do that, London at 183 takes Reed Harper for Upper Canada Cyclones.
Reed was a big puck moving forward that and has a powerful shot that I think due to his size and his skating, and he has he has okay hockey sense, but I think that does need improvement. But I think if he improves that, he can play at the OHL level for sure. And I've liked him all year.
All right, we'll jump on a quick break here, 5-10 minutes, and then we'll be back to finish out the last 5 rounds of the draft. All right, everybody, welcome back. Ready to go here for the final 5 rounds of the OHL draft. Excited to keep giving you guys good content here. First pick in the 10th round, Peterborough takes Pacey Aduano. This kid's a really interesting player. He played for Oakmore Academy this year. Last year, he played Minnesota High School in Duluth. So he's kind of bounced around a little bit. It looks like he's from Thunder Bay. Super skilled player. The puck sticks to his blade. He's electric offensively. He can break down defenders one-on-one. He knows how to change pace and manipulate the gap, and he's a finisher. His stat line, I just had it up here. Stat line, 56 games. He had 79 goals. I don't care what level you're playing. That's impressive. And the year before, as an 09, or sorry, as a freshman at Duluth Marshall High School, he had 27 games, 18 goals, 11 assists for a point a game, which is impressive for a first-year guy. Next up for Guelph at 185, they took Oliver McKinney, 5'10" forward out of Chicago Mission. His brother's on the U.S. national team. This is a really talented player, high IQ, reads the play well, knows exactly where to go with the puck. Also has one-on-one skill, really skilled passer. He can sauce it on both sides of the blade with ease. He just came from USA Nationals. He was excellent. He was at NTDP camp. We thought he probably should have made it, could have made it, but he was on the bubble. And then he tendered right after in the USHL. So if people knew he was going to the OHL, I think he's someone that would go in the top 2 rounds of this draft. So an incredibly skilled forward for a 10th round pick. Next up at 186, we have Sarnia takes Ethan Glavin, right shot D out of Lambton Junior Sting.
Ethan's a mobile two-way defenseman who can move the puck in all 3 zones, and he generated the offense a lot from the point on that Lambton team, and he's quite strong. I'm surprised actually he went in this late.
Yeah, he had. I think this year he forced the issue a bit. I think there's more tools there than what he showed. You know, maybe a little bit of pressure with the draft, and his older brother plays down in Saginaw. But you know, a player to watch as he settles down and improves his decision making. He's got tools, a lot of tools in the toolkit.
Next up at 187, Ottawa takes Robbie Dragusica, yeah, right shot defenseman out of Toronto Marlies.
Puck handling, you know, heavy shot from the blue line. Decision making at times is something he's got to work on. But you know, overall, there's a pretty good package there if he continues to grow. I believe it's the younger brother of the boy who plays played for the Steelheads a few years ago. His brother was an early pick. If he gets the same size with that skating package as his older brother, he might be a good one.
I really like Robbie. I think I had him much higher. He's somebody that, and I mentioned this about another player earlier, he's somebody that every time I went and saw him play, I had different notes on him. You know, obviously he's mobile and he's got length. And I agree with you, Paul. If you're the knock on him would be some of his decision making. He hasn't really played to an identity yet or figured out what that is for him. But some games I'm talking about his gap, his shutdown type. Some games I'm talking about him rushing the puck. getting some time on the power play. So there's a versatile skill set there. I think he's got a lot of tools. He's got to put them together. But for a 10th round pick, that's a great spot to get him in. Ottawa can wait and let his game develop at whether it's U18 or junior B or provincial hockey. And he's only 160 pounds, which again, he's going to be a very different player at 185. So I think he's got a really high ceiling and exciting player for Ottawa. 188, Owen Sound gets Stephen Cover, centerman out of Mount St. Charles. There's been a few of these guys, like I said earlier, they're back-to-back national champions. I believe he led the team in scoring at nationals. Kid, a big game player, always finds his best hockey in big moments. He's coming off a nearly 100-point season. He's got a nose for the net. He's got good speed, good size, powerful on his edges. He can play up and down the ice. He's a 200-foot player. He just recently tendered in the USHL maybe 2 or 3 days ago. So, again, he's another guy that if they can get him to come, he's going to be a real steal. North Bay at 189 takes Dylan Nabili, left wing, 6-foot left winger of Vaughan Kings.
I can talk about him. Again, 3 years I've been watching, and he used to be one of the top players. Where if the draft was then, when he was in the U14, he would have been taken in the first round. So people catch up and they pass these guys. I think in Dylan's case, I don't know. They jump from team to team sometimes rather than just stick with the plan unless there was some issue with coaching. But this guy here, I just think he peaked a little bit too soon. If he gets back on the horse and starts working, and I'd like to see him probably lose about 10 pounds of muscle in his upper body and do what he did back then, which was he was a really, really fast hockey player. I think he's bulked up a bit in the wrong place. It's your legs and your glutes that you need to work on. If you ever have noticed these guys when they don't have their equipment on in the NHL, most of them are like soccer players because they're using those legs and their glutes, and it's their legs that motor them around. Everybody keeps talking about their motor. Yeah, and then you've got to be able to change the gears. So if you're just a one, that's what I see. That's what I see with Dylan. He's neutralized his change of speeds. So get back on that horse and start working on your lower half, and then you won't have to worry about getting hit. They won't be able to catch it.
Yeah. 190, Guelph takes Malcolm Robin, right shot D out of Markham Waxers.
Really like this player. Not one of those players who, once you see him play with better players at the next level, might you see his game elevate even further. But he's actually very athletic. Cade Campbell light, if you will, able to get forward. He probably needs to put on a few pounds on his frame, and see if he gets better than that 5'10". But he's a two-way defender for that Waxers team, and scored a few highlight reel goals from the back end with great rushes this year that I've seen him in games.
Next up, Malcolm Rose, goaltender out of Toronto Titans.
So we didn't see him a lot, but the Titans were one of the more competitive teams in the league this year, and we had heard that he was going to be on the radar. Leonard carried the mail there for the most part. Mike, I don't know if you saw Rose much play at all.
Yeah, I saw him play a few times. Not used to playing the big games, and then the other guy who was taken earlier got hurt, and he was playing hurt at the OHL Cup. He tried to play, and this guy tried to fit in, and what tends to happen when they're young and even older, they back into their net when they start to tighten up around their crease. So when he backs up, he was suspect to shots over his shoulder, and I'm going to say that he probably would be better off served to stay. Like he's quick, I think he should rely on his reflexes and wait for the shot. They gamble, they go down early, and these kids now, they know how to hit those top corners with regularity. So that's what was happening with him.
Yep. 192, Niagara takes Ethan Dixon, left shot D, out of Southern Tier Admirals.
Yeah, I think this is partly just the Ice Dogs looking at some homegrown talent here. He's a good, offensive-minded defender, and he's got some wheels on him, some good transition game. Got hidden offensive instincts, and one area that I do think he could improve to help elevate his game would be his puck skills, just getting better puck placement and passing ability. But he was an absolute workhorse, one of their top defenders for that squad.
Yeah, he played all the time for them in every situation, and the first player off the Southern Tier team.
Yep. 193, Sudbury takes Norman Green, good sized winger out of the Buffalo Junior Sabres. He was their leading scorer this year. He's the second forward, I think, off the draft board here. Schmidt went earlier. Green went up to OHL Cup. He played on that TPH team. I thought he was very good there. Strong and sturdy on his edges. He goes hard to the net. He's got good touch around the net. He can elevate pucks in tight. He can accept hard passes, settle pucks, and he can really shoot it. He's a 200-foot player. He can play wing or center. He blocks shots, kills penalties. So there's a lot to like about his game, and a pretty honest overall player, which you don't always see with kids who lead their team in scoring. Next up, 194, Erie takes Von Barr, goaltender for Huron Perth.
We got our Alliance guy on, Mike. Mikey Anderson's in. He's in Sudbury this weekend at the U13 OHFs with Chatham.
Nice.
Yeah, we just had a big win. I have no voice. Been yelling all weekend, so we just beat Vaughan 8-2. So we put a little statement here. Yeah, Barr though. Both Huron Perth goalies were unreal this year to me. I thought, has the other goalie been taken?
Nope.
No, he's
either one.
At times throughout the year, both of them have been standout goalies. They both move very well. I'd be surprised if the other goalie doesn't get drafted as well. He had a really good OHL Cup. But Barr's really quick in the net, plays the puck well, and has good reflexes. So I'm surprised he lasted this long, to be honest.
Yeah, we are too. This is a value pick, Brendan. I know you've thought highly of him as well, and you've heard some of the college guys really like them.
Yeah, there's a couple goalie guys that I talked to at OHL Cup from the States that thought he was one of the top three goalies in the league. I think he's very smart. He's not someone that has to sprawl and make these kind of crazy saves. He makes it look easy. He's very positional. I think he's got good feet. I think he's smooth. But I think that hockey IQ mixed with quick reflexes and flexibility, good technical skill. This kid could be an OHL starter. Not next year, obviously, but he's got that kind of upside. So I think that's a great pick for Erie. Saginaw 195 takes Demir Chimiovsky, left winger for Mississauga Reps.
I can talk about him. Russian kid. Plays an assertive physical game, probably more than he needs to, because he gets emotionally involved and he takes reactionary penalties. He's better off served to be on the ice and just play hard. The kid can score. And when he learns that lesson, or if he learns that lesson, because I don't think he's going to go very far if he doesn't learn that lesson, then he's going to play, I think, in the OHL or maybe in the USA. Because, like I said, he's here from Russia, and I would take a chance on him. That's what somebody's doing. All
right. Next up, 196. London takes Michael Luthel, left shot defenseman out of the Philly Junior Flyers. I think this is a smart pick up by London. This is a kid who's really composed on the back end. He's got good puck skill. He's got vision and poise. Doesn't rush it on the breakout. Doesn't force passes. He thinks the game at a high level and he can slow it down. Defensively, he's solid. He's got to improve in a couple areas, but his best attribute is definitely his efficiency, his poise, and his sense. He's a guy who could run a power play at the next level. It's going to take him a little bit. He moves pretty well. He defends well in his own end, but he's going to have to keep improving his gaps and defending the rush. But I think he's a smart pick here late because he could run a power play at the next level, and he's kind of a cool cucumber on the back end. Nothing ever rattles this kid. Oshawa at 197 takes Leo Lachon, left shot D. This kid was at NTP camp last year. He's a 2008, so an overager. Got a lot of tools. He's starting to put it together. Just saw him last week at U16 Nationals. His skating has improved a bit. He's playing with a little more physicality. I think his puck decisions are more precise. He's not forcing the play. He kind of knows what he is at this point, plays to his strengths. He's physical. Would like to see him play a little bit more physical, but he's a high percentage player. He's very athletic, and he's only going to get better as he gets more experience. Lost my setting here. Where are we? Next up, 198. Kingston takes David Heath, centerman out of London Junior Knights.
I can hop in here. Heath is a good two-way center. Like, there's not many holes in his game. He gets around the ice well. Played on a team that didn't do very well this year, so he didn't really get a lot of the viewings at the big tournaments, stuff like that. But he gets it done. I heard he's a good guy off the ice, and I think he can project as a good two-way center.
He's fast too. I really like his foot speed. If he learns how to distribute the puck a little better, tried to force it a little bit this year and create things on his own. Again, that I keep saying it, but there's players lurking out in places like London and some of the weaker teams out there, Windsor, where you surround those players with better players next year, and they may see their games elevate.
Next up, Barry at 199 takes Cruz Castles, centerman, 5'11", out of the Ohio Blue Jackets, 15s. Kid's just a workhorse. He plays so hard. He blocks shots. He'll take hits to make plays, goes to the dirty areas. He'll outwork defenders down low in the corners. Just a really good 200-foot player, hard to play against, back checks with authority. You could use him in a lot of different areas. The Ohio team wasn't very strong this year, so that he played a lot in his own end. But like you were saying, Paul, with the last player, once he plays with some better players, it'd be interesting to see his offensive game.
Curious.
Any relation to Andrew? Andrew,
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
I think it's his son.
Yeah, I get a bit of a tick when I hear Andrew Castles.
Yeah,
I have nightmares.
yeah. Andrew was a great junior, and he played in the American League forever, and he got quite a few games with Vancouver. So if he's anything like his dad, and gets just a little quicker, then he's going to play. If he's anything like his dad.
200, pick 200 here. We are at Christian Sedgwick out of Brantford, left shot defenseman for York Simcoe. Local kid.
Christian is a strong puck moving defenseman that competes hard, and he's not afraid to get in shooting lanes and block shots. But his compete level is probably something that I've took note of all year on his game.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ryan. When I did watch York Simcoe, he's what we call the take no prisoner type of defender. And he will fight for every inch around his net to let his keeper see the puck. And not being a huge guy, but strong like bull. Let me tell you that. Anyway, yeah, he's a good prospect for sure.
201, Flint takes Sutter Smith, 5'10", left shot D out of Hamilton Steel.
So Sutter's he's a puck moving left shot defender. Good feet. Can get forward. Not a big bruiser. I think he's a late birthday as well, and confident back there. This is a bit of a project. I think his feet and his ability to keep the play in front of him is something people would have picked up on. And he's gonna take some time at OJ or GoJ to find his way forward. But if he fills out and continues to play that steady, smart, mobile game, there's something there.
Next up for Kitchener at 202, they pick Griffin Fox, 6-foot centerman out of Kingston Junior Gales.
Didn't look like he played very much this year, but he got some points last year. It appears like I don't know if I don't have the site on it that says his history of injury, but it looks like he only played a few games this year. So maybe they like what they saw last year and hope that he's going on.
Yeah, I just checked my notes, Brendan, and like we said earlier, that we don't miss many. On our radar, I don't have anything on him. I didn't see any notes from this year either. So injuries this year, and somebody saw him and banned him.
Yep, yeah. They do their homework at Kitchener, so it wouldn't shock me. Oshawa 203 takes Rocco Pelosi out of Mount St. Charles. Probably it's either him or Milojevic. That would be the two best OHL eligible Americans for this draft. Pelosi's really smart, maybe the smartest player in the U.S. at this birth year. He scores at every level. He's got excellent puck skill. His ability to read the play and put pucks on his teammates' sticks in scoring areas. And he's also a finisher, so a bit of a dual threat. He'll be a top line guy on the national team, but Oshawa's taken some chances here with some of these Americans. They've gone pretty heavy on the Americans this draft. So again, if they can get him, he'd be a star.
If I may add, there's a pattern starting to develop with some, like, this is welcome to the new world because of what just happened with the NCAA. And so these guys have invested some scouting services of some sort. Oshawa has a pattern. London has always had a pattern. Kitchener, these teams have invested, and they're going to get their payouts because this is a business now. It's not, oh, Canada, we have to have Canadian players. No, they're going to take the best available players. And if these other teams can't get with the program, they're going to be picking first on a regular basis.
Yep, I agree with that 100%. 204, we start the 11th round. Peterborough takes Ty Gendron, 6'1" left winger out of Barrie Junior Colts.
Yeah, Ty is like a big, strong power forward who has a good shot. And I just thought he scored some big goals for that Barrie team in the Marlies tournament, I think. And yeah, I just think he's reliable with the puck, and he's throws his body around, and he's just tough to play against.
Next up, we've got Owen Devlin, pick number 205 by Guelph, a 6'2", 145-pound left shot D out of Carleton Place.
Yeah, he's playing on my prospect team, so I can talk about him. Well, he may not be playing now that he's been taken. So he's an 08, and he played on that Titans team last year, and he got, I think, 40 points. So like he just grew, like, and he's not 144 pounds anymore. Let me tell you. So he put in the work. He's probably 6'3". He's a mobile defenseman that can run a power play, gets his shot through. This guy's going to play. Wells did a good job here. They may have heard that he was talking to a few teams, and they weren't going to wait for the U18, so they took him now. And this guy's going to play next year.
Next up, we've got Sarnia at 206, takes Carter Scott, 6'2" right winger for Ottawa Valley Titans.
Big up and down the winger, gets around okay. He didn't have the production, on that team that some of the top lines had, but he's got a big body, and as he grows his frame, I didn't mind his pace actually. As he grows his frame, he might be somebody that can fit into a depth role in the lineup. He had a depth role in on that Ottawa Valley Titans team this year.
Next up, Ottawa at 207 takes Colby Coombe, 6'2" left winger out of Detroit Honeybagged. This is an interesting kid. He was very good as a Bantam. I would have said, if you'd asked me in October, that he was having kind of a slow start. He was searching for his identity, wasn't really playing to his size. And then the second half of the season, he was a different kid. And he came up for TPH for that OHL Cup, and I thought he was electric there. Really played to his size, long wingspan, protects pucks. He's got a pretty fluid stride for how big he is. He's still got to be a little more assertive offensively. Finished the season 8th on their team in points, which for his skill and size, he should be way up higher than that. But he's very intriguing. I think he's got a high ceiling and one of those players whose best hockey's ahead of him. He's just starting to figure it out. 208, Owen Sound takes Alex Taylor, centerman for Halton Hurricanes.
I love him. Again, nothing's going to stop this kid from playing. He's going to play in the Ontario Hockey League. And if he grows a little bit, it doesn't matter. This guy and the other kid that went in the first round, the Russian kid, I can't remember how to say his name, but they were a 1-2 punch. They didn't really actually have a third guy, and they got some good goaltending, and they went as far as they could with what they had. They had a couple of defensemen that are okay, but this guy's going to play. Mark my word, this guy is going to play, and he's going to be a pain in a lot of people's sides.
Yeah, just kind of bouncing off that, he's very capable two-way forward with strong hockey IQ and just good forechecking and play disruption abilities. So sneaky good pick.
Yeah, love it. 209, North Bay takes Owen Smith, centerman from North Bay Trappers.
Smith's a late birthday, right shot centerman, 200 foot. Mike, I think you brought him, you called him out in the London tournament, and we've had our eye on him all year. But he's got a bit of pace to his game. Probably needs to get another gear going. Will compete. You got anything to add there, Anderson, or was it you that called him out, or Monroe? One of the Alliance guys called him out in the London tournament.
I think it might have been Monroe.
Okay, all right.
I know that for a guy that, if that's his height, and he's carrying around 200 pounds, I don't know, that's a lot of weight to be carrying around. They have to, if they're that size, they must be the fastest guys on the ice. They have to be.
He's not quite there, so he's got to. That's why I say he's got to work on his pace and.
Yeah.
But he's got sandpaper to his game, sandpaper skill combo.
Yep.
Next up at 210, the Sioux take Gavin Hicks, 6'2", right shot D out of North York Rangers.
Gavin was another one of my favorite Ds this year. North York wasn't a overly strong team, but he seemed to control the pace of play. He's smart. He could process the play quite quickly, make good decisions with the puck, and he covers his gaps well and doesn't allow. He closes off gaps to the slot a lot and doesn't allow open shots to the net. I really like this pick.
Next up, Flint at 211 takes Jaden Switzer out of Ottawa Valley Titans.
Real undersized, but this kid can play. He was on that second line in Ottawa, and he's got some creativity to his game. As he fills out and thickens up, maybe there's the ability for him to play at the next level. But he created and really gave that Ottawa Valley team depth on their attack.
Next up, we've got Niagara at 212 takes Carter Leroux, left winger for Lambton Sting.
He can fly. Speedy winger. That's really all I got on him. Him and Rossiter on that team, along with Glavin, who we talked about, they weren't a real deep team, but the two forwards up front were speedy and can get up and down the wing as quick as anybody.
Next up, 213, Sudbury takes Colton Colby, right winger out of Detroit Honeybake. It's a good-sized kid, plays an honest 200-foot game. He's got some physicality. He'll go hard to the net front. He'll take a hit to get a shot off. He's got deceptive skill, and somebody who's been trending upwards. Our U.S. director, Brian Murphy, likes this kid a lot. Got him on our radar. And then our Michigan scout, Jordan Jakovic, has been high on him as well. So I think this is a kid who's trending upwards. He was just at OHL Cup. He had a pretty strong performance there. He can play up and down the lineup because he's got some power to him. He's got some tenacity, and he's got a little bit of skill. Next up at 214, Erie takes Caden Jackman. Good size center out of St. Louis Junior Blues. I just saw him last week at the Nationals in Wisconsin. He's got a long, fluid stride. He's really athletic. He's got pretty good first touch. He can settle bad passes. He shoots it with authority. He's their best player by quite a bit. I'd love to see him play against with some better players because he was asked to do a lot. Sometimes I thought he got a little tunnel vision, but he's got a lot to work with there. He'll be an early pick in the USHL draft. 215, Saginaw takes Garrett Jones, centerman for Peterborough Petes.
Hags knows I'm a Pete's guy. He's tiny. He's tiny, but he has all the skill in the world. I think if he can grow, maybe get a little more speed, he has his hands are unreal. His skating needs some work, but he's got good edges. He doesn't get bullied. But yeah, he has high end talent. If he can just grow and get some speed, he has all the talent in the world.
Yeah, he's not afraid to initiate either. Right. He'll get to the net. He'll take on a big fella. Maybe at some point he's going to figure out the size. The size isn't to his benefit. Be taking on the bigger guys, but he wasn't afraid. It was good to see him compete.
Next up, we've got Brampton at 216. Takes David Blasiak, left winger for Chicago Reapers. We've seen a lot of Reapers guys off the board here. They made it all the way to the national championship game in the U.S. He's a point per game guy on that team. He's got good size. He's a pretty honest player. He plays at both ends. He was on a line with Tyler Cooper, who went early in this draft, and Cam Anderson, who went a couple rounds earlier. He's got decent pace to his game. He's an athletic kid, and he wins a lot of pucks. He's someone that really knows how to stick check, get low in his stride, lift a stick, and win a puck. He gets off checks, he gets to the net, and he's got a pretty good release. But I think he's more of a pass first guy at this stage. Helps when you're on line with Tyler Cooper, who scores everything. Next up, Oshawa 217, right shot defenseman. They take Cody Costello. A bit of a project out of Mount St. Charles. He was their fourth defender on a really good team that won back-to-back national championships. He's athletic. He's mobile. Defending now mostly with his stick. He hasn't really embraced a physical game yet, but he's at 6'1", 165. He's still pretty long and lean. But as he puts weight on, I think he's going to be a different player. I love the upside. It's going to take him a year or two to be able to play at this level, but high ceiling player for an 11th round pick. For 218, Kingston takes Caleb Fogarty, left shot D out of Eastern Ontario Wild.
I can't remember if Fogarty was the captain up there. I think he is, but he's a mobile puck moving D. Not the biggest player in the world, but he can handle himself in front of his net and in the corners. But he gets by with his ability to navigate out of his mobility to navigate out of situations. Ran the power play for them. They looked actually really good. They won the Waterloo Gold Puck up here at Christmas or just before Christmas, and Fogarty and Kerr, who was their goalie, and the big fella Gauthier that we talked about earlier. They all had pretty strong tournaments that weekend.
Next up, we've got Ben Lamb at 219 to Barry, 6'4" right winger out of North York Rangers.
I could talk about him. I've watched him a few times. He's just a little uncoordinated, big, huge guy that, again, he's like a runaway train. Has to work on some other, but like, he plays a hard game, and every team has about 3 or 4 of these guys, and usually playing fourth line or third line. And if they, put in the work and practice and do what they do well, which is like this kind of runaway train kind of guy and take on all those big D's on the other team, this guy could play. I don't see any fear in his play at all. And he does have a pretty decent set of hands. So around the net, he's going to score most of his goals. That's where he's going to get them because he'll have space. So
yeah,
I can see why they took him.
Next up, 220, Brantford also takes North York Ranger, small centerman Andrew Pacheco.
Yeah, this is Nick Robertson. I swear this is Nick Robertson, the second coming of. And this guy is if he was playing on, let's say, the Don Mills Flyers or the Junior Canadians in that final game, you'd all be talking about him. This guy is really, really good. And he was basically a one-man machine. I don't know if you remember him, Paul. I know Ryan saw him a few times.
He can fly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a quick, elusive skater. I'm surprised he wasn't drafted any higher than this.
Well, Brantford, for my money, has had a really good draft again, and they just know what the hell they're doing. Anyways.
At 221, Windsor takes Hudson Ciccelli, goalie for Toronto Junior Canadians.
Hudson had a really good OHL Cup. Like he played outstanding all week, and he played really well in the final game. Made some really big saves. Can track a puck, can move, has good reflexes, and yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do at the OHL level.
Yeah, you know what? You could score 3 on him, but then he'll shut the door. So there's something about him. Other than the fact that he catches with his right hand, and a lot of guys don't understand because they're kind of freak out when they go get their chance to shoot. The real shooters still have to get it by him, and this guy can. He was adjusting all the time. He always adjusts, and I think he's 6 feet tall, at least. And so when he stretches out, and his quickness, and his defense allows him space to do, this guy can win you a game. He can win a game, not just keep you in a game. He can win a game, and you saw it in the big game.
Yeah, 100%. 222, Kitchener takes Marcus Harper, centerman out of Toronto Red Wings.
Yeah, underrated, I think. Might be the size thing. If you saw him play at the Silver Stick in their run to the finals, Harper was he was full value, and I think one of the better players on that team. Got a lot of big goals from him that weekend. His speed probably needs to get a little bit more into the interior, but a player who, as he grows and matures, if he can continue to maintain that pace in his game, it'd be one to watch.
Next up at 223, London Knights take Liam Strauss, right shot defenseman out of Waterloo Wolves.
Mike, you got enough on him, on Strauss? I can talk to him.
You go ahead. I don't have my notes in front of me, so I don't want to wing it.
Yeah.
He was very good at OHL Cup. I know that.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see him go
55,
this
right?
low. We expected him to go a bit higher. He was the best defender on that Waterloo team. I watched him in the Alliance Prospects game. Him and Henderson played together. They just kind of controlled the whole game from the back. Didn't get themselves into trouble. Moved it well. He's got decent size and range, so that's a pretty good pick. 11 rounds into it to land him.
He reminds me of Reed that played for Kitchener. Same kind of player, except maybe not the imagination that Reed has.
Yeah, not the speed either, but he's a steady kid back there who's got a little bit of meanness to him as well.
Yeah, he was very good at OHL Cup going against other teams' best forwards. Kind of swallows you up and keeps you to the outside. There's not much nonsense to his game. He's pretty straightforward. He's got to improve his agility, but I kind of like seeing that he's 6 feet, only 163 pounds. That might come with more muscle. But yeah, he was very solid at OHL Cup. 224, Peterborough takes Joseph Cesarka, left shot D, almost 6'7", out of Brantford. We did the heights and weights for OHL Cup, and they made it to the wild card game. He was the tallest kid we did on the weekend doing the heights and weights. He's a monster.
Yeah, I mean, at that size, all of those guys need to work on their skating, but he's mean to play against. He changes games. I mean, guys don't want to forecheck him. Guys don't want to get into battles. He takes anybody from out front of the net and moves them way out of the way. He's coming into his body a little bit. He's got some things to work on, but he's got the toughness. He's got the size. So I'm sure he'll be able to be a defenseman in the OHL there.
And playing in Peterborough, you remember, Paul, going in there's no freaking corner to get out of. So those guys are so effective in that Peterborough. So for half the games, they'll be playing him a lot, I think.
At 225, Guelph takes Nash Woolsey, 6'2" center out of Guelph. So local kid.
Yeah, big rangy when he gets a full head of steam. He's tough to handle. I wouldn't say he's a real creative player, but good pace. We'll get to the dirty areas. We'll forecheck. One of those depth guys that you might see down the road. He's got great size, right? I actually thought he looks a lot stockier. Must be big shoulder pads when you see him play. He looks quite square on the ice. The kind of build I like, Brendan.
Yeah. So 226, Sarnia takes Sigvold Ebersold, big right shot D for Little Caesars. Again, they've been making a run on Americans here. This kid is a very good shutdown defenseman. Just saw him at Nationals last week. He has excellent gap control. He knows exactly his angles, keeps players to the outside. He's physical without taking penalties. He keeps his hands down. His stick is always in lanes. He's a very detailed shutdown defenseman. If you're looking for offensive stuff, there's not a lot there. It's pretty simple in his puck play, but this is a guy who can play heavy minutes and defend other teams' top lines. 227, Ottawa takes Lucas Balanek, right winger out of the Toronto Marlies. Surprised he's still here, to be honest.
Yeah, he's a real skilled guy. Very creative on offense, handles pucks well. Pretty good at hit avoidance too, right? With his ability to kind of get out of the way. Not real big, but good engine in him as well. Good motor to get up and down the ice.
Next up at 228, Owen Sound takes Oakley Cathanis, a 6'6" right winger out of Mississauga Reps.
He's big.
And you got some time for him? I know you talked about him a bit.
Yeah, he's big, physical, and he has some skating tools also. He can drive the play. He can skate through opponents. He has a pretty powerful shot, and if he figures some hockey sense out, he might be a player in the OHL.
He's got a lot of work to do, Paul. As you say, you can be big and you can kind of get around. He's more of a north-south guy. I don't think he's doing his crossovers well enough yet. And if he ever gets it, you're going to have a great big fella that you have. He's going to be hard to play against, but he's got to learn how to do a little dancing on his skates, and he's more of a plodding along kind of guy.
Yeah. Next up, we have North Bay at 229. Took Gavin Zepp, son of a pro goalie, who also played in the OHL, out of St. Andrews U18s.
Brennan, I think you've seen him. I didn't get a chance to see him this year.
I saw him 2 years ago. If you don't mind me, so he's the spitting image of his dad, Rob Zepp, who played in the O, and he played mainly in the American League. I think he got a few games in the NHL. But I talked to his dad about, is he coming, and he said no, he's going to stay there, and that's good because they get lots of shots. But I don't think he's going to make a team for a couple of years. But he's more of an academic also, so he may get a college. Like, they're not going to stop scouting these prep schools here, especially St. Andrews College. So they can still get scholarships from there. It's just there's lesser of them to go around now. The American kids are coming up here.
Yeah, I think Gavin's a hyper-focused goalie. He's very smart, reads the play. He's got obvious physical technique. He's got that kind of upward stance, chest out, paddles up, good technical ability. You can tell he's been coached. I think that's a nice pick in the 12th round. Sue at 230 takes Trent Enns, 6'2" left shot D out of Niagara North Stars.
Yeah, you can speak on him for a little bit. He's a stable transitional defender who leans a little bit more on the defensive side, but what they're getting out of him is this confident, calm, and collected defender who thinks the game well, needs a little bit more creativity, but makes safe, stable decisions.
Yep. Flint at 231 takes Emmett Mather, 6'2" right D out of Windsor.
Yeah, I can speak on him. He's kind of like what Tyler just said. He's a reliable defenseman. I'd say he's more defensive than kind of two-way. I think he does have some offensive skill to his game. I've seen a couple games where he kind of had it. He moves well. He can run a power play. He's mean. He's physical. He lays. I've seen him lay a couple big hits in the open ice. Maybe work on his foot speed a little bit. He's got a good stick. He can close out well. I think it's a pretty good pick.
Next up, we've got Niagara takes Louis Leterrier,
I don't like
5'11"
him.
for the
I don't
Types.
like him.
I don't like him either. I love him.
Just kidding. Crawford's been talking about him for a month every day.
Love it.
He is the. I keep using the second coming. So the second coming of Matt Stajan, except he's tougher than Matt. And Matt, if you were ever listening, you were not a tough guy. But you were one of the best thieves and puck distributors I ever had a chance to be involved with. And this guy's the same, except he's tougher. And he came on the board, wasn't on our list, I don't believe, until I kept saying, "Is that Matt Stajan?" And there,
Crawford's been talking about him for a month.
this guy for me, I don't know if Niagara even knows how good this. They're going to see how good this guy is. They just got a steal. I already said, but there's a bunch of steals. I said this at the beginning of the year. This year, there are going to be guys in the 15th round that are going to be steals. And it's just a question of being able to be, the intangible, being able to read your crystal ball. And, if you're around as long as myself and, if you put in the time and you put in your 10,000 hours, which there's quite a few of us that have put in these hours, you start to figure out the intangible. And it starts happening. And this guy here, he's a can't miss for me anyways.
Love it. Sudbury at 233 takes Ryan Cameron, goalie out of Lone Star Brahmas in the NHL. They'd be getting a lot of experience here if they could get him. He's a Boston College commit. He played on the Hlinka team. He's had a terrific season in the NHL this year. Pretty good size. He's confident. He's aggressive. He gets out, challenges shooters. And he's on some NHL draft boards. So I don't think he'll get drafted in the NHL, but he's in that discussion. So Sudbury would get a kid that could come in and play right away. Erie at 234 takes Anthony Valenti, left shot D. They have him here as 5'7", 138. That's not updated. He's bigger than that. He was, one of the better offensive defensemen in the state of Michigan this year. He's got really good vision. He quarterbacks the power play, makes good decisions. He's pretty balanced in his skating. Excellent with the puck. He can handle it. He can settle bad passes. He's a smart distributor. He's got to improve his defensive game. He's got to get a little bigger and stronger, improve his quick twitch. But it's a guy who very confident when he's got the puck on his stick. 235, Saginaw takes Logan McCauley, left shot D out of York Simcoe.
He's a long, mobile D that can execute strong zone exits and just very reliable with the puck and competes hard. That's pretty much what I got on him.
I liked him a lot this year. I kept kind of pushing Paul to move him up our list. He's very controlled with the puck. I like defensemen who don't panic, that have forecheckers on them and they keep their eyes up ice. They don't get distracted. And he can lay a pass into space. He can go indirect in the neutral zone. He's one of the better saucer passers that I saw this year in in their league. Just think this is a kid who's whether he makes it to the OHL or not, I think he's going to be a very reliable puck moving defenseman wherever he plays. Next, Saginaw back-to-back picks. They go 236. They take Braden Scuderi, one of the most skilled U.S. forwards this year. He's electric, great quickness, agility. His hand, the puck sticks to his blade type guy. He can maneuver in traffic areas. He's really dynamic one-on-one. He was made the NTDP camp, didn't make the team, and then tendered right after in the USHL. So might be hard for them to peel him out of there, but if they get him, despite being undersized, he's very dynamic, really smart, and can play at a high pace. Oshawa 237 takes Alex Kerr, 6'2" goalie out of Eastern Ontario.
Another one out of Eastern Ontario. They got something in the water up there. They seem to be able to turn out lanky goaltenders who know how to play and are technically sound. And Eastern Ontario Wild weren't the deepest team up there, but they were competitive. Played a lot of low scoring games, and I thought Kerr and actually the other guy in the net were both pretty good. Anytime I saw them, they provided stability at the back.
Next up, Kingston at 238 takes Talon Alling, left winger for Chicago Mission. He was a little bit under the radar because they're so deep up front and on the back. That's one of the deepest teams in the country. But the second half of the year, he started to really make a name for himself. You could argue he was their third best forward at Nationals this last week. He's got a good motor. He's quick. He's smart. He thinks the game at pace, and he's got some tenacity. So Alling's a really nice get here and a player who's trending the right way. Next up, Barrie at 239 takes a kid that I think all of us really appreciate his game, Jack Young out of the Toronto Red Wings.
Yeah, Mike said it earlier. The Red Wings and their commitment to the series where they beat JRC. It was quite an upset. Like Resnick was really good, Brener was really good in that series, but then they had a whole bunch of guys that committed to playing defense. And Young, he's a sturdy kid. He got better as the year went on. I really liked his confidence and puck handling as the year went on, and this is good. I think we had him maybe a few rounds higher on the list. I liked him this year.
Yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit more about Jack Young. Basically, because he does the work.
Yeah.
And he gets his foot in the door. Now his foot's in the door. Let me tell you, I see it. I was involved with an OHL team. I was basically at the draft table, running the draft table. And it doesn't matter where you get drafted. We'll bring in walk-ons. We'll take the best player, the guy that's done the most work. So that's what this guy is probably going to do, because I see him doing it during the season. And all the guys that rest on their laurels and play video games and don't go to school and that kind of stuff, they will fall to the side and Jack will move into their spot. Because it's not who you know anymore, it's what you do. And I think Jack's got as good a chance as a first rounder. Because this guy, he's fearless and he's got a huge heart.
Yeah, I think Jack, it's interesting with Jack is that when usually at Marley's and Whitby, OHL Cup, the colleges will come up and start watching these guys. And it's always interesting to listen to what the college guys are looking for and what the OHL guys. So at OHL, you heard a lot of Kate Campbell on that team. You heard some Bianchini. Heard a little bit of Young, but not a ton. But the college guys are always talking about Jack Young. Who's Jack Young? What's his deal? So he's somebody that I think I wouldn't be surprised if he goes early in the USHL draft. He's gotten the attention of a lot of the Americans. 240, Brantford takes Timothy Walker, right winger out of Toronto Titans.
I'm going to talk about Brantford again. There's a pattern. They got a pattern. They've got guys right now that are finishing off their careers. They're going for a run this year, and they might win the OHL championship because they've got guys like this. They've got smaller skilled players who eventually, because they've got a good system, a good coach, and good, everything's in their favor. This guy can score. I gave up on him a few times during the season. Like, I don't know what he's backing off. But no, he was just reloading. And this guy scored a bunch of big goals for that Titans team and got them as far as they were going to get. And he rose up. And he's going to rise up again because he's going to be playing with some really good players. And they got a bunch of guys that are 5'10", 5'11", and a few of them are going to play in the NHL that are up there right now. One guy scored 70 goals this year. This guy can do it.
Yeah, I'm a big Walker fan as well. I agree with everything you said. The Sioux at 241 take Elijah Hayes. Obviously, the Hayes family has had a lot of success in the OHL. These are Michigan kids. That guy I think is most recent is Travis, who I think also played for the Sioux or plays for the Sioux. Elijah might not be as dynamic offensively as Travis, but he's gritty. He plays a two-way game. He's tough. Goes into traffic areas. He comes out with the puck. He does have a quick release, and he does just enough wiggle to get around guys. He's gonna have to fill out a bit, get a little stronger for that to translate at the OHL level. But all three of his brothers have had a lot of success in this league. He'll get plenty of chances. 242, Kitchener takes Jason Synot, left D out of North York Rangers.
Big body on the back end who clears the net and competes. Not afraid to handle pucks. You see a lot of these big guys that sometimes the puck's a grenade. He'll go back and make a play. He's going to have to work on his pace and mobility, but a player who might be able to grow into something over the next few years. He's got great size and is a sturdy kid back there.
Late birthday, got an extra year.
Okay. Next up, we have Theo Bourdon Lemoyne, centerman. London drafted him out of Kapuskasing Flyers.
He's the only guy that could score on that team. And London knows you got to put the puck in the net. And this guy, he could have left home, but he was on the power play. He only played against 18-year-olds, and he played a few junior games, I believe, also. I don't know if they have that on record, but the kid could score. He's a goal scorer. And,
I took a peek at him, given that he scored so much. I took a peek at him on that Noah team in the OHL Cup, and he can skate too. I didn't mind him at all. So
yeah, they just throw that team together. They had one practice, so yeah, and they have to travel like 10 hours to come down, and then they're, again, I'll just say this once, and I say it every year. All the GTHL teams have the advantage. They're sleeping in their own bed. They're not staying at a hotel. They're not, their mind starts playing with their heads and they don't know what's going on. These kids from out of town. And you have to factor all that stuff in. Don't rule out what you've seen throughout the year. trust what you've watched all through the year and stick with your guns. That OHL Cup it freaks some of these kids out. All right. Anyways.
Yep. At pick number 244, Peterborough takes Brant Ruikers at a Huron Perth centerman.
So Huron was they were finalists in the Alliance. They won the Silver Stick, which was a bit of a surprise. There's a bunch of them that have gone so far in the draft. Rue Akers was their second line center, and just a high energy, high motor, competed all over. Should, over the next few years, going to need to build a bit of a scoring touch, or needs to find a bit of a scoring touch. But this kid, based on what I've seen on the ice, he'll put the work in, because he put the work in off the ice to get bigger and stronger, because on the ice, he's just a workhorse.
He looks like a hockey player.
He does.
For me, that's what really impressed me. It's his presence, and so he comes from the other side of London to go to practices, and I don't know if it's Woodstock or wherever they go to practice. So he's doing that, and he's going to play Junior B, get some good minutes in there, and then he'll probably be ready to play. Unless Peterborough has a tendency to bring these kinds of kids down and play and practice with the junior team. So that's another advantage for getting drafted by Peterborough.
Yeah, 245, Brampton takes Aiden Witowski, left winger for Toronto Marlies.
Doesn't he have a brother that played for Brampton?
Yep.
Yeah. So they're the same kind of player. I watched Brampton play 10 times this year, and I'm watching the same. They're almost identical, the way they play, and they're high skill. They're sneaky, and they're smart and really fast. If they can just stay out of the heavy traffic, because they're kind of, the build of Marner, but they don't have Marner's game, and they'd be going in the first round. But they're damn close to being that kind of a player. And Brad, I don't think they took him because his brother's on the team. He's a good player. That's why they took him.
Next up, Sarnia at 246 takes Jack Peterson for Little Caesars, a big physical defenseman, kind of mature player, no nonsense, knows what he is. He makes a crisp first pass. He's a kid whose game is going to translate to junior hockey. Might need to get a step quicker, but he's tough to play against, and he'll be fine making the transition to junior. 247, Carter Lundmark, drafted by Ottawa out of Bishop Kearney. Bishop Kearney typically has really good 15s teams. This year's team is a little weaker. They didn't make it to nationals, but Lundmark was definitely their best player. Super skilled, really smart, cerebral, knows where his teammates are on the ice at all times. He can score. He's got kind of a deceptive release. He kind of pulls and drags at it, change the angle, and then rips it. He can play at pace. He can slow it down. Just kind of a skilled playmaker. Really like his game, and if Ottawa can get him up there, he's a Pittsburgh kid or a Pennsylvania kid. If they can get him up there, they're going to be very happy with what they got. 248, Owen Sound takes Lucas Quain, left shot D out of Toronto Junior Canadiens.
Yeah, he's short, stocky, puck handling D. Going to need to get a little bit more physical in his zone, but he uses mobility to front the opponents. that JRC team that won it all, Quinn was one of the guys back there who made sure pucks got out of their zone quick.
Yep. Next up for Windsor, 249, Luke St. John out of Windsor, so a local kid.
Yeah, Monroe. We had Monroe on earlier this morning. But he had commitments this afternoon. He really liked St. John. Hard nosed, competed. I believe he's already played some games. Up at junior level up at U18 level, and has looked good with them. It doesn't surprise me that Windsor's going local and getting a player that they can sit on for a few years and watch develop in their own backyard.
Yep. This is the time of the draft where some teams start taking some local kids. Sue at 250 takes Keaton Fitzpatrick, left shot defenseman at Ajax Pickering.
Keaton's a physical, mobile defenseman that's tough to play against. I've noticed he's really good at defending the rush and keeping his opponents to the outside of the ice, and then he uses his stick to knock off the puck off the opponent all the time, and he's just a really good shutdown defenseman.
And Strong being he was going against Dile. He was going against. So these are the first round big power forwards. This guy here was at times winning those battles. So if he can work on his footwork, again, it's his footwork, because the little guys give him a problem. So, but big guys, he has no problem with them. It's got to be strong as an ox.
Next up at 251, Flint takes Jacob Turpin, goaltender for Ottawa 67s.
Saw a lot of pucks this year. I caught him up in Waterloo, and they lost that game, but he's mobile, decent size, not one of those big boys in the net that you normally see that profile of the new draft kind of goalie. Got side to side in his net quite effectively, and hang on a minute here. I got a little animal bugging me. One of those undersized, quick, mobile goalies.
Next up, 252, Guelph takes Camilo Milani, undersized winger out of Toronto Marlies.
I think this is a steal here. I know he's undersized, but he's so smart and so quick, and he's not afraid to get into the dirty areas and battle for the puck, and he has a really good shot. And if he grows, I think he'll be quite the player at the junior level.
I agree, Ryan. One of the big agents came in and said, "Oh, the Marlies are here," and I went, "Oh, the Marlies, yeah, they got a big team, eh?" And I said, "Their best player is Milani. He's their smallest player, and he's their best player." And I agree. This guy is going to play. If he wants to stay here, he can go wherever he wants. Like I said before, the smallest player has to be the fastest. And he's fast. He has creativity coming out of his yin-yang. And he knows where the gold is. He will go in there and in a sneaky manner, or he'll take you on. This guy's going to play.
Yeah, I agree with everything you guys are saying. He's a gamer. He rises when the game matters the most. He does some of the work behind the play to get guys the puck. He's got a quick twitch. He's got another gear, and I think he takes defenders by surprise. I'm a big fan. That's a great value at 13th. I've been very impressed with Guelph's draft this year, top to bottom. Brantford at 253. takes Johnny Rogers, right winger out of Markham Majors.
We're gonna have to get a major scout next year.
Yeah. 254, Erie takes Cooper Oikawa, left winger for Niagara North Stars.
Yeah, you can speak on him for a little bit. He's a solid complementary player. He's more two-way forward with a touch of playmaking ability. What really stands out for him is his puck skills. His handling is absurdly good, and then just his skating. He always creates options for his teammates and gets in the spots that he needs to get into. And then just his skating overall is pretty decent as well.
I'm going to add, he had a great beginning of the season. Yeah. And then as the season wore on, either the other people were getting faster because he seemed to get slower as the season went on. And I believe he's carrying a few extra pounds. Again, at that height, 200 pounds, if you're going to play a certain style of game, which he doesn't, he's a skilled player. But for, if I was to give him advice, he has to work on his leg and quickness, and probably 3 meals a day instead of whatever else he's eating, because he looks heavy.
Next up, Saginaw at 255 takes Caden Clare out of the Toronto Red Wings.
Goal scored. Caden, for 2 years prior to this year, he keeps changing teams, and it's because he's like a hired gun. And this guy is a goal scorer. And he's probably going to play in the Ontario Hockey League. I'm not guaranteeing, but if he, I just stick with whoever your advisors are telling you to go and play with. Stay there. Stay and go to those teams. And just keep doing what you do. This guy can score. He's a high-scoring machine. And then he'll get there. I think he's going to play.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Claire. I think he's smart. I think he knows where to be away from the puck, because he can't, at his size, he can't necessarily take the puck into every area he wants to. But I mean, he had 22 goals this year in 33 games. That led his team by a lot. Even though they have Lammons and some other higher end players, he was the guy scoring the goals. I think that's a really nice value late. 256, London takes Jackson Smith, 6 foot forward out of Windy City Storm. He's a soft-handed, skilled forward. He's got a long wingspan. He's someone you just throw the puck in his general direction, he's going to catch it, settle it. There's a poise to his game, a confidence that makes him hard to play against. He's plays the point on their power play and leads their team by, like, I don't have the stats in front of me, but when we did the U.S. ranking, I think it was by like 15 or 20 points, which for me, I don't necessarily care much about the total points. If you're leading the team, I want to know how much more do you have than the next guy. So back-to-back guys here, Claire and Smith, are point hawks and lead their teams by quite a bit. Oshawa next at 257 has Cooper Bonnyman, left defenseman from the Peterborough Petes.
Bonneman's a solid, competitive defenseman. Saw him quite a bit at the Marley tournament where they look pretty good. He competes. He gets in the way. He took a few hits that game and got got rattled, but also gave out a bunch of hits. So he has no fear in his game. Good feet too, for a defenseman. So
Next up, another Peterborough kid, Kingston at 258 takes Rocco Williams, centerman, Peterborough Petes.
His dad played in the O and played in the American League quite a bit. And he's a really speedy forward that sometimes he gets there before he thinks. I don't know if that's. I'm not trying to be a smart ass or anything. If he could just slow down sometimes, because he just like he arrives on the scene and he doesn't know what like he gets the lights are flashing or something's going on. If you just slow it down just a little bit and realize that he's just gained a whole bunch of space, and then do what I think he's going to start scoring. So I think he's going to play, this guy.
Next up, we've got out of Barrie, 259, Chase Martin, centerman, Barrie Junior Colts.
Anybody want to talk about Barrie, Ryan?
Chase is I think he's a smart, competitive, puck moving forward who's not like can find open areas and attacks the net hard, and just he's a goal scorer in my opinion. I think he's 5'11" already, and I think he can translate to the OHL level due to his goal scoring ability and compete level for sure.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to add to that. Chase Martin had to take a back seat to Chidarroni. He didn't get the opportunities that I think he deserved to get. Because at 5-on-5, this guy I think is better than Chidarroni. And so Chidarroni got a lot of his points on the power play. And this guy plays a two-way game. And the other guy, he does well when he's got the puck, but away from the puck, well, I got to watch him a little bit more. And I guess I'm going to get to watch him for Ottawa. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. But just speaking about Chase, I think that he's going to hopefully have a positive approach to this. I think he's going to get his chances. And I think he's just budding. He's going to be full bloom in another year and a half, probably.
Next up, Niagara at 260 takes Irvin Lang, good size left shot defenseman. Played for Pickering this year in the OJHL. I didn't see him this year, but I remember him last year for Mississauga. Just kind of a big body, kind of a simple game, pretty defensive minded. He's got a long reach, kind of disruptive stick. I didn't think he was overly physical, but he was still trying to figure out his footwork. But I couldn't comment on him this year. I haven't seen him this year.
No.
I don't understand. Like, I don't understand how they decide that they're going to draft these guys when they can just invite them in. But that's their opinion. Maybe they thought somebody's going to take them or something. I don't know if it makes any sense to me. All right.
261, North Bay takes Carter Buchman, right shot defenseman for North Bay Trappers.
So it's a local kid. Actually, didn't play U16 this year. Played up with the U18s. Actually, don't have any intel on him. He didn't come down with the NOAA team either.
Next up for Kitchener at 262, Mason Horikov, one of the top goalies in the U.S. Had a fantastic season this year with the Rockets. This kid reads the ice really well, so he's never caught by surprise. He's a good skater. He can come out and play the puck. He can handle the puck. Um, he's got quick reflexes, and I think his IQ is probably the one of the highest, if not the highest, of any of the goalies this year in the U.S. Um, he's got starter potential. So nice late round pick here for Kitchener. I think this kid's gonna have a lot of options going forward. 263, Oshawa takes Xavier Rowe, right winger for Toronto Titans.
He's a puck pursuit guy, checking line for the Titans. Just tenacious on the check. Can add. He can put in a few pucks once in a while. It's usually around the net. He's one of those guys that just buries his head in the sand in there, just like he will not move. And he plays a high compete game along the boards, and we'll see what happens in a couple of years for him.
Yeah. Next up, Peterborough at 264 takes Chase McKay, left winger for North Central.
Yeah, I liked him in the beginning of the first half of the year. He generated a lot of scoring chances and scored for them a lot. I didn't notice him a lot in the second half, but I liked his shot and his skating and his compete level.
Yeah, great. 265, Guelph takes Christopher Maybe, right shot D out of Waterloo Wolves.
Yeah, maybe he's a solid kid for that Waterloo team. The Waterloo team were actually quite strong this year and got into the OHL Cup. Just a solid, puck moving defenseman, tough to get around. Plays tough along the walls. Little bit of offensive output. He's got a shot on him. He's played in Waterloo, but he's from Guelph, so this is Guelph taking a local kid, and same thing. They can sit and watch him develop for a few years and see if he can crack the roster.
Hey, Paul, is there not one? Is that a common name there? I've seen a lot of those maybe kids, and they end up being really big kids. Is that the family? Is there like one family, or is it just a bunch?
Don't know that. Nope, don't know that, Mike.
Okay.
Sarnia at 266 takes Matthew Tepeni, left shot D out of North York Rangers. A lot of D on that Rangers team been picked.
Yeah, and a few that they didn't take, and they were all kind of the same mold, right? Played pretty good. Played a pretty defensive game. Not anything thrilling offensively. Got pucks out. Handled the pressure on the forecheck. They're all. I think 3 or 4 of them now have been drafted on that back end, and they're all very similar players.
14th round, 267. Ottawa takes Noah Krula, 6-foot centerman of Oakville Rangers.
So Krula had a pretty good OMHAs, if I remember. Talking to the guys who were up there.
Yeah, he had,
and kind of emerged that weekend. Prior to that, he was pretty quiet in that lineup. More of a depth player, but he's lanky frame, wiry, not afraid to get to the net, not afraid to forecheck. I don't know, Ryan, if you got more on him.
No, I was just gonna agree with you. Like, I didn't really notice him at the first half of the season tournaments, but from OMHAs and OHL Cup, he really stood out, and he controlled the pace. He has a good shot. He scored a couple big goals in their first. They lost in the wild card game in the OHL Cup, but he scored a few in that, or one, sorry, in that game. But in the OMHAs, he played very well.
Next up at 268, Owen Sound takes Luca Nardilli, 6'3" centerman out of Southern Tier.
Yeah, and it's that size and that frame that he's still growing and getting used to. So you can see that in his skating a little bit, but he plays that power forwards game. He has strong physicality, capable puck skills, and he shows some flashes of some awareness and some higher end senses.
Awesome. North Bay at 269 takes James Rosenberg, right winger out of Toronto Red Wings.
This guy's a real worker bee. Gets to the net. Saw him tip in a handful of goals early in the season. I was a lot more impressed with him. I think he might have got a little bit buried in that roster as the year went on, and not used as much. But he works to create space for himself and gets to the net.
Yeah, if you look at him, he's probably now 5'10", maybe 5'11", and a really good skater. But I don't think he's strong. I don't think he's gained a lot of strength. Although, because when he hit guys, he doesn't jar them off the puck kind of thing. But he's there, so he's in the right place, and he can score. I think he squeezes the stick a little bit too much. He kind of freaks out. Like I said, certain guys kind of freak out when they get to the big show of the OHL Cup. And I think that's what kind of happened to him. But he deserves to be drafted for sure.
270, the Sioux take Cullen Kerslake, right shot D for Huron Perth.
Smart, keeps the play ahead of him, isn't afraid to be physical, works well. DeAndre, who went to Kingston and Henderson, he worked well with both of them. He's kind of that reliable guy you can put on the flank of strong players, and just plays a steady game.
Yeah, I liked him, Paul. I think he's a very good complementary defenseman. He can pick up what the other guy's trying to do. He's someone that when he gets pressured, he doesn't panic. He'll use his D partner. He doesn't just throw pucks away, which I appreciate from a D. And I think he's pretty good positionally. So I think he's a pretty mature player. He's got pretty good size. 271, Niagara takes Cameron Chilenis, right shot D for Toronto Titans.
Very similar to Kerslake, what we just talked about. Plays a steady game, competes for space. A complimentary defenseman who, if you want to pair him with an offensive guy, he'll stay at home. Jelinas, I think when Perot went down with a suspension in the Titans tournament, was a bit of, not in the Titans tournament, in the OHL Cup, was a bit exposed because they were asking him to move forward. But if he just keeps the game simple and plays like Kerslake, like we just talked about, plays within his strengths, he's a player who deserves to be drafted.
Next up, we've got Niagara at 272, takes Gavin Kindry, 6'2", left shot D out of Elgin, Middlesex.
Big kid who plays a physical game. Has some pace to his game. Needs to continue to improve that. Temperament. Sometimes he took a few penalties in games that I watched where he's got to figure that out as he matures. But solid kid who will compete.
Next up, Sudbury at 273 takes Luke Bouchard, undersized centerman out of Ajax Pickering.
Luke's a strong skater who can create plays off the rush, and he has a really good shot, and due to his weight transfer, and he can get pucks through traffic. He competes hard, and he gets into can win puck battles along the boards, and yeah, he is undersized, but I could see him making the jump to the OHL level.
He's a really instinctual player. I like guys like this that they don't have predetermined moves in their head of, okay, if I get the puck, I'm going to do this. He watches how the defender plays him, and he reacts based on how he's getting played. If they gap up on him tight, he'll try to go wide with speed. If they're playing him loose, he'll cut to the middle. I like players like that are reactionary. Shows he's got a good head on his shoulders, thinking his way around the ice. Erie at 274 takes Aiden Palmer, right winger for Vaughan Panthers.
That's a AA team, and there's no stats on them. And I ain't got the time of day to be going to watch AA players yet. But if I'd heard about them, like we usually hear about a guy like this. But
I'm surprised you didn't find him, Crawford.
Yeah, that's usually your kind of guy, Crawford.
Yeah, I'll find him next year.
Yeah, so maybe a hidden gem there. We'll wait and see. At 275, Saginaw takes Nathan Cloutier out of York Simcoe.
Cloutier is a big power forward that, I don't know, he pretty much hits everything in sight. That's pretty much what I got from him. He hits everything, and he has a little bit of the scoring touches also.
Next up, Brampton at 276 takes Bradley Wang. Kind of an undersized forward, but good balance out of Shattuck St. Mary's. Played in their 15s. He plays on the top line. He's a really smart player. As I said, the Bouchard kid, there's some similarities there in that he doesn't have predetermined moves. He's reactionary, instinctual. He makes quick split-second decisions with the puck. He's got some one-on-one skill, but he doesn't overexpose it. Doesn't try the toe drags and all that kind of stuff. He just makes smart, subtle plays, kind of a give-and-go type player. He's coming off a strong performance at Nationals. He's got a good first step. He can separate in small areas. He'd be a very good player if they could get him up here to the OHL. Oshawa 277 takes Ethan Cutbush, right winger out of Mississauga Senators. Anyone see them?
No, the Senators had a couple players that we had eyes on, and Cuthbert wasn't one of them.
Yeah, I watched them a few times, and I only noticed I think he was a Russian kid, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I liked him too.
But I didn't really. I don't have anything on this Cutbush guy.
Okay, 278. Windsor takes Ty DeBrule, right winger out of North Bay Trappers. I like this kid at Whitby Silverstick. Thought he was patient, poised, and skilled, and pretty good balance.
Fly too.
Yeah. 279. Barry takes Nate Feiner, small centerman for Vaughan. Oh, this kid can fly. You want to talk speed?
Yeah.
He might be the fastest kid in the draft.
Yeah, he caught my eye, and I watched some video. I pretty much watched a lot of Vaughan's playoffs on video, and that's whenever I've found Nate's game. Like, he's so quick, can move, like, creates chances off the rush and gets by defenders. He's smart with the puck, and he competes. I really like this pick.
Yeah, speed, skill, and scoring. He had some really good stats. I think he led them in goals this year, and that was a capable Vaughan offensive unit.
Yeah, he did, Paul. He had 19 goals in 32 games. Average just shy of a point per game. Okay, next up we've got Cole Stantz, drafted 280th by Brantford, 5'11" right shot D out of Ottawa Myers.
He's their best player. He was their best player for me. And I only saw him at the OHL Cup, but I heard some good things about him. so I paid attention to him. And he was the guy that I was talking about the other night, Paul, that I thought they had moved him up to center or wing, but he's just up in the play. So he's a modern day defender that jumps into the play. And again, Brantford, I think, for me, I'm going to go on record and say that they've had the best draft this year.
Next up, Kingston at 281, Liam McMullen, right shot defenseman for Vaughan Kings.
He was another one of my favorites this year. He was mobile, smart with the puck, and he has a really good shot. He's more offensive, but he still needs to work on some of his defensive game, but his offensive game he has really high upside, in my opinion.
Kitchener at 282 takes Hudson Heisey, left winger for Oakville Rangers.
So the coach's son, Rob, played in the American League, and I think he played a few games in the NHL. And he's spitting image of his dad, Hudson. So if he's going to grow and he's going to become a high two-way, like they're really good skaters, but he's small right now, and the process takes a while for some guys, and it's going to take a little while for him, but then he's going to find his way. And Kitchener has a habit of picking these guys that rise up in when their physical catches up to their minds, and then the intangible goes way through the roof.
Yeah, he's full value for it on the compete side too. You can tell he's got the attitude, the work ethic. If that translates off the ice and he continues along on the process, there's some skill, or there's some potential there.
283, London takes Michael Pope, centerman for Waterloo Wolves.
Fire away, Brendan.
Yeah, I really like this kid. I don't necessarily think he was their best player, but I think he's their most talented player. He's got outstanding puck control. He's someone that can handle it at top speed. He never looks down when he receives a pass. So he can locate the puck. He knows where it is on his stick. It's great feel. I've seen this kid undress defenders one-on-one. And again, when he's going to shoot, he's reading the goalie. He never has to look down, and that's very rare for kids this age. I put a lot of stock in that, and kids who are exceptional at something. He's exceptional with a puck on his stick. He got to develop other areas of his game. He's got to round it out. But he's going to impress people at London's camp. He's not going to come in there playing like a 14th rounder. He's going to wow people with some of his puck possession skill. Peterborough at 284, Tyson Cartier, left shot defenseman out of Waterloo Wolves.
Yeah, Cartier. There's some potential there. He's big, raw. Waterloo didn't they didn't run a deep bench. A few guys didn't see the ice enough, and Cartier's in that boat. But I saw him during the season when it was when they're a little bit shorthanded and they were rolling with him. He handles the puck okay. I would say for a big fella, he's got some good mobility, and a player who over the next few years you might want to keep an eye on, because his feet will carry him further than others.
Yep. Next up, Guelph at 285 takes Robert Matson for Bishop Kearney. He was one of their best forwards this year. He plays bigger than he is. He was very effective at OHL Cup on that TPH team. He's really good at protecting the puck. He keeps it close to his body. He kind of uses his body, gets low, and shields guys from getting it. He's got a quick, hard release, and he's got deceptive puck skill and traffic. He's not afraid to go into dirty areas. He'll dig pucks out of corners. He attacks the net, play pretty direct, and he had a strong showing at OHL Cup. 286, Kingston takes Mason Raycroft, goaltender. This kid, he's a little lesser known. He played on the Dexter JV team in the Boston area. His father was an NHL goaltender. So I'm just reading most recent report saying he's aggressive, plays at the top of the crease. He's got quick reflexes, up and down quick, quick lateral movement, strong push off, and he competes. So yeah, son of an NHLer, obviously knows the game. So it'll be interesting to watch his development.
He's from Belleville, and he played for the Bruins.
Yep.
Well, if he's anything like his dad was goalie of the year a couple of years, I think. I think he played for Canada a few times too.
Yep. 287, Ottawa takes Nolan Shorter. Kind of an oxymoron given he's 6'7". His older brother was drafted in the 4th round, one of my favorite players in the U.S. So now they're taking his twin brother. And this isn't just a charity pick here of let's take the younger brother or the twin brother because we want the older brother. This kid's coming. Beginning of the year, I wouldn't have said that. I thought he was really raw, gangly, kind of all over the place. But I just saw him last week. He's starting to play to an identity. He's strong. He's physical. He hunts pucks. He's handling it a little better. He's maybe a year behind his brother in terms of where his development is, but he's got a really high ceiling. He can play any role on a team. I think this was a really smart pick by Ottawa. Again, not just to secure the brother Trevor, but I think he's a good player in his own right.
He needs a high ceiling. He's 6'7".
Yeah, exactly. Owen Sound at 288 takes Justin Sokolsky, left winger for Ajax Pickering.
He ended up being one of their top scorers this year in the second half, and he had a pretty good OHL Cup, as far as I know, 2 goals, 1 assist in 4 games, and he's just starting to get some meat on his bones there. He's probably going to top out around 6'1" or 6'2" and be about 185 where he should be when he played junior.
Next up, Windsor at 289 takes Jordan Main, right shot defenseman for Sun County. He's undersized, but he's a high percentage player, really smart with the puck. He manages it well. He manages gaps well. He struggles against some of the bigger defenders, but he does have a balanced stride. He was able to push guys off pucks. He gets early contact in the defensive zone when he's boxing out in front. He doesn't wait for a guy to be on top of his goalie. He kind of addresses that early on and gives his goalie clean sight lines. There's a lot of details to his game that I liked. 290, the Sioux take Caden Kayat, left shot defenseman for Markham Majors. And then, go ahead.
Sorry. I do remember Caden at the Marlies tournament. He is their best defenseman. I think he's a strong puck moving defenseman who competes hard. He's physical. He can also move the puck in traffic and execute strong breakouts.
Yep. Kingston takes Max Hutchins, 6 foot right winger from North Shore Whitecaps.
Yeah, big body. He chipped in the playoffs. They were actually a bit of a surprise. They did nothing all season, and then went 8-2 in the round robin. and Hutchins was able to get a bunch in tight around the net. Tough to move out of the front of the net. Work their power play a bit. So this is one of those players who's going to need to continue to work on his pace, but he plays an abrasive style and he can chip in offensively.
Next up, we've got Niagara, 292, takes Jiri's Kakish, left winger for North York Rangers.
Oh, I saw North York quite a bit this year, and I don't remember the name. I just checked his stats. He only played in 17 games, so maybe this is a Bantam pick. Ryan, you got anything on Kakish?
No, I don't recall him playing with them this year.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll follow up on him. Sudbury, 293, Jonathan Varela, 6'2", right shot D for the Marlies.
Came from Barrie last year. Had a great year in Barrie last year. Came to the Marlies. Probably was a 5 or 6 defenseman. Lost confidence. Hardly played at all on the power play where he was playing on the power play in Barrie before. Again, I don't understand why they leave their hometown. But he did get drafted. So now it's up to Jonathan. Follow the team that drafted you and listen to what they have to say. And stop trying to think too much.
Erie,
he's a hard nosed. The Varela kid, he's hard nosed and competes, and he's got good size. That whole Marlies back end was size, but he was definitely, as Mike said, he was buried a bit down that lineup.
Next up, Erie at 294 takes Mario Alati, right shot defenseman of the Toronto Nats. Is that their first guy off the board?
And probably their last.
Yeah, got it.
They didn't have much going on there. I don't even remember. Like I went watched the series and I couldn't watch.
And I don't remember him, Brendan. I like the big Russian D that was 6'4", but Mario I don't remember.
Yep.
He got 1 goal and 4 minutes in penalties, and he's a late birthday, so maybe there's something in the late birthday.
Yep. Saginaw 295 continues go after some of the top targets in the U.S. Brody George, left winger. He was on the Pittsburgh Pens Elite last year, was their best forward. Quick twitch. He reminds me similar to the Pape kid who was taken early in this draft, also Pittsburgh kid. He played this year on the U.S. national team. He's having a good season with them. He is undersized, so it could – Saginaw might be playing the long game here of saying, hey, he'll play on the 18s this year, and they might want him to play junior before he goes to college. Sometimes colleges will push a kid back. But Brody George is a really good player. He's quick, he's dynamic, and if he went to Saginaw this year, he'd be competing for top 6 minutes. 296, Finley McLean, left shot D out of Ottawa Myers.
Yeah, McLean, he's not a defenseman. He's a left winger, and scores for them. Scored quite a bit for them this year. Speed, heck of a shot. Plays an abrasive game. If he fills out and matures physically, he'll get a chance to play junior and work his way up. He's got an opportunity here. I liked him, actually. I thought he was an abrasive winger with pace. That's the way I would describe him. So, this late in the draft, but, somebody sees it, and now it's up to Finley.
Next up, Oshawa 297, another team that's gone heavy on the American side. They take Cooper John, left shot D out of Indiana, played for Ohio this year, Blue Jackets. He was on that TPH team at OHL Cup. I don't remember if he was wearing number 2 or number 3, number 4, some single digit number. He's really strong skater. He's physical. He's pretty athletic. He makes a firm first pass. He plays a little bit of an old school game, um, and he's just tough to play against. He can add offense. He was their leading scoring defenseman for their team this season, and he had a really strong showing at OHL Cup. So not surprised to see him get drafted here. He moved up quite a bit in our U.S. list as well. 298. Jordan Street is drafted by Windsor out of Ajax Pickering.
Jordan is a smart, fast, mobile D that can facilitate offense, set up his opponent, set up his teammates for success. Passes are crisp, understicks. Like his puck skills, hockey sense, and skating was 3 things I liked about him.
Yep. Next up, we have Barry Colts at 299. They take Richard Olick, long, lanky winger out of Washington Little Caps. He was far and away their best player this year. Really, one of their only players that would have been capable of OHL attention. Just put in perspective, in 58 games, he had 81 points. The next closest guy on the team had 51. He's a fluid skater for his size. Still got some growing to do. He's kind of long and lean build. He's got pretty soft touch. He uses a full wingspan. He can be a little perimeter if I was to give a knock on him. He's got to play more between the dots, but he's got really good touch on his passes. He's got good puck skill. He can corral a hard pass, and he's someone with a long ceiling, a high ceiling. Pick number 300, getting to the end here. Brantford takes Josh Lewis, centerman for Ajax Pickering.
Yeah, I know Josh personally. He played for us last year as an underage in Montreal and was our leading scorer. He was the leading scorer for the Ajax Pickering Raiders, and he, he's looking at going to, well, I guess he's going to now listen to Brantford, what they're going to say. And he's going to grow, and the kid can score. He just has to learn the process again. These people, they don't understand the process that they need to get to succeed in the game. He has all the tools to do it. It's up to him now.
Yeah, I really liked him at Marley's. I think I graded him pretty high. He's got a quick twitch. He's hard to defend, especially in open ice. But he's dangerous in transition. He thinks it quick. Yeah, I've got a lot of time for him. 301, Peterborough takes Joshua Goodwin, good size right shot defenseman out of North Shore Caps. You got him?
Yeah, Goodwin's a big, solid defensive defender. Him and Nash, who we talked about earlier, were pretty physical pair for North Shore this year. Just got better as the year went on. Big, thick player who's sturdy and will get in your face. If he continues to work on his feet and quickness, he's another one for those box corners up in Peterborough. Ryan, I know you liked them as well.
Yeah, you pretty much said what I was going to say. I've just liked him all year. He's pretty consistent and doesn't take a shift off. I like the way he competes, and yeah.
Next up for Kitchener at 302, second to last pick in the draft, Cole Crawford, centerman for York Simcoe.
I'm surprised he dropped this low. In my opinion, he controlled a lot of that. Other than Edgar, and it was Edgar than him, in my opinion, the top two forwards, and he's just smart, fast, and has a great shot. And I'm surprised he fell at this long. That's a steal for Kitchener.
Pretty intense kid too. Like he was a hard working winger, center.
Hey guys, those Crawfords, they don't get no respect.
That's right. That's right. And with the last pick of the draft, London at 303 takes Connor Brennan, 6'2" left shot defenseman out of Burlington Eagles.
Yeah, keep an eye on this player. He's not going to end up at 6'2". His older brother's playing basketball somewhere and is a big, tall human. And Brener is one of those kids who has improved. I got a chance to see him a few years ago. A friend of mine was coaching the team. He's improving as well. So, put an asterisk beside him and see where he is with a couple of years of U18 and junior and some growth.
Okay, so that concludes our OHL draft. Do you guys have any? Was there any teams that really stood out to you? Was there any trends or things that were intriguing to you as we wrap up here?
I'm going to start first. I don't know the U.S. players at all. I really don't. I saw a couple of them, and I know there's going to be a swing where they're going to start to see more of them here. Sometimes the pendulum swings too far to the left, and then it starts to come back to the right, and it usually settles in the middle somewhere. So if you're not drafted and you're listening to this show, and you love the game, just keep playing because you love the game, and you'll be fine. Because a lot of these guys, I'm just going to say they're pretenders. So if you really do it, if you really want it, don't let this get you down. Don't let the man get you down. All right.
What I would say on this, I really like Guelph's draft. I really like North Bay. I thought those two stood out a little bit above the rest for me in terms of where they got guys, who they got. I like a lot of guys at Ottawa. Maybe put Ottawa in that as well. Those three teams stood out to me in terms of this year's draft. And then I always like to talk about players that didn't get drafted that I really liked. There's a kid on here on Perth, I don't believe was drafted, a little 98, Taylor. One of my favorite players in the draft. I get it, he's small and his game might not translate to the junior level, but what a fun player to watch, heart and soul type, tough as nails for being as small as he is. To Crawford's point, if I'm that kid and I didn't hear my name called, I wouldn't be discouraged because he's really good, and I know a lot of our scouts liked his game. How about you, Paul?
No, I'd say the same. This is just for anyone there, or anyone on that list. This is just the start of it, right? The hard stuff is actually ahead of you. You're going to be going into a league where you're playing with bigger, stronger players. You got to work at it off the ice. You got to have good practice habits. Anyone not on the list, don't worry about it. You don't have the ticket today, but the phone will ring, and you gotta do the same thing. You gotta have good practice habits and work at it. They'll find you there. Today, I saw U18s that were undrafted. I saw kids that were passed over 2 years ago that are playing in the OJ and the CCHL that were were drafted. I saw more, draft plus 2 years, if you will, like the 07s. There was a whole handful of 07s on the list. So, don't worry at all. This is just the start of it. Sorry to say that if you're thinking the hard part's done, because it really is just the start of it when you get into junior.
Yeah, 100%. Ryan, your first year with us, your first draft show, how did it go, and what are your thoughts post draft?
Oh, it went well. I thought Brantford probably had the best draft. Getting like it's still I know it's one player, but getting Freeman, yeah, yesterday in the third round
Mm-hmm.
really caught my eye. I thought he was a first round pick. He was like a top goal scoring uh, forward. And then a player that didn't get drafted that I'm shocked is Fisher Ishwarren off JRC. I just thought he was a mobile, smart, one of the smartest defensemen in the age group, to be honest. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, and thanks to all the scouts that jumped on today, and even we've got several scouts that weren't able to make it that also watch these players. Are very fortunate. Paul's built an incredible team in Ontario. We've got, I mean, the experience on this call alone. Paul, won a Memorial Cup as a player. He's been scouting this age group for 10 years. We had Crawford on, who was in management in this league. Regan Stocko played in this league, is scouted in this league. There's just a ton of guys that on our Ontario staff that come with a lot of experience. So appreciate everyone's feedback, all the reports, all the rankings, and now the fun part for us to kind of sit back and watch how these kids' careers develop over the next few years. So thanks for
All right,
watching,
take care.
and we'll see you next year.
Bye-bye.